All right, it should be live. I'm going to check it on this computer over here.
Thank you all for coming. Welcome to the marathon reading of Don Quixote today in its fourth day. Greetings also and welcome to our virtual viewers. We are at Elon University today as part of the Don Quixote Festival to commemorate the 400th anniversary of Cervantes' death. I want to thank our partners in this endeavor: University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, Gardner Webb University, Academia de Castilla in Granada, Spain, Lenoir Ryan University, Queen's University of Charlotte, Duke University, North Carolina State University, and Meredith College, all taking place in this marathon reading. Special thanks to Rafael Osuba for coordinating all of these institutions, planning, organizing, and assisting for this event. In today's reading at Elon University, we will have 10 different languages, Spanish and English, of course, but also French, Italian, German, Catalan, Chinese, Arabic, Portuguese, and Quechua, the ancient language of the Incas in Peru. Today's reading will begin in chapter 15 of the second book, and we'll start in Spanish. Let's get started.
Capítulo 15 del libro 2, donde se cuenta y da noticia de quién era el caballero de los espejos y su escudero. En extremo contento, ufano y vanaglorioso iba Don Quijote por haber alcanzado la victoria de tan valiente caballero como él se imaginaba que era el de los espejos, de cuya caballeresca palabra esperaba saber si el encantamiento de su señora pasaba adelante, pues era forzoso que tal el vencido caballero volviese, so pena de no serlo, a darle razón de lo que con ella le hubiese sucedido. Pero uno pensaba Don Quijote y otro, el de los espejos, puesto que por entonces no era otro su pensamiento, sino buscar dónde bismarse, como se ha dicho. Dice pues la historia que cuando el bachiller Sansón Carrasco aconsejó a Don Quijote que volviese a proseguir sus dejadas caballerías, fue por haber entrado primero en bureo con el cura y el barbero sobre qué medio se podría tomar para reducir a Don Quijote a que se estuviese en su casa quieto y sosegado, sin que se le alborotasen sus mal buscadas aventuras, de cuyo consejo salió, por voto común de todos y parecer ser particular de Carrasco, que dejasen salir a Don Quijote, pues el detenerle parecía imposible, y que Sansón le saliese al camino como caballero andante y trabase batalla con él, pues no faltaría pacto y concierto que el vencido quedase a merced del vencedor, y así vencido Don Quijote, le había de mandar el bachiller caballero se volviese a su pueblo y casa y no saliese de ella en 2 años o hasta tanto que por él le fuese mandado otra cosa. Lo cual era claro que Don Quijote vencido cumpliría indubitablemente por no contravenir y faltar a las leyes de la caballería, y podría ser que en el tiempo de su reclusión se le olvidasen sus vanidades o se diese lugar de buscar a su locura algún conveniente remedio. Aceptólo Carrasco y ofreciósele por escudero Tomé Cecial, compadre y vecino de Sancho Panza, hombre alegre y de lucios cascos. Armóse Sansón como queda referido, y Tomé Cecial acomodó sobre sus naturales narices las falsas y de máscara ya dichas, porque no fuese conocido de su compadre cuando se viesen. Y así siguieron el mismo viaje que llevaba Don Quijote y llegaron casi a hallarse en la aventura del carro de la muerte. Y finalmente dieron con ellos en el bosque, donde les sucedió todo lo que el prudente ha leído. Y si no fuera por los pensamientos extraordinarios de Don Quijote, que se dio a entender que el bachiller no era el bachiller, el señor bachiller quedara imposibilitado para siempre de graduarse de licenciado, por no haber hallado nidos donde pensó hallar pájaros. Tomé Cecial, que vio cuán mal había logrado sus deseos y el mar paradero que había tenido su camino, dijo al bachiller: por cierto, señor Sansón Carrasco, que tenemos nuestro merecido. Con facilidad se piensa y se acomete una empresa, pero con dificultad más veces se sale de ella. Don Quijote loco, nosotros cuerdo. Él se va sano y riendo, vuestra merced queda molido y triste. Sepamos pues ahora cuál es el más loco, el que lo es por no poder menos o el que lo es por su voluntad. A lo que respondió Sansón: la diferencia que hay entre esos dos locos es que el que lo es por fuerza lo será siempre, y el que lo es de grado lo dejará de ser cuando quisiese. Pues así es, que hay, dijo Tomé el Cecial, yo fui por mi voluntad loco cuando quise hacerme escudero de vuestra merced, y por la misma quiero dejar de serlo y volverme a mi casa. Eso os cumple, respondió Sansón, porque pensar que yo he de volver a la mía hasta haber molido a palos a Don Quijote es pensar en lo excusado, y no me llevará ahora a buscarle el deseo de que cobre su juicio, sino el de la vergüenza, que el dolor grande de mis costillas no me deja hacer más piadosos discursos. Tomé Cecial se volvió y le dejó, y él quedó imaginando su venganza, y la historia vuelve a hablar de él a su tiempo, por no dejar de regocijarse ahora con Don Quijote. Capítulo 16. De lo que sucedió a Don Quijote con un discreto caballero de la Mancha. Con la alegría, contento y ufanidad que se ha dicho seguía Don Quijote su jornada, imaginándose por la pasada victoria ser el caballero andante más valiente que tenía en aquella edad del mundo, dada por acabadas y a felice fin conducidas cuantas aventuras pudiesen sucederle de allá adelante. Tenía en poco a los encantos y a los encantadores. No se acordaba de los innumerables palos que en el discurso de sus caballerías le habían dado, ni de la pedrada que le derribó la mitad de los dientes, ni del desgraciamiento de los galeotes, ni del atrevimiento y lluvia de estacas de los yangüeses. Finalmente decía entre sí que si él hallara arte, modo o manera cómo desencantar a su señora Dulcinea, no envidiaría a la mayor ventura que alcanzó o pudo alcanzar el más venturoso caballero andante de los pasados siglos. En estas imaginaciones iba todo ocupado cuando Sancho le dijo: no es bueno, señor, que aún todavía traigo entre los ojos las desaforadas narices y mayores de marca de mi compadre Tomé Cecial. ¿Y crees tú, Sancho, por ventura, que el caballero de los espejos era el del bachiller Carrasco y su escudero? ¿Tomé Cecial, tu compadre?
I don't know what to say about that, responded Sancho. All I know is that was the one and only who could have told me what he did about my house, my wife, and my children. And except for the nose, his face was the face of Tomasiel, just as I have seen it was so often in my village and in his house that shares a wall with mine, and the sound of his voice was the same. Let us reason with this, Sancho, replied Don Quixote. Come, does that make sense? Does the bachelor Sansón Carrasco should appear as the knight errant, armed with the offensive and defensive weapons, to do battle with me? Have I by chance been his enemy? Have I given him reason to bear me ill will? Am I his rival, or does he profess arms that he would be envious for the fame I have won through their exercise? But do we say, Señor, responded Sancho, about that knight, whoever he was, looking so much like Bachelor Carrasco, and his squire looking like my compadre Tomasiel, if it's enchantment, like your grace says, weren't there any other men in the world who could have looked alike? Everything is artifice and mere appearance, responded Don Quixote, devised by the evil magicians who pursue me. Foreseeing that I would emerge victorious from the battle, they arranged for the defeated knight to show his face of my friend and the bachelor, so that friendship for him would be placed between the edges of my sword and stay the severity of my arm, and temper righteous anger in my heart. And in this manner, the one who was attempting to take my life through trickery falsehood would save his own. As proof of this, you already know. O Sancho, through this experience, that will not allow you to lie or deceive, how easy it is for enchanters to transform one face into another, making the beautiful ugly and the ugly beautiful. No more than 2 days ago, you saw your own eyes the beauty and grace of peerless Dulcinea, all of her natural perfection and harmony. And I saw her as an ugly, low-born peasant girl, with cataracts in her eyes and a foul smell in her mouth. Further, the pervised enchanter dared to make so evil transform. It is not difficult to believe that he transformed Samson Carrasco and your compadre in order to steal the glory of conquest right out of my hands. But despite that, I am comforted, because in the end, regardless of shape and appearance, I have conquered my enemy. God knows the truth of all things, responded Sancho, and since he knew the transformation of Dulcinea had been his own trickery and deception, the chimerical ideas of his master did not satisfy him, but he did not wish to respond so as not to say anything that might reveal his lie. They were engaged in this conversation when they were overtaken by a man riding them on the same road, mounted on the beautiful dappled mare, wearing a coat of the fine green cloth trimmed with tawny velvet and cap made of the same velvet, the mare's trappings, in the rustic style with short stirrup, but also green people, or a Moorish scimitar hanging from the wide green and sword belt, and his half boots, matched with sword belt. His spurs were not gilt, but touched with green varnish, so glossy and polished that, since matched the rest of his clothing, they looked better than if they had been made of pure gold. When the traveler reached them, he greeted them courteously and spurred the mare in order to pass by. But Don Quixote said, "Gallant Señor, if your grace is traveling the same road, not in a hurry, I'd be very pleased if we traveled together." "The truth is," responded the man on the mare, "I would not be ride so quickly if there were not for my fear in the presence of mare might disturb your horse." "Señor," Sancho responded at this point, "you can certainly tighten your mare's reins, because our horse is the most chaste and best behaved horse in the world. On similar occasions he has never done anything low or base. On once he was rude enough to try my master, and I made him pay for it 7 times over. I say again that your grace can stop if he wants to, because even though she's brought to him on a silver platter, I'm sure our horse won't even look at your mare in the face." The traveler pulled his reins, marveling at the bearing face of Don Quixote, who rode without a silent helmet, which Sancho had hung over like a bag over his forebow in the donkey pack saddle. And the man in green looked at Don Quixote with great zeal. Don Quixote looked even more at the man in green, thinking him as a virtuous, judicious person. He seemed to be about 50, with a few gray hairs and an aquiline face. His aspect was both cheerful and grave. In short, his dress was bearing and made it clear that he was a man of good qualities. The judgment of the man in green regard to Don Quixote of La Mancha, and that he had never seen anyone else like him in manner or appearance. He was amazed by the length of the horse, his head, his thin, sallow face, his weapons, his bearing behavior, a form of appearance not seen for many long years in him. Don Quixote noticed how attentively the traveler was looking at him and read his desires in astonishment. And since Don Quixote was courteous enough and wished to please everybody, for the traveler could ask anyone when he met him halfway, saying, "Your grace has noticed my appearance, which is so unusual and far removed from what is commonly seen. I am not as surprised as you at your surprise, but your grace will no longer be when I tell you so. As I do now, I am a knight, the kind, as people say, we go to seek adventures. I left my home, I mortgaged my estate, left behind my comfort, threw myself in the arm and fortune, so she may carry me wherever I choose. I have desired to revive the long dead knight errantry, for standing up in one other. I have fulfilled the good part of my desire, helping widows, protecting maidens, favoring married women, orphans, wards, and which is proper natural right the knights errant. Because of my many worthy Christian deeds, I have desired to be published amongst them all, or most of the nations in the world. 30,000 copies of my history have been printed, and 30,000 times more are there on their way to being printed, if heaven does not intervene. Briefly then, to summarize everything in a few words, in only one, I say that I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, also known as the Knight of the Sorrowful Face. And although praising oneself is vile, I am obliged, perhaps, to sing my own praises, which is understandable since there is no one present to do so for me. Signor, neither this horse or this lance, this shield, nor this squire, nor of my armor, nor of my sallow face, and extreme thinness, none of this should surprise you now, for I have told you who I am and the profession that I follow. Don Quixote fell silent, and when he said this, that man in green took so long to respond, it seemed that he did not know what to say. But after some time he said, "You are correct, Signor Knight, inducing my desire for surprise. You have not taken away the astonishment that seeing you have caused me, although, Signor, you must say my knowing, for your will take it away, and it has not happened. Rather, know I am more amazed and astonished than before. How it is possible there are knights errant in the world today, or that printed histories of knights truly deeds. I cannot convince myself that anyone in the world today favors widows, protects maidens, honors married women, helps orphans, and I would not believe it if I had seen in your grace with my own eyes. Heaven be praised, with history that your grace says has been about your lofty, true, chivalric knights. The countless tales of imaginary knights errant will be forgotten, for they have filled the world, harming good customs, damaging and discrediting good histories. There's so much to say, responded Don Quixote, regarding whether the histories of knights errant were imaginary or not. Well, who can doubt, the man in green, that those histories are false? I doubt it, responded Don Quixote, and let us say no more. If our journey together is a long one, I hope to God to convince you of your grace that you have erred in going along with those who are certain that are not true. From this last statement, Don Quixote, the traveler, assumed that must be a stipend, and waited to see if any further statements would confirm this. But before they could engage in another conversation, Don Quixote asked him to say who he was, or if he had informed the circumstances of his life, to which the man in the green coat responded, I am Senior Knight of the Sorrowful Face. I am a gentleman who is ne'er village. God willing, we share dinner today. I am more moderately wealthy. My name is Don Diego de la Miranda. I spend my time with my wife and my children and my friends, passing times hunting and fishing. But I keep neither hawk nor gary hounds, only sometimes to decoy partridges or bold ferrets. I have some 6 dozen books, some in Castilian, some in Latin, some historical, some devotional. Books of chivalry have not yet crossed my threshold. I read more profane books than devout ones, as long as the diversion is honest and the language delights, and the invention amazes me as astounds, though there are few of those in Spain. From time to time I dine with my neighbors and friends, and often invite them to my table. My meals are carefully prepared and nicely served, in no way meager. I don't like gossip. I don't allow it my presence. I don't meddle in other people's lives, and I don't pry to what other people do. I hear mass every day. I distribute alms to the poor, but do not boast doing good works. As do not allow hypocrisy, vainglory into my heart, for they are enemies that can easily take possession of the most modest heart. I attempt to bring peace to those whom I know are quarreling. I am devout to our Lady, and trust always mercy in our Lord and God. Sancho was attentive to this recounting of the life and pastimes of the gentleman, and finding it good to the saintly life, thinking of the man who led us must be able to perform miracles. He quickly dismounted the donkey and hurried to the gas with the gentleman's right stirrup, with devout heart, and almost in tears he kissed over his feet, seeing this again. Seeing this, the gentleman asked, What are you doing, brother? What is the reason for your kisses? Let me give them to you now, responded Sancho, because I think your grace is first saint with short stirrups.
Déjame besar, respondió Sancho, porque me parece vuestra merced el primer santo a la jineta que he visto en todos los días de mi vida. No soy santo, respondió el hidalgo, sino gran pecador. Vos sí, hermano, que debéis de ser bueno, como vuestra simplicidad lo muestra. Volvió Sancho a cobrar la albarda, habiendo sacado a plaza la risa de la profunda melancolía de su amo y causado nueva admiración a don Diego. Preguntóle Don Quijote que cuántos hijos tenía, y díjole que una de las cosas en que ponían el sumo bien los antiguos filósofos, que carecieron del verdadero conocimiento de Dios, fue en los bienes de la naturaleza, en los de la fortuna, en tener muchos amigos y en tener muchos y buenos hijos. Yo, señor Don Quijote, respondió el hidalgo, tengo un hijo que a no tenerle quizá me juzgara, por más dichoso de lo que soy, y no porque él sea malo, sino porque no es tan bueno como yo quisiera. Será de edad de 10 y 8 años, los 6 ha estado en Salamanca aprendiendo las lenguas latina y griega, y cuando quise que pasase a estudiar a otras ciencias, halléle tan embebido en la de la poesía, si es que se puede llamar ciencia, que no es posible hacerle arrostrar la de las leyes, que yo quisiera que estudiara, ni de la reina de todas la teología. Quisiera yo que fuera corona de su linaje, pues vivimos en siglos donde nuestros reyes premian altamente las virtuosas y buenas letras, porque letras sin virtud son perlas en el muladar. Todo el día se le pasa en averiguar si dijo bien o mal Homero, en tal verso de la Ilíada, si Marcial anduvo deshonesto o no en tal epigrama, si se han de entender de una manera u otra tales y tales versos de Virgilio. En fin, todas sus conversaciones son con los libros de los referidos poetas y con los de Horacio, Percio, Juvenal y Tibulo, que de los modernos romancistas no hace mucha cuenta, y con todo el mal cariño que muestra tener a la poesía de romance, le tiene agora desvanecidos los pensamientos el hacer una goza a cuantos versos que le han enviado de Salamanca, y pienso que son de justa literaria. A todo lo cual respondió Don Quijote, los hijos, señor, son pedazos de las entrañas de sus padres, y así se han de querer, o buenos o malos que sean, como se quieren las almas que nos dan vida. A los padres toca el encaminarlos desde pequeños por los pasos de la virtud, de la buena crianza y de las buenas y cristianas costumbres, para que cuando grandes sean báculo de la vejez de sus padres y gloria de su posteridad. Y en lo de las forzarles que estudien, forzarles que estudien esto o aquella ciencia, no lo tengo por acertado, aunque el persuadirles no será dañoso. Y cuando no se ha de estudiar para pane lucrando, siendo tan venturoso el estudiante que le dio el cielo padres que se lo dejen, sería yo de parecer que le dejen seguir aquella ciencia a que más le viere inclinado, y aunque la de la poesía es menos útil que deleitable, no es de aquellas que suelen deshonrar a quien las posee. La poesía, señor Hidalgo, a mi parecer, es como una doncella tierna y de poca edad, y en todo extremo hermosa, a quien tienen cuidado de enriquecerse, pulir y adornar otras muchas doncellas, que son todas las otras ciencias, y ella se ha de servir de todas, y todas se han de autorizar con ella. Pero esta tal doncella no quiere ser manoseada, ni traída por las calles, ni publicada por las esquinas de las plazas, ni por los rincones de los palacios. Ella es hecha de una alquimia de tal virtud que quien la sabe tratar la volverá en oro purísimo de inestimable precio. Ala de tener, el que la tuviera, a raya no dejándola correr en torpes sátiras ni en desalmados sonetos. No ha de ser vendible en ninguna manera, si ya no fuere en poemas heroicos, en lamentables tragedias, o en comedias alegres, fuere en poemas alegres y artificiosos. No se ha de dejar tratar de los truhanes ni del ignorante vulgo, incapaz de conocer ni estimar los tesoros que en ellas se encierran. Y no penséis, señor, que yo llamo aquí vulgo solamente a la gente plebeya y humilde, que todo aquel que no sabe, aunque sea señor y príncipe, puede y debe entrar en número de vulgo. Y así el que con los requisitos que he dicho trataré y tuviera la poesía, será famoso y estimado su nombre en todas las naciones políticas del mundo. Y a los que decís, señor, que vuestro hijo no estima mucho la poesía de romance, doyme a entender que no anda muy acertado en ello, y la razón es esta. El gran Homero no escribió en latín en resolución. No escribió en latín porque era griego, ni Virgilio no escribió en griego porque era latino. En resolución, todos los poetas antiguos escribieron en la lengua que mamaron en la leche y no fueron a buscar las extranjeras para declarar la alteza de sus conceptos. Y siendo así, razón sería se entendiese esta costumbre por todas las naciones y que no se desanimase al poeta alemán porque escribe en su lengua, ni al castellano, ni aún al vizcaíno que escribe en la suya. Pero vuestro hijo, a lo que yo, señor, imagino, no debe de estar mal con la poesía de romance, sino con los poetas que son meros romancistas, sin saber otra lengua ni otras ciencias que adornen y despierten y ayuden a su natural impulso, y aún a esto puedo hallar error. Pero, según es opinión verdadera, el poeta nace. Quieren decir que del vientre de su madre, el poeta natural sale poeta. Y con aquella inclinación que le dio el cielo, sin más estudio ni artificio, compone cosas que hace verdadero al que dijo, es Deus in nobis, etc. También digo que el natural poeta que se ayudare del arte será mucho mejor y se aventajará al poeta que solo por saber el arte quisiera hacerlo. La razón es porque el arte no se aventaja a la naturaleza, sino perfecciónala. Así que mezcladas la naturaleza y el arte con la naturaleza, sacarán un perfectísimo poeta. Sea pues la conclusión de mi plática, señor Hidalgo, que vuesa merced deje caminar a su hijo por donde su estrella le llama, que siendo él tan buen estudiante como debe de ser, y habiendo ya subido felizmente el primer escalón de las esencias, que es el de las lenguas, con ellas por sí mismo subirá a la cumbre de las letras humanas, las cuales también parecen en un caballero de capa y espada, y así le adornan, honran y engrandecen como las mitras a los obispos, o como las garnachas a los peritos jurisconsultos. Riña vuestra merced a su hijo si hiciere sátiras que perjudiquen a las honradas ajenas y castíguele y rómpaselas. Pero si hiciere sermones al modo de Horacio, donde reprenda los vicios en general, como tan elegantemente él lo hizo, alábele, porque lícito es al poeta escribir contra la envidia y decir en sus versos mal de los individuos envidiosos y así de los otros vicios, con que no señale persona alguna. Pero hay poetas que a trueco de decir una malicia se pondrán a peligro que los destierren a las islas de Ponto. Si el poeta fuere casto en sus costumbres, lo será también en sus versos. La pluma es lengua del alma. Cuáles fueren los conceptos que en ella se engendran, tales serán sus escritos. Y cuando los reyes y príncipes ven la milagrosa ciencia de la poesía en sujetos prudentes, virtuosos y graves, los honran, los estiman y los enriquecen, y aún los coronan con las hojas del árbol, a quien no ofende el rayo, como en señal que no han de ser ofendidos de nadie de lo que con tales coronas ven honradas y adornadas sus sienes. Admirado quedó del verde gabán del renacimiento de Don Quijote, y tanto que fue perdiendo de la opinión que con él tenía de ser mentecado. Pero a la mitad, desde plática, Sancho, por no ser muy de su gusto, se había desviado del camino a pedir un poco de leche a unos pastores que allí junto estaban ordeñando sus ovejas. Y en esto ya volvía a renovar la plática el hidalgo, satisfecho en extremo de la discreción y buen discurso de Don Quijote, cuando alzando Don Quijote la cabeza, vio que por el camino por donde ellos iban venía un carro lleno de banderas reales. Y creyendo que debía de ser alguna nueva aventura, a grandes voces llamó a Sancho que viniese a darle la celada, el cual Sancho, oyéndose llamar, dejó a los pastores y a toda priesa picó al rucio y llegó donde su amo estaba, a quien sucedió una espantosa y desatinada aventura.
Abans de començar aquest capítol, l'autor d'aquesta gran història prevé que els seus lectors que bé voldria haver-lo passat per alt, que molt se tem que no siguin cregudes les extransitats, les bogeries del nostre cavaller. Finalment, amb tot i aquesta paor i recel, les descriví tal com d'aquella foren fetes, menys d'afegir ni treure a la història un borrall de la veritat, ni no fent cabal de les objeccions del podien-le ser posades del mentider. I tenia raó, perquè la veritat sempre s'haurà sobre la mentida, així com l'oli per sobre l'aigua. I així, prosseguint la seva història, diu que com Don Quixot crida a Sancho, estava aquest comprant recuit a uns pastors i que instant per la molta pressa del seu amo no saben com emportar-se'l. Cuida ficar-lo dins la saleda de vostre cavaller. I amb aquest bon recapte anar i veure que li volia. Amic, li digui que Don Quixot, porta aquí un bon elm, perquè a poc jo entenc en aventures, o a queixa que ara se m'ofereix. Reclama que jo vagi bé armat. El del capot verd, quan sentia això, tot mirat a son entorn i no albirà altra cosa sinó un carro cobert, amb 2 o 3 banderoles damunt, cosa que feu-li pensar que portaria diners per compte del rei. I així ho digué a Don Quixot. Més aquest no hi dona mica de crèdit, ficat com sempre tenia al cap de tot quan li esdevingués desvien a ser aventures i més aventures. Per tant, li respongué que ell ja sabia què és el que feia, com se volia que tenia amics visibles o invisibles, tots temps aparellats per escometre la sota una molt gran diversitat de formes. I frissós d'arriba amb les mans, pregué la seva salada que tenia Sancho, que l'encaixa prestament al cap, sense abordar-se d'això que contenia i aferrant-se en sos estreps, disposat per combatre. Amb la calor extrema del cervell del Don Quixot, no triga gaire a fondre-se el recut, començant a córrer el sargot per la cara i barbes del nostre cavaller, qui no pot estar dient: «Què és això, amic Sancho?» Que a part que se'm remoleix la closca o com si es liquidés mon cervell. Però si verament estic suat, tingués per cert, fill meu, que no és de por. Ens dona'm entren que ha de ser molt terrible l'aventura que m'està esperant. Porta'm si tens qualcosa amb què engaixar-me, que damunt el suor no em deixa veure res. L'escuder, sense dir un mot, dona-li prestant un drap, tot regraciant Déu que son senyors no hagués caigut en la veritat. Nostre cavaller es neteja i després alavança la salada per veure millor d'on procedia el reveniment de son cap. Va adonar-se d'aquelles farinetes blanques que de dins hi havia. Llavors el que tot olorant les digué: «Per la salut de ma senyora Dulcinea, que has braçat això, que tu així dins me posaràs, barroer, barragant, traïdor, escuder». «Senyor», respongué Sancho, amb molta sorna i fingiment, «si és brescat, dóna-me'l, que m'agrada molt. Emperò no, ja se'l pot menjar el diable, que ningú li haurà posat sinó ell. Com hauré jo mai gosat embrutar l'em de vostra mercè? Jo me'n guardaria prou. En bona fe que, segons estic veient, també dec jo tenir encantadors que em persegueixen, com a criatura i membre de vostra senyoria. Aquells maleïts hauran posat aquí aquesta immundància per posar-li falló contra de mi i fer que m'avalanis les costelles. Doncs, en veritat que aquesta vegada han posat el peu en fals. Pugi bastarà a defensar-me el bon discurs del monsenyor, qui haurà ben considerat que jo no tinc la bresca, ni llet, ni altra cosa consemblant, i que si jo la tingués, me la ficaria al ventrell que no en la salada. Don Quixot, sense respondre, es torça la cara i capi les barbes. Calles de nou la salada, abaixa la visera i brandant la llança, digué: «Que vinguem ara, així estic esperant coratjós de combatre fins amb el mateix diable en persona». El gentilhome de capot verd a tot parava estament i restava no poc per meravellat. En essa tenien ja a prop el carro amb les banderoles, manant solament per dos homes, i l'home sobre les mules i l'altre assegut davant del carro. Don Quixot feure-se endavant i digué: «On aneu, germans? Quin carro és aquest? Qui hi porteu? Què volen dir aquestes banderoles?» «Senyor», li respongué el carreter, «el carro és meu. El que hi ha damunt són dues gàbies amb dos lleons africans que el governador d'Oran tremen a sa majestat. Les banderes del rei que veieu bé us diuen que aquest present és per ell». «I són grossos els lleons?», pregunta Don Quixot. «Tant», respongué l'home que hi ha ara davant la porta del carro, que no hi ha memòria que d'Àfrica a Espanya en siguin passats mai de majors. Jo n'he de conduït molts altres, però com aquest, cap. El lleó va en aquesta gàbia d'ací i la lleona a la part darrere. Ambdós estan enfamats. No havien menjat encara d'avui. Jo prego la vostra senyoria que no vull entretenir-nos. Ja entenc, digui Don Quixot, fent una mitja riallada. Tanmateix són lleons que volen abocar-me. Lleonets a mi lleonets, i a aquestes hores? Doncs per Déu que han de veure aquests senyors aquí. Qui aquí els trametem si jo sóc, home, qui s'esmordeix amb lleons. Baixeu, el meu amic i puix, sou el lleoner, obriu-me aquestes gàbies i deixeu-me amb aquestes pobres bèsties, car bé em plaurà demostrar als encantadors qui davant meu les fan venir que poc coneixen Don Quixot de la Mancha. Entretant que el lleoner esboronat mirava en silenci el vostre cavaller i que Don Diego l'observava no menys meravellat, el bon Sancho, acostant-se al del capot verd, les mans juntes i amb llàgrimes als ulls, li digui: «Senyor, per qui Déu és, jo el prego per manera que el meu senyor Don Quixot no es baralli amb aquests lleons, que si això esdevenya, ben segur que serem tots destrossats». «No serà vostre senyor tan boig», respongué Don Diego, «que vulgui barallar-se amb aquests animals tan ferèstics». No és que sigui boig», replica Sancho, «sinó molt atrevit». «Jo faré que no ho sigui», respongué el gentilhome, i acostant-se llavors a Don Quixot, qui fortament instava el lleoner perquè li obrís les gàbies, així li digué: «Senyor cavaller, els cavallers aventurers han d'arriscar-se en aquestes empreses on hi ha esperança d'algun bon succés, i no en aquelles que són de tot desesperades. Com la valentia que entra a la jurisdicció de temeritat ens mereix el nom de fulla, que no de fortalesa. Tant més que aquests lleons no venen contra la senyoria vostra, ni mai n'han tingut el més remot pensament, més va per a ser presentats a sa majestat. I així no vulgueu entretenir-nos, ans deixeu-los fer el pau llur camí. Vagis en la vostra mercè», li respongué Don Quixot, «i curi de son perdigot mans i de la fúria atreventida, que cascú entén que son ofici. Aquest és el meu, i prou sé jo si aquests senyors lleons venen o no per escontrometre'm. I tu, malvat lleoner, jo et juro a Déu que si no obres contínuament la gàbia, amb aquesta llança que veus, tinc de clavar-te en el carro». El carreter, espavilat de semblants paraules i de l'aire amb què foren proferides, suplica al nostre cavaller que li permetés desjunyir ses mules i posar-se en lloc segur, puix que aquelles pobres bèsties eren tota sa fortuna. Sí? Home, de poca fe, replica Don Quixot.
«Oh, hombre de poca fe», respondió Don Quijote, «apéate y desnuce, y haz lo que quisieres, que presto verás que trabajaste en vano y que pudieras ahorrar de esta diligencia». Apeóse el carretero y desnunció a gran priesa, y el leonero dijo a grandes voces: «Séanme testigos, cuantos aquí están, como contra mi voluntad y forzado abro las jaulas y suelto los leones, y de que protesto a este señor que todo el mal y daño que estas bestias hicieron corra y vaya por su cuenta, con más mis salarios y derechos. Vuestras mercedes, señores, se pongan en cobro antes de que abra, que yo seguro estoy que no me han de hacer daño. Otra vez le persuadió el hidalgo que no hiciese locura semejante, que era tentar a Dios a cometer tan disparate. A lo que respondió Don Quijote que él sabía lo que hacía, respondiéndole el hidalgo que lo mirase bien, que él entendía que se engañaba. Ahora, señor, replicó Don Quijote, si vuesa merced no quiere ser oyente, desta que su aparecer ha de ser tragedia, pide la tordilla y póngase en salvo. Oído lo cual por Sancho, con lágrimas en los ojos, le suplicó desistiese de tal empresa, en cuya comparación habían sido tortas y pan pintado, la de los molinos de viento y la temerosa de los batanes, y finalmente todas las hazañas que había cometido en todo el discurso de su vida. Mire, señor, decía Sancho, que aquí no hay, que aquí no hay encanto ni cosa que lo valga, que yo he visto por entre las verajes y resquicios de la jaula una uña de león verdadero, y saco por ella que el tal león, cuya debe ser tal uña, es mayor que una montaña. El miedo, a lo menos, respondió Don Quijote, te le hará parecer mayor que la mitad del mundo. Retírate, Sancho, y déjame, si aquí moriré, ya sabes nuestro antiguo concierto, acudirás a Dulcinea, y no te digo más. A estas añadido otras razones con que quitó las esperanzas de que no había de dejar de proseguir su desvariado intento. Quisiera él del verde gabán oponérsele, pero vióse desigual en las armas que no le pareció cordura tomarse como un loco, que ya se los había parecido de todo el punto Don Quijote, el cual, volviendo a dar priesa al leonero y a reiterar las amenazas, dio ocasión al hidalgo a que picase la yegua, y Sancho al rugo y el carretero a sus mulas, procurando todos apartarse del carro lo que más pudiesen, antes que los leones se desembanten. Lloraba Sancho la muerte de su señor, que aquella vez sin duda creía que llegaba en las garras de los leones, maldecía su ventura y llamaba menguada la hora en que le vino al pensamiento volver a servirle. Pero no por llorar y lamentarse, dejaba de aporrear al ruicio para que alejase del carro. Viendo pues el leonero que ya los iban huyendo estaban bien desviados, tornó a requerir y a intimar a Don Quijote lo que ya le había requerido e intimado, el cual respondió lo que oía, y que no se curase de más intimaciones y requerimientos en todo sería de poco fruto, y que diese prisa. En el espacio que tardó el leonero en abrir la jaula primera, estuvo considerando Don Quijote si sería bien la batalla antes de pie que a caballo, y en fin se determinó a hacerla a pie, temiendo que Rocinante se espantaría con la vista de los leones. Por esto saltó del caballo, arrojó la lanza y embrazó el escudo, y desenvainando la espada, pasó ante paso, con maravilloso denuedo y corazón valiente. Se fue a poner delante del carro, encomendándose a Dios de todo corazón, y luego a su señora Dulcinea. Y es de saber que, llegando a este paso, el autor de esta verdadera historia exclama y dice: «Oh fuerte, y sobre todo encarnamiento animoso, Don Quijote de la Mancha, espejo donde se pueden mirar todos los valientes del mundo, segundo y nuevo Don Manuel de León, que fue gloria y honra de los españoles caballeros. ¿Con qué palabras contaré esta tan espantosa hazaña? ¿O con qué razones la haré creíble a los siglos venideros? ¿O qué alabanzas habrá que no te convengan y cuadren, aunque sean hipérboles, sobre todo los hipérboles? Tú a pie, tú solo, tú intrépido, tú magnánimo, con una sola espada, y no de las del perrillo, cortándolas con un escudo, no de muy luciente y limpio acero. Estás aguardando y atendiendo los dos más fieros leones que jamás criaron las africanas selvas. Tus mismos hechos sean los que te alaben, valeroso manchego, que yo los dejo aquí en su punto, por faltarme palabras con que encarcecerlos». Aquí ceso la referida exclamación del autor, y paso adelante, anudando el hilo de la historia, diciendo que he visto al leonero y ha puesto en montura a Don Quijote y que no podía dejar de soltar al león macho. So pena de caer en la desgracia del indignado y atrevido caballero, abrió de par en par la primera jaula, donde estaba, como se ha dicho, el león, y el cual pareció de grandeza extraordinaria y de espantable y fea catadura. Lo primero que hizo fue revolverse en la jaula, donde venía echado, y entender la garra y desperezarse todo. Abrió la boca y bostezó muy despacio, y con casi 2 palmos de lengua que sacó, fuera despolvoreó los ojos y se lavó el rostro. Hecho esto, sacó la cabeza fuera de la jaula y miró a todas las partes con los ojos hechos brasas, vista y ademán, para poner espanto a la misma temeridad. Solo Don Quijote lo miraba atentamente, deseando que saltase ya del carro y viniese a él a las manos, entre las cuales pensaba hacerle pedazos. Hasta aquí llegó el extremo de su jamás vista locura. Pero el generoso león, más comedido que arrogante, no haciendo caso de niñerías ni de bravatas, después de haber mirado a una y otra parte, como se ha dicho, volvió a las espaldas y enseñó sus traseras partes a Don Quijote, y con gran flema y remanso se volvió a echar en la jaula. Viendo lo cual, Don Quijote mandó al leonero que le diese palos y le irritase para echarle fuera. Eso haré yo, respondió el leonero, porque si yo le instigo, lo primero a quien hará pedazos será a mí mismo. Vuestra merced, señor caballero, se contente con lo que ha hecho, que todo lo que puede decirse en género de valentía y no quiera tentar segunda fortuna. El león tiene abierta la puerta en su mano. Está salir, no salir, pero pues no ha salido hasta ahora, no saldrá en todo el día. La grandeza del corazón de vuesa merced ya está bien declarada. Ningún bravo peleante, según a mí, se me alcanza. Está obligado a más que desafiar a su enemigo y esperarle en campaña. Y si el contrario no acude, en el que se queda la infamia, y el esperante gana la corona del vencimiento. Así es verdad, respondió Don Quijote. Cierra, amigo, la puerta, y dame por testimonio, en la mejor forma que pudieras. Lo que aquí me has visto hacer, conviene a saber, como tú abriste al león, yo le esperé. Él no salió, volvíle a esperar, y volvió a no salir, y volvióse a acostar. No debo más, y encantos afuera, y Dios ayude a la razón y a la verdad, y a la verdadera caballería, y cierra como he dicho. En tanto, que hago señas a los huidos y ausentes, para que sepan de boca esta hazaña. Hízolo así el leonero, y Don Quijote, poniendo en la punta de la lanza el lienzo con que se iba limpiando el rostro de la lluvia, de los resecones, comenzó a llamar a los que no dejaban de huir ni de volver la cabeza a cada paso, todos en tropa antecogidos del hidalgo. Pero alcanzado Sancho a ver la señal del blanco paño, dijo, que me maten a mí, señor. No ha vencido las fieras bestias, pues nos llama. Detuviéronse todos y conocieron que el que hacía las señas era Don Quijote, y perdiendo alguna parte del miedo, poco a poco se vinieron acercando hasta donde claramente oyeron las voces de Don Quijote que los llamaba. Finalmente volvieron al carro, y en llegando, dijo Don Quijote al carretero, volved, hermano, a uncir vuestras mulas y a proseguir vuestro viaje. Y tú, Sancho, dale 2 escudos de oro para él y el leonero en recompensa de lo que por mí se ha detenido. Eso daré yo de buena gana, respondió Sancho. Pero, ¿qué se han hecho los leones? ¿Son muertos o vivos? Entonces el leonero menudamente y por sus pausas contó el fin de la contenida, exagerando como el mejor pudo y supo el valor de Don Quijote, la cuya vista el león, acobardado, no quiso ni oso salir de la jaula, puesto que había tenido un buen espacio, abierto la puerta de la jaula, y que por haber él dicho a aquel caballero que era tentar Dios irritar al león para que su fuerza saliese, como él quería se irritase. mal de su grado y contra toda su voluntad, había permitido que la puerta se cerrase.
"What do you think of that, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "Are there any enhancements that can prevail against true courage? Enhancers may deprive me of good fortune, but of spirit and courage never." Sancho gave the man escudos. The driver yoked his team. The lion keeper kissed Don Quixote's hand for the favor received, and promised to recount that valiant feat to the king himself for when he arrived in court. If by chance his majesty asked who performed the deed, tell him it was the Knight of the Lions from this day forth. I want the name I have had until now, the Knight of the Sorrowful Face, to be changed, altered, turned and transformed into this. And in doing so, I follow the ancient usage of knights errant, who changed their names whenever they wished or whenever they seemed appropriate. The wagon went on its way, and Don Quixote, Sancho, and the gentleman of the green coat continued on theirs. In all this time, Don Diego de Miranda had not said a word, but it was careful to observe and note the actions and words of Don Quixote, who seemed to him a sane man gone mad, and a madman edging towards sanity. Had he not yet heard anything about the first part of Don Quixote's history, if he had read it, he would no longer have been astonished by his actions and words, for he would have known the nature of his madness. But since he did not, he sometimes thought him sane and sometimes mad, because his speech was coherent, elegant, and eloquent, and his actions nonsensical, reckless, and foolish. And he said to himself, "What greater madness can there be than putting on a helmet full of curds and believing that enhancers had softened one's head? And what greater temerity and foolishness than to attempt to do a battle with lions?" Don Quixote drew him away from these thoughts and of the soliloquy by saying, "Who can doubt, Señor Don Diego de Miranda, that in their opinion of your grace I am foolish and a witless man? And it would not be surprising if you did, because my actions do not attest to anything else. Even so, I would like your grace to observe that I am not as mad or as foolish as I must seem to you. And a gallant knight is pleasing in the eyes of his king when, in the middle of a great plaza, he successfully thrusts his lance into a fierce bull. A knight is pleasing when, dressed in shining armor, he enters the field and contends in lively jousts before the ladies and all those knights who engage in military exercises or seem to entertain and enliven, and, if one may say so, honor the courts of their princess. But above and beyond all, the best seems to be the knight errant, who travels westlands and desolate places, crossroads and forests and mountains, seeking dangerous adventures and attempting to bring them to a happy and fortunate conclusion, his sole purpose being to achieve glorious and lasting fame. The knight errant who helps a widow in some deserted spot seems better, I say, than a courtier knight flattering a damsel in the city. All knights have their own endeavors, lest the courtier serve the ladies and lend majesty to the court of his king with livery. Let him sustain poor knights in the splendors of his table, arrange jousts, support tourneys, and show himself to be great, liberal, magnanimous, and above all, a good Christian. And in this manner he will meet his precise obligations. But let the knight errant search all the corners of the world. Let him enter into the most intricate labyrinths, attempt to be impossible at each step he takes, resist in empty wastelands the burning rays of the sun in summer, and in winter the harsh rigors of freezing winds. Let him not be dismayed by lions or frightened by monsters, or terrified by dragons, searching for these and attacking those and vanquishing them in all his principal and true endeavors. I then, since it is my fortune to be counted in the number of knights errant, cannot help but attack all things that seem to me to fall within the jurisdiction of my endeavors. And so it was my rightful place to attack the lions which I now attacked, although I knew I was exceedingly reckless, because I know very well what valor means, and it is virtue that occupies a place between two wicked extremes, which are cowardice and temerity. But it is better for the valiant man to touch on and climb to the heights of temerity than to touch on and fall to the depths of cowardice. And just as it is easy for the prodigal to be generous with the miser, it is easier for the reckless man to become truly brave than for the coward. And in the matter of undertaking adventures, your grace may believe me, Señor Don Diego, it is better to lose with too many cards than too few, because the knight is reckless and daring. Sound better to the ear of those who hear it than the knight is timid and cowardly. Señor Don Quixote, responded Don Diego, I say that everything your grace had said and done has been balanced on the scale of reason itself, and I understand that if the code and laws of knight-erranty were ever lost, they would be found again in your grace's heart, as if they were your own repository and archive. And now let us hurry, for it is getting late. When we reach my village and house, your grace can rest from your recent labors, if not by the body, then of the spirit, which can often lead to your body's fatigue. I consider your offer of great kindness and favor, Senor Don Diego, responded Don Quixote, and spurring the moment more than they had up till until then. At about 2 o'clock, they reached the village and house of Don Diego, whom Don Quixote called the Knight of the Green Coat.
Chapter 18, regarding what befell Don Quixote in the castle or house of the Knight of the Green Coat, along with other bizarre matters. Don Quixote found Don Diego de Miranda's house to be spacious in the rustic manner. His coat of arms, though of rough stone, was above the street door, the storeroom in the courtyard, the wine cellar, the entrance hall, and on many large earthenware jars, which, because they were from Toboso, revived in Don Quixote memories of his enchanted and transformed Dulcinea, and heaving a sigh, and not caring what he said or whom he was with, he said, O sweet treasures, discovered to my sorrow, sweet and joyous when God did will them so. O Tobosan vessels, which have brought to mind the sweetest treasure of my deepest grief. He was heard to say this by the student poet, Don Diego's son, who had come out with his mother to receive him, and both mother and son marveled to see the strange figure of Don Quixote, who, dismounting Rocinante, very courteously went up to her and asked to kiss her hands. And Don Diego said, Señora, welcome with your customary amiability, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, whom you have here before you, the most valiant and intelligent knight errant in the world. The lady, whose name was Doña Cristina, received him with signs of great affection and courtesy, and Don Quixote responded with a number of judicious and courteous phrases. He used almost the same phrases with the student, who, when he heard Don Quixote speak, thought him a man of intelligence and wit. Here the author depicts all the details of Don Diego's house, portraying for us what the house of a wealthy gentleman farmer contains. But the translator of this history decided to pass over these and other similar minutiae in silence, because they did not accord with the principal purpose of the history, whose strength lies more in its truth than in cold digressions. They led Don Quixote to a chamber, where Sancho removed his armor, leaving him in pantaloons and a chamois doublet that was stained with the grime of his armor. His collar was wide and soft like a student's, without starch or lace trimming. His tights were date-colored, and his shoes waxed. He girded on his trusty sword, which hung from a sword belt made of sealskin, for it is believed that for many years he suffered from a kidney ailment. Over this he wore a short cape of good dark cloth. But first of all, with 5 pots, or perhaps 6 pots of water, there being some difference of opinion regarding the number, he washed his head and face, and still the water was the color of whey, thanks to Sancho's gluttony and his purchase of the black-hearted curds that turned his master so white. With these adornments and genteel grace and gallantry, Don Quixote went to another room, where the student was waiting to entertain him, while the tables were being laid. For with the arrival of so noble a guest, Señora Doña Cristina wished to show that she knew how and was able to lavish attention on those who visited her house. While Don Quixote was removing his armor, Don Lorenzo, which was the name of Don Diego's son, had the opportunity to say to his father, Señor, who can this knight be, whom you have brought to our house? His name and appearance, and his saying that he is a knight-errant, have baffled my mother and me. Son, I don't know what to tell you, responded Don Diego. I can say only that I have seen him do things worthy of the greatest madman in the world, and heard him say things so intelligent that they wipe out and undo his mad acts. Speak to him, and explore what he knows, and since you are clever, you'll make a reasonable judgment regarding his cleverness or foolishness, though to tell you the truth, I think he's more mad than sane. Then Don Lorenzo Then Don Lorenzo went in to entertain Don Quixote, and has been said, and among other exchanges that passed between them, Don Quixote said to Don Lorenzo,
Your Grace, Father Senor Don Diego de Miranda, has informed me of the rare ability and subtle ingenuity which your Grace possesses, and in particular that your Grace is a great poet. A poet, perhaps, responded Don Lorenzo, but by no means great. The truth is, I have a predilection for poetry and for reading good poets, but that does not justify calling me great, as my father has done. This humility does not seem a bad thing to me, responded Don Quixote, because there is no poet who is not arrogant and does not think himself the greatest poet in the world. Every rule has its exception, responded Don Lorenzo, and there must be some who are great and do not think so. Very few, responded Don Quixote. But tell me, your Grace, what verses are you at work on now? Your father has told me that they have made you somewhat restive and thoughtful. If it is a gloss, I know something about the subject and would like very much to hear it. If the verses are for literary competition, your Grace should try to win second place. First is always won through favor, or because of the high estate of the person. Second is won because of pure justice. And by this calculation, third becomes second, and first becomes third, in the manner of the degrees offered by universities. But even so, being called first carries with it great celebrity. So far, said Don Lorenzo to himself, I can't call you crazy. Let's move on. And to Don Quixote, he said, it seems to me that your Grace has spent time in school. What sciences have you studied? The science of knight errantry, responded Don Quixote, which is as good as poetry, and perhaps even a little better. I don't know that science, replied Don Lorenzo. I haven't heard of it until now. It's a science, replied Don Quixote, that contains all or most of the sciences in the world, because the man who professes it must be a jurist and know the laws of distributive and commutative justice, so that he may give to each person what is his and what he ought to have. He must be a theologian, so that he may know how to explain the Christian law he professes clearly and distinctly, no matter where he is asked to do so. He must be a physician, and principally a herbalist, so that he may know, in the midst of wastelands and deserts, the herbs that have the virtue to heal wounds. For the knight errant cannot always go looking for someone to heal him. He must be an astrologer, so that he can tell by the stars how many hours of the night have passed, and in what part of the climate of the world he finds himself. He must know mathematics, because at every step he will have need of them. And leaving aside the fact that he must be adorned with all the theological and cardinal virtues, and descending to the small details, I say that he must know how to swim as well as they say the fisherman, Nicholas or Nicolau, could swim. He must know how to shoe a horse and repair a saddle and bridle. And returning to what was said before, he must keep his faith in God and in his lady. He must be chaste in his thoughts, honest in his words, liberal in his actions, valiant in his deeds, long-suffering in his afflictions, charitable with those in need, and finally, an upholder of the truth, even if it cost him his life to defend it. Of all these great and trivial parts of a good knight errant is composed, and so your Grace may judge, Senor Don Lorenzo, if the science learned by the knight who studies and professes it is shallow one, and if it can be compared to the noblest that are taught in colleges and schools. If this is true, replied Don Lorenzo, I say that this science surpasses all of them. What do you mean, if this is true? Responded Don Quixote. What I mean to say, said Don Lorenzo, is that I doubt there have ever been knights errant, or that there are any now who are adorned with so many virtues. I have often said what I repeat now, responded Don Quixote. Most of the people in the world are of the opinion that there never have been knights errant. So it seems to me that even if heaven does not miraculously reveal to them the truth that they did not exist and do exist now, any effort I make must be in vain, as experience has so often shown me. And so I do not wish to take the time now to free your grace from the error you share with many others. What I intend to do is pray that heaven frees you from it and allows you to understand how beneficial and necessary knights errant were to the world in the past, and how advantageous they could be in the present if they were still in use. But what triumphs now, because of people's sins, are sloth, idleness, gluttony, and self-indulgence. Our guest has gotten away from us, said Don Lorenzo to himself. But even so, he is a gallant madman, and I would be a weak-minded fool if I didn't think so. Here their conversation came to an end, because they were called to the table. Don Diego asked his son what he had deduced regarding their guest's wits, to which he responded, "Not all physicians and notaries in the world could make a final accounting of his madness. He is a combination madman who has many lucid intervals." They went in to eat, and the meal was just the kind that Don Diego had declared on the road that he usually provided for his guests. Pure, abundant, and delicious. But what pleased Don Quixote the most was the marvelous silence that reigned throughout the house, which seemed like a Carthusian monastery. And so, when the tablecloths had been removed, and thanks had been given to God, and water poured over hands, Don Quixote most earnestly asked Don Lorenzo to recite his verses for the literary competition, to which he responded that in order not to seem like one of those poets who refuse when they are asked to recite their verses and spew them forth when they aren't asked, "I'll recite my gloss, for which I don't expect any prize at all. I've written it only to exercise my wits." "A wise friend of mine," responded Don Quixote, "was of the opinion that nobody ought to tire of glossing verses, and the reasons he said was that the gloss never could approach the text, and that many or most times the gloss strayed from the intention and purpose of what the text proposed. Moreover, the laws of the gloss were too strict, for they did not allow questions, or he said, or I shall say, or the making of verbs into nouns, or changing the significance, along with other restrictions and regulations that set limits for those who write glosses, as your grace must know." "Truly, Señor Don Quixote," said Don Lorenzo, "I would like to catch your grace in some foolish mistake, and I can't, because you slip out of my hands like an eel." "I do not understand," responded Don Quixote, "what your grace says or means to say about my slipping away." "I'll explain later," responded Don Lorenzo, "but for now your grace should listen to the gloss verses and to the gloss, which read like this.
Si mi fue tornase a es, sin esperar más será, o viniese el tiempo ya de lo que será después. Glosa. Al fin, como todo pasa, se pasó el bien que me dio fortuna un tiempo no escasa, y nunca me le volvió, ni abundante ni por tasa. Siglos ha ya que me ves, fortuna puesto a tus pies. Vuélveme a ser venturoso, que será mi ser dichoso, si mi fue tornase a es. No quiero otro gusto o gloria, otra palma o vencimiento, otro triunfo, otra victoria, sino volver al contento que es pesar en mi memoria. Si tú me vuelves allá, fortuna, templado está todo el rigor de mi fuego, y más si este vienes luego, sin esperar más será. Cosas imposibles pido, pues volver el tiempo a ser después que una vez ha sido. No hay en la tierra poder que a tanto se haya extendido. Corre el tiempo, vuela y va, ligero y no volverá, y erraría el que pidiese, o que el tiempo ya se fuese, o volviese el tiempo ya. Vivo en perpleja vida, ya esperando, ya temiendo, es muerte muy conocida, y es mucho mejor muriendo buscar al dolor salida. A mí me fuera interés acabar, mas no lo es, pues con discurso mejor me da la vida el temor de lo que será después. En acabando de decir su glosa, don Lorenzo se levantó en pie don Quijote y en voz levantada ya parecía grito, haciendo con su mano la derecha de don Lorenzo dijo: Viven los cielos donde más altos están, mancebo generoso, que sois el mejor poeta del orbe y que merecéis estar laureado no por Chipre ni por Gaeta, como dijo un poeta, que Dios perdone, sino por las academias de Atenas, si hoy vivieran, y por las que hoy viven en París, Bolonia y Salamanca. Plega al cielo que los jueces que os quitaren el premio el premio primero. Febo los aceite y las musas jamás atraviesen los umbrales de sus casas. Decidme, Señor, si sois servido algunos versos mayores que quiero tomar de todo en todo el pulso a vuestro admirable ingenio. ¿No es bueno que dicen que se holgó don Lorenzo de verse alabar de don Quijote, aunque le tenía por loco? Oh fuerza de la adoración, ¿a cuánto te extiendes y cuán dilatados límites son los de tu jurisdicción agradable? Esta verdad acreditó don Lorenzo, pues concedió con la demanda y deseo de don Quijote, diciéndole este soneto a la fábula o historia de Píramo y Tisbe. Soneto. El muro rompe la doncella hermosa que de Píramo abrió el gallardo pecho. Parte el amor de Chipre y va derecho a ver la quiebra estrecha y prodigiosa. Habla el silencio allí, porque no osa la voz entrar por tan estrecho. Las almas sí, que amor suele de hecho facilitar la más difícil cosa. Salió el deseo de compás y el paso de la imprudente virgen solicita por su gusto su muerte. Ved qué historia, que entre ambos en un punto, oh extraño caso, los mata, los encubre y resucita una espada, un sepulcro, una memoria. Bendito sea Dios, dijo don Quijote habiendo oído el soneto de don Lorenzo, que entre los infinitos poetas consumidos que hay he visto un consumado poeta, como lo es vuesa merced, señor mío, que así me lo da a entender el artificio de este soneto. 4 días estuvo don Quijote regaladísimo en la casa de don Diego, al cabo de los cuales le pidió licencia para irse, diciéndole que le agradecía la merced y buen tratamiento que en su casa había recibido, pero que por no parecer bien que los caballeros andantes se den muchas horas a ocio y al regalo, se quería ir a cumplir con su oficio, buscando las aventuras, de quien tenía noticia que aquella tierra abundaba, donde esperaba entretener el tiempo hasta que llegase el día de las justas de Zaragoza, que era el de su derecha derrota, y que primero había de entrar en la cueva de Montesinos, de quien tantas y tan admirables cosas en aquellos contornos se contaban, sabiendo e inquiriendo asimismo el nacimiento y verdaderos manantiales de las 7 lagunas llamadas comúnmente de Ruidera. Don Diego y su hijo le alabaron su honrosa determinación y le dijeron que tomase de su casa y de su hacienda todo lo que en grado le viniese, que le servirían con la voluntad posible, que a ello les obligaba el valor de su persona y la honrosa profesión suya. Llegóse en fin el día de su partida, tan alegre para don Quijote como triste y aciago para Sancho Panza, que se hallaba muy bien con la abundancia de la casa de don Diego, y rehusaba de volver a la hambre que se usa en las florestas, despoblados y a la estrecheza de sus mal proveídas alforjas. Con todo esto las llenó y colmó de lo más necesario que le pareció, y al despedirse dijo don Quijote a don Lorenzo: No sé si he dicho a vuesa merced otra vez, y si lo he dicho lo vuelvo a decir, que cuando vuesa merced quisiere ahorrar caminos y trabajos para llegar a la inaccesible cumbre del templo de la fama, no tiene que hacer otra cosa sino dejar a una parte la senda de la poesía, algo estrecha, y tomar la estrechísima de la andante caballería, bastante para hacerle emperador en Daca las pajas. Con estas razones acabó Don Quijote de cerrar el proceso de su locura, y más con las que añadió diciendo, ¿sabe Dios si quisiera llevar conmigo al señor Don Lorenzo para enseñarle cómo se han de perdonar los sujetos y supeditar y acocear los soberbios? Virtudes anejas a la profesión que yo profeso, pero pues no lo pide su poca edad, ni lo querrán consentir sus loables ejercicios. Solo me contento con advertirle a vuesa merced que siendo poeta podrá ser famoso si se guía más por el parecer ajeno que por el propio, porque no hay padre ni madre a quien sus hijos le parezcan feos, y en los que lo son del entendimiento corre más este engaño. De nuevo se admiraron padre y hijo de las entremetidas razones de Don Quijote, ya discretas y ya disparatadas, y del tema y tesón que llevaba de acudir de todo en todo a la busca de sus desventuradas aventuras, que las tenía por fin y blanco de sus deseos. Reiteráronse los ofrecimientos y comedimientos, y con la buena licencia de la señora del castillo, Don Quijote y Sancho, sobre Rocinante y el rucio, se partieron. Sí, capítulo 19, donde se cuenta la aventura del pastor enamorado con otros en verdad graciosos sucesos. Poco trecho se había alongado Don Quijote del lugar de Don Diego cuando encontró con dos como clérigos o como estudiantes y con dos labradores que sobre 4 bestias asnales venían caballeros. El uno de los estudiantes traía como en portamenteo en un lienzo de bocací verde envuelto, al parecer un poco de grana blanca y 2 pares de medias de cordellate. El otro no traía otra cosa que 2 espadas negras de esgrima, nuevas y con sus zapatillas. Los labradores traían otras cosas que daban indicio y señal que venían de alguna villa grande, donde las habían comprado y las llevaban a su aldea. Y así estudiantes como labradores cayeron en la misma admiración en que caían todos aquellos que la vez primera veían a Don Quijote, y morían por saber qué hombre fuese aquel tan fuera del uso de los otros hombres. Saludóles Don Quijote y después de saber el camino que llevaban, que era el mismo que él hacía, les ofreció su compañía y les pidió detuviesen el paso, porque caminaban más sus pollinas que su caballo. Y para obligarlos en breves razones les dijo quién era y su oficio y profesión, que era de caballero andante, que iba a buscar las aventuras por todas las partes del mundo. Díjoles que se llamaba de nombre propio Don Quijote de la Mancha y por apelativo el caballero de los leones. Todo esto para los labradores era hablarles en griego y en jerigonza, pero no para los estudiantes, que luego entendieron la flaqueza del cerebro de Don Quijote. Pero con todo eso le miraban con admiración y con respeto, y uno de ellos le dijo: si vuesa merced, señor caballero, no lleva camino determinado, como no le suelen llevar los que buscan las aventuras, vuesa merced se venga con nosotros. Verá una de sus mejores bodas y más ricas que hasta el día de hoy se habrán celebrado en la Mancha, ni en otras muchas leguas a la redonda.
Don Quixote asked him if it was a prince's wedding that he was praising so highly. No, responded the student, not a prince, but the richest farmer in this entire land and the most beautiful farm girl men have ever seen. The preparations for the wedding celebration are extraordinary and remarkable because it will be held in a meadow near the bride's village. She is always called fair Quiteria, and the groom is called rich Camacho. She is 18 and he is 22. They are equals, though certain inquisitive people who have the lineages of the entire world memorized claim that fair Quiteria is superior to Comanches. But nobody thinks about that nowadays. Wealth has the power to mend a good many cracks. In fact, Camacho is extremely generous, and he has taken a notion to weave branches into a bower to cover the entire meadow so that the sun will have great difficulty if it wants to come in to visit the green grass covering the ground. He also has arranged for dances with swords and with bells, for there are in his village people who are excellent at ringing and shaking them. And I won't say anything about the heel tappers, for the general opinion is that he has a good number of them ready. But none of the things I've mentioned, or the many others I've omitted, are what will make this wedding remarkable, but rather the things I imagine a desperate Basilio will do. The Basilio is a shepherd from the same village as Quiteria, and his house shared a wall with the house of Quiteria's parents, allowing love the opportunity to renew in the world the long-forgotten loves of Pyramus and Thisbe. Because Basilio loved Quiteria from his earliest, tenderest youth, and she responded to his desire with 1,000 honest favors, so that in the village the love of the two children, Basilio and Quiteria, was recounted with amusement. As they grew older, Quiteria's father decided to deny Basilio the access to his house that he once had enjoyed, and to spare him mistrust and endless suspicions. He arranged for his daughter to marry rich Camacho, for it did not seem a good idea to marry her to Basilio, who was better endowed by nature than by fortune. If the truth be told without envy, he is the most agile youth we know, a great hurler of the bar, an excellent wrestler, a fine pelota player. He runs like a deer, leaps like a goat, and plays bowls as if he were enchanted. He sings like a lark, plays the guitar so well he makes it speak, and most of all, he can fence with the best of them. For that one accomplishment, said Don Quixote, the youth deserved not only to marry fair Quiteria, but Queen Guinevere herself, if she were alive today, in spite of Lancelot and all the others who might wish to prevent it. Try telling that to my wife, said Sancho Panza, who so far had been listening in silence. The only thing she wants is for everybody to marry their equal, following the proverb that says, like goes to like. What I'd like is for this good Basilio, and I'm growing very fond of him, to marry Senora Quiteria. People who keep people who love each other from marriage should rest in peace, world without end. And I was going to say the opposite. If all people who love each other were to marry, said Don Quixote, it would deprive parents of the right and privilege to marry their children to the person and at the time they ought to marry. If daughters were entitled to choose their own husbands, one would choose her father's servant and another man she saw walking on the street who seemed to her proud and gallant, although he might be a debauchee and a braggart. For love and affection easily blind the eyes of the understanding which are so necessary for choosing one's estate. And the estate of matrimony is at particular risk of error, and great caution is required, and the particular favor of heaven in order to choose correctly. If a person wishes to make a long journey, and if he is prudent before setting out, he will find reliable and peaceful companionship for his travels. Then why would he not do the same for the journey that takes a lifetime until it reaches the resting place of death, and especially if his companion will be with him in bed, at the table, everywhere, which is how a wife accompanies her husband. The companionship of one's own wife is not merchandise that once purchased can be returned or exchanged or altered. It is an irrevocable circumstance that lasts as long as one lives. It is a rope that, if put around one's neck, turns into the Gordian knot, and if the scythe of death does not cut it, there is no way to untie it. I could say much more with regard to this subject, but I am kept from doing so by my desire to know if the distinguished licentiate has more to tell us of the history of Basilio. To which the student bachelor or licentiate, as Don Quixote called him, responded, there really is no more for me to say, except that ever since the moment Basilio learned that fair Quiteria was marrying Camacho, He has not been known to laugh or to speak coherently, and he always goes about pensive and sad, talking to himself, which are clear and certain signs that he has lost his mind. He eats little and sleeps little, and what he does eat is fruit. And if he does sleep, it's in the field, on the hard ground, like a dumb animal. From time to time, he looks up at the sky. At other times, he fixes his eyes on the ground and is so entranced that he seems to be dressed stature, whose clothes are moved by the breeze. In short, he gives so many indications of having a heart maddened by love that those of us who know him fear that when fair Quiteria takes her marriage vows tomorrow, it will be his death sentence. God will find the cure, said Sancho, for God gives the malady and also the remedy. Nobody knows the future. There's a lot of hours until tomorrow, and in one of them, and even in a moment, the house can fall. I've seen it rain at the same time the sun is shining. A man goes to bed healthy and can't move the next day. And tell me, is there anybody who can boast that he's driven a nail into fortune's wheel? No, of course not. And I wouldn't dare put the point of a pin between a woman's eye and no, because it wouldn't fit. Tell me that Quiteria loves Basilio, and all her heart, and with all her heart and all her soul, and I'll give him a sack of good fortune, because I've heard that love looks through spectacles that make copper look like gold, poverty like riches, and sun-dried rheum like pearls. Damn you, Sancho! Where will you stop? Said Don Quixote. When you begin to string together proverbs and stories, nobody can endure it but Judas himself, and may Judas himself take you. Tell me, you brute, what do you know of nails or wheels or anything else? Oh, well, if none of you understand me, responded Sancho, it's no wonder my sayings are taken for nonsense. But it doesn't matter. I understand what I'm saying, and I know there's not much foolishness in what I said. But your grace is always sentencing what I say and even what I do. Censuring is what you should say, said Don Quixote, and not sentencing. You corrupter of good language, may God confound you. Your grace shouldn't get angry with me, responded Sancho, because you know I didn't grow up in at court or study at Salamanca. So how would I know if I'm adding or taking away letters from my words? God save me. You can't force a Sayagan to talk like a Toledan, and there may be some Toledans who don't talk better than anybody else. That's true, said the licentiate, because those who grew up in the Telenarias and in Zocodover cannot speak as well as those who spend almost the entire day strolling in the cloister of the cathedral, and all of them are Toledans. Pure language, appropriate, elegant, and clear, is used by discerning courtiers, even if they were born in Maja la Honda. I said discerning because there are many who are not, and discriminant in the grammar of good language, which is acquired with use. I, senores, for my sins, have studied canon law at Salamanca, and am rather proud of speaking with words that are clear, plain, and meaningful. If you hadn't been prouder of how you move those foils you're carrying than of how you wag your tongue, said the other student, whose name was Corchuelo, maybe you would have placed first for your licentiate instead of last. Look, bachelor, responded the licentiate, you hold the most erroneous opinion in the world about skill with the sword, since you consider it useless. As far as I'm concerned, it's not an opinion, but an established truth, said Corchuelo. And if you would like me to prove it to you experientially, you're carrying the foils. There's a convenient spot. I have a steady hand and strength together with my courage, which is no small thing. They will make you confess that I am not mistaken. Dismount and use your changes of posture, your circles, your angles, and your science.
I will first read from the first chapter of the first book in Quechua. Huchkiti, La Mancha, yakta sitiyupin, mana yuyarina markapi, yakakai watakuna kama, hush shuk ashyashka wirakucha, tusinantin hidalgo, charki rosin kawayunchayuk, fawa kachak, alkuchayun ima tiyakuran. Aswan waka ugushamanta auchayumi Mancha nuna pipas. Tisa tisaxka. Mishunaya chayu. Tutapaka makanakuiwan. Chawinaikui wanya. Rirushi. Sawaru punchaitami lintishashkayan. Biripispika. Domingo tapimi urpichutawan yapaykuska. En eso de volver o no, las espaldas no me meto, replicó el diestro, aunque podría ser que en la parte donde la vez primera clavédese el pie, ahí os abriesen la sepultura. Quiero decir, que allí quedásense muerto por la despreciada destreza. Ahora se verá, respondió Corchuelo, y apeándose con gran presteza de su jumento, tiró con furia de una de las espadas que llevaba el licenciado en el suyo. No ha de ser así, dijo a ese instante Don Quijote, que yo quiero ser el maestro de este esgrima, y el juez de estas muchas veces no averiguada cuestión. Y apeándose de Rocinante, y haciendo de su lanza, se puso en la mitad del camino, a tiempo que ya el licenciado, con gentil donaire de cuerpo y compás de pies, se iba contra Corchuelo, que contra él se vino, lanzando, como decirse suele, fuego por los ojos. Los otros dos labradores del acompañamiento, sin apearse de sus pollinas, sirvieron de espectadores en la mortal tragedia. Las cuchilladas, estocadas, altibajos, reveses y mandobles que tiraba Corchuelo eran sin número, más espesas que hígado y más menudas que granizo. Arremetía como un león irritado, pero salíale al encuentro un tapaboca de la zapatilla de la espada del licenciado, que en la mitad de su furia le detenía, y se la hacían besar como si fuera reliquia, aunque no con tanta devoción como las reliquias deben y suelen besarse. Finalmente, el licenciado le contó a estocadas todos los botones de una media sotanilla que traía vestida, haciéndole tiras los faldamentos como colas de pulpo. Derribóle el sombrero 2 veces y cansóle de manera que de despecho, cólera y rabia asió la espada por la empuñadura y arrójola por el aire con tanta fuerza, que uno de los labradores asistentes, que era escribano, que fue por ella, dio después por testimonio que la alongó de sí casi 3/4 de legua, el cual testimonio sirve y ha servido para que se conozca y vea con toda verdad cómo la fuerza es vencida del arte. Sentóse cansado Corchuelo, y llegándose a él Sancho le dijo: Mía fe, señor bachiller, si vuesa merced toma mi consejo, de aquí adelante no ha de desafiar a nadie a esgrimir, sino a luchar o a tirar la barra, pues tiene edad y fuerzas para ello. Que de estos a quien llaman diestros, he oído decir que meten una punta de una espada por el ojo de una aguja. Yo me contento, respondió Corchuelo, de haber caído en mi burra, y que me haya mostrado la experiencia la verdad de quien tan lejos estaba. Y levantándose, abrazó al licenciado, y quedaron más amigos que de antes, y no queriendo esperar al escribano, que había ido por la espada, por parecerle que tardaría mucho, y así determinaron seguir, por llegar temprano a la aldea de Quitera, de donde todos eran. En lo que faltaba del camino, les fue contando el licenciado las excelencias de la espada, con tantas razones demostrativas y con tantas figuras y demostraciones matemáticas, que todos quedaron enterados de la bondad de la ciencia, y Corchuelo reducido de su pertinacia. Era anochecido, pero antes que llegasen, les pareció a todos que estaba delante del pueblo un cielo lleno de innumerables y resplandientes estrellas. Oyeron, asimismo, confusos y suaves sonidos de diversos instrumentos, como de flautas, tamborinos, salterios, albogues, panderos y sonajas. Y cuando llegaron cerca vieron que los árboles de una enramada que a mano habían puesto en la entrada del pueblo estaban todos llenos de luminarias, a quien no ofendía el viento, que entonces no soplaba sino tan manso, que no tenía fuerza para mover las hojas de los árboles. Los músicos eran los regocijadores de la boda, que en diversas cuadrillas por aquel agradable sitio andaban, unos bailando y otros cantando, y otros tocando la diversidad de los referidos instrumentos. En efecto, no parecía sino que por todo aquel prado andaba corriendo la alegría y saltando el contento. Otros muchos andaban ocupados en levantar andamios, de donde con comodidad pudiesen ver otro día las representaciones y danzas que se habían de hacer en aquel lugar dedicado para solemnizar las bodas del rico Camacho y las exequias de Basilio. No quiso entrar en el lugar de Don Quijote, aunque se lo pidieron. Así el labrador como el bachiller, pero él dio por disculpa, bastantísima a su parecer, ser costumbre de los caballeros andantes dormir por los campos y florestas, antes que en los poblados, aunque fuese debajo de dorados techos. Y con esto se desvió un poco del camino, bien contra la voluntad de Sancho, viéndosele a la memoria el buen alojamiento que había tenido en el castillo o casa de don Diego. Capítulo 20, donde se cuentan las bodas de Camacho, el rico con el suceso de Basilio el pobre. Apenas la blanca aurora había dado lugar a que el luciente Febo, con el ardor de sus calientes rayos, las líquidas perlas de sus cabellos en oro enjugase, cuando Don Quijote, sacudiendo la pereza de sus miembros, se puso en pie y llamó a su escudero Sancho, que aún todavía roncaba, lo cual por Don Quijote, antes le despertase, le dijo: «Oh tú, bienaventurado, sobre cuantos viven sobre la haz de la tierra, pues sin tener envidia ni ser envidiado, duermes con sosegado espíritu, ni te persiguen encantadores, ni sobresaltan encantamentos. Duerme, digo otra vez, y lo diré otra ciento, sin que te tengan en continua vigilancia celos de tu dama, ni te desvelen pensamientos de pagar deudas que debas, ni de lo que has de hacer para comer otro día tú y tu pequeña y angustiada familia. Ni la ambición te inquieta, ni la pompa vana del mundo te fatiga, pues los límites de tus deseos no se extienden a más que a pensar tu jumento, que él, de tu persona, sobre mis hombros, le tienes puesto, contrapeso y carga que puso la naturaleza y la costumbre a los señores. Duerme el criado, y está velando el señor, pensando cómo le ha de sustentar, mejorar y hacer mercedes. La congoja de ver que el cielo se hace de bronce sin acudir a la tierra con el conveniente rocío no aflige al criado, sino al Señor, que ha de sustentar en la esterilidad y el hambre al que sirvió en la fertilidad y abundancia». A todo esto no respondió Sancho, porque dormía, ni despertara tan presto si Don Quijote con el cuento de la lanza no le hiciere volver en sí. Despertó, en fin, soñoliento y perezoso, y volviendo el rostro a todas partes, dijo: «De la parte de esta enramada, si no me engaño, sale un tufo y olor harto, más de torreznos asados que de juncos y tomillos. Bodas que por tales olores comienzan para mi santiguada que deben de ser abundantes y generosas». «Acaba, glotón», dijo Don Quijote. «Ven, iremos a ver estos desposorios, por lo que hace el desdeñado Basilio. Por ver lo que hace el desdeñado Basilio». «Mas que haga lo que quisiere», respondió Sancho, «no fuera el pobre y casárase con Quintera. ¿No hay más sino no tener un cuarto y querer casarse por las nubes? A la fe, señor, yo soy de parecer que el pobre debe de contentarse con lo que hallarte y no pedir cotufas en el golfo. Yo apostaré un brazo que puede Camacho envolver reales a Basilio. Y si esto es así, como debe de ser, bien boba fuera Quinteria en desechar las galas y las joyas que le debe de haber dado y le puede dar Camacho, por escoger el tirar de la barra y el jugar de la negra de Basilio. Sobre un buen tiro de barra o sobre una gentil treta de espadas, no hay un cuartillo de vino en la taberna. Habilidades y gracias que no son vendibles, más que las tenga el conde Dirlos. Pero cuando las tales gracias caen sobre quien tiene buen dinero, tal sea mi vida como ellas parecen. Sobre un buen cimiento se puede levantar un buen edificio, y el mejor cimiento y zanja del mundo es el dinero.
For the love of God, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that's enough of your harangue. I really believe that if you were allowed to go on with the ones you were constantly beginning, you would not have time to eat or sleep. You would spend all of it talking. If your grace had a good memory, replied Sancho, you'd remember the provisions of our agreement before we left home this last time. One of them was that you'd have to let me talk all I wanted as long as I didn't say anything against my neighbor or your grace's authority. And so far, it seems to me I haven't disobeyed that provision. I do not remember, Sancho, responded Don Quixote, any such provision. And since that is so, I want you to be quiet and come along now. The instruments we heard last night again gladden the valleys, and no doubt the wedding will be celebrated in the coolness of the morning, not in the heat of the afternoon. Sancho did as his master commanded and placed the saddle on Rocinante and the pack saddle on the donkey. The two men mounted, and at an unhurried pace, they rode into the bower. The first thing that appeared before Sancho's eyes was an entire steer on a roasting spit made of an entire elm, and in the fire where it was to roast, a fair-sized mountain of wood was burning, and 6 pots that were placed around the fire were not made in the common mold of other pots, because these were 6 huge cauldrons, each one large enough to hold the entire contents of an entire slaughterhouse. They contained and enclosed entire sheep, which sank out of view as if they were doves, the hares without their skins, and the chickens without their feathers that were hanging from trees, waiting to be buried in the cauldrons, were without number. The various kinds of fowl and game hanging from the trees to cool in the breeze were infinite. Sancho counted more than 60 wineskins, each one holding more than 2 arrobas, and all of them filled, as was subsequently proven, with excellent wines. There were also mounds of snowy white loaves of bread heaped up like piles of wheat on the threshing floor. Cheeses, crisscrossed like bricks, formed a wall, and 2 kettles of oil, larger than a dyer's vats, were used to fry rounds of dough, which were then removed with 2 strong paddles and plunged into another kettle filled with honey that stood nearby. The cooks, male and female, numbered more than 50, all of them devoted, diligent, and contented. 12 small, tender, suckling pigs were sewn into the expanded belly of the steer to give it flavor and make it tender. The various spices seemed to have been bought not by the pound, but by the arroba, and all of them were clearly visible in a large chest. In short, the provisions for the wedding were rustic, but so abundant that they could have fed an army. Sancho Panza observed everything, and contemplated everything, and felt affection for everything. First, his desire was captivated and conquered by the cauldrons, from which he gladly would have filled a medium-sized pot. Then, his affections were won over by the wineskins. Finally, the fruits of the skillet, if one could call the big-bellied kettles skillets, and so, when he could bear it no longer, it was not in his power to do anything else. He approached one of the diligent cooks in a courteous and hungry terms, and asked to be allowed a dip of crust of bread into one of those cauldrons, to which the cook responded, "Brother, thanks to rich Camacho, hunger has no jurisdiction today. Dismount and see if you can find a ladle, and skim off a chicken or 2, in hearty appetite to you." "I don't see one," responded Sancho. "Wait," said the cook. "Lord save me, but what a squeamish, fussy fellow you must be." And having said this, he seized a pot and dipped it into one of the cauldrons, then took out 3 chickens and 2 geese, and said to Sancho, "Eat, my friend, and break your fast with these skimmings until it's time to eat." "I don't have anything to put them in," responded Sancho. "Then take everything, the pot and all," said the cook, "for the riches and the happiness of Camacho will overlook that." While Sancho was engaged in these matters, Don Quixote watched as 12 farmers, dressed in their best holiday clothes, and mounted on 12 beautiful mares, decked out in rich and colorful rustic trappings, with a good number of bells on the breast straps of their harnesses, rode under the bower. In an orderly troop, they galloped not once, but many times around the meadow, joyfully crying and shouting, "Long live Camacho and Quiteria! He's rich as she is fair, and she's the fairest in the world." Hearing which, Don Quixote said to himself, "It certainly seems that they have not seen my Dulcinea of Toboso, for if they had, they would restrain their praises of Quiteria." A short while later, many groups of dancers became to come under the bower, among them one performing a sword dance with 24 young men of gallant and spirited appearance, all dressed in thin white linen and wearing headscarves of fine, multicolored silk. One of the men mounted on the mares asked their leader, an agile youth, if any of the dancers had been hurt. So far, thank God, nobody's been hurt. We're all fine. And then he began to wind his way among his companions, twisting and turning with so much skill that although Don Quixote had seen many such dances, he had never seen one as good as this. He also liked another group that came in, composed of beautiful young maidens, none younger than 14, none older than 18, all dressed in fine green cloth, their hair partly braided and partly hanging loose, and so blonde it could compete with the rays of the sun. And in their hair they wore garlands made of jasmine, roses, amaranth, and honeysuckle. They were led by a venerable old man and an ancient matron, more agile and nimble than their years would lead one to expect. Their music was played by a Zamaran bagpipe, and the maidens, with modesty in their eyes and on their faces, and with agility in their feet, showed themselves to be the best dancers in the world. Behind them came another troupe in an ingenious dance, the kind that is called a spoken dance. It consisted of 8 nymphs, divided into 2 lines. At the head of one line was the god Cupid, and at the head of another, Interest, the former adorned with wings, a bow, and a quiver of arrows, the latter dressed in richly colored silks and gold. The nymphs who followed Love had their names written on white parchment in large letters on their backs. Poetry was the name of the first, Discretion the name of the second, the third what's called Good Lineage, and the fourth Valor. Those who followed Interest were identified in the same fashion. Liberality was the name of the first, Gifts the name of the second, the third was called Treasure, and the fourth Peaceful Ownership. At the head of all of them came a wooden castle, drawn by 4 savages dressed in ivy and green dyed hemp, and looking so natural they almost frightened Sancho. On the main facade of the castle, and on all 4 sides, was written, "The Castle of Caution." Their music was played on the timbrel and flute by 4 skilled musicians. Cupid began the dance, and having completed 2 figures, he raised his eyes and shot an arrow at the maiden standing on the parapets of the castle, saying, "I am a god most powerful in the air and on the land, and in the wide wind-driven sea, and in the fiery pit and the fearful hell it contains. Fear is something I've never known. Whatever I wish, I can do, though it may well be impossible. In the realm of the possible I rule, and give and take away at will." He finished the stove, shot an arrow over the castle, and returned to his place. Then Interest came forward and executed another 2 figures. The timbrels fell silent, and he said, "I am mightier than Love, though it is Love who guides me. I am of the finest stock, and best known in the noblest that heaven breeds on earth. I am Interest, and for my sake few men do the deeds they should, though deeds sans me are miracles. I swear my devotion to you forever, world without end, amen." Interest stepped back, Poetry came forward, and after performing her figures as the others had, she turned her eyes towards the maiden of the castle and said, "In conceits most sweet and high, noble, solemn, and discreet, gentle Poetry, my lady, sends her soul to you in lines found in 1,000 new sonnets. If my pleas and constant prayers do not weary you, you're fortunate, envied by so many damsels, will be raised on high by me to the circle of the moon." Poetry moved away, and from the side where Interest stood, Liberality stepped forward, performed her figures, and said, "Liberality is the name of giving that shuns the extremes, of either prodigality or the opposite unwilling hand of a miserly soul. But in order to praise you, today I shall be prodigal, and though a vice, it is honored from a heart that is enamored in giving, it shows love."
In this fashion, all the dancers in the 2 bands came forward and then withdrew, and each one performed her figures and said her verses, some of them elegant and some of them ridiculous, but Don Quixote could retain in his memory, which was very good, only those that had been cited. Then all the dancers mingled, forming pairs and then separating with gentle grace and ease. And when Love passed in front of the castle, he shot his arrows into the air, but Interest broke gilded money boxes against it. Finally, after having danced for some time, Interest took out a large bag made of the skin of a big Roman cat, which seemed to be full of coins, and threw it at the castle, and at the impact the boards fell apart and collapsed, leaving the maiden exposed and without any defenses. Interest approached with the dancers in his group, put on a long gold chain around her neck, and pretended to seize and subdue her and make her his prisoner. When Love and his companions saw this, they moved to free her, and all these displays were made to the sound of the timbrels as they danced and twirled in harmony. The savages imposed peace when they quickly set up and put together again the boards of the castle, and the maiden went back inside, concluding the dance that had been watched with great pleasure by the spectators. Don Quixote asked one of the nymphs who had composed and directed it. She responded that it was a cleric, a beneficiary from the village who had a great talent for these kinds of inventions. I would wager, said Don Quixote, that this beneficiary or bachelor must be more of a friend to Camacho than to Basilio, and that he is more inclined to writing satires than to saying his prayers at vespers. How well he has incorporated into the dance Basilio's skills and Camacho's wealth. Sancho Panza, who heard everything, said, My cock's king, I'm on Camacho's side. In short, said Don Quixote, it seems clear, Sancho, that you are a peasant, the kind who shouts, Long live whoever wins. I don't know what kind I am, responded Sancho, but I do know that I never get such fine skimmings from Basilio's pots as I've gotten from Camacho's. And he showed him the pot full of geese and chickens, and seizing one of them, he began to eat with great verve and enthusiasm, saying, To hell with Basilio's talents. You're worth what you have, and what you have is what you're worth. There are only two lineages in the world, as my grandmother used to say, and that's the haves and the have-nots, though she was on the side of the having nowadays. Senor Don Quixote, wealth is better than wisdom. An ass covered in gold seems better than a saddled horse. And so I say again that I'm on the side of Camacho's, whose pots are overflowing with geese and chickens, hares and rabbits, while Basilio's, if they ever show up, and even if they don't, won't hold anything but watered wine. Have you finished your harangue, Sancho? I must have, responded Sancho, because I see that your grace is bothered by it. If you hadn't cut this one short, I could have gone on for another 3 days. May it please God, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, that I see you mute before I die. At the rate we're going, responded Sancho, before your grace dies, I'll be chewing on mud. And then maybe I'll be so mute I won't say a word to the end of the world, or at least until Judgment Day. Oh, Sancho, even if that should happen, responded Don Quixote, your silence will never match all that you have said, are saying, and will say in your lifetime. Furthermore, it seems likely in the natural course of events that the day of my death will arrive before yours, and so I think I shall never see you mute, not even when you are drinking or sleeping, which is what I earnestly desire. By my faith, senor, responded Sancho, you mustn't trust in the fleshless woman, I mean death, who devours lamb as well as mutton. I've heard our priests say that she tramples the high towers of kings as well as the humble huts of the poor. This lady is more powerful than finicky. Nothing disgusts her. She eats everything, and she does everything, and she crams her pack with all kinds and ages and ranks of people. She's not a reaper who takes naps. She reaps constantly and cuts the dry grass along with the green, and she doesn't seem to chew her food, but wolfs it down and swallows everything that's put in front of her, because she's as hungry as a dog and is never satisfied. And though she has no belly, it's clear that she has dropsy, and is thirsty and ready to drink down the lives of everyone living, like somebody drinking a pitcher of cold water. Enough, Sancho, said Don Quixote at this point. Stop now before you fall, for the truth is that what you have said about death in your rustic terms is what a good preacher might say. I tell you, Sancho, with your natural wit and intelligence, you could mount a pulpit and go around preaching some very nice things. Being a good preacher means living a good life, responded Sancho, and I don't know any other theologies. You do not need them, said Don Quixote, but I cannot understand or comprehend how, since the beginning of wisdom is the fear of God. You, who feared a lizard more than you fear him, can know so much. Senor, your grace should pass judgment on your chivalries, responded Sancho, and not start judging other people's fears or bravery, because I fear God as much as the next man. And your grace should let me eat up these skimmings. All the rest is idle words, and we'll have to account for those in the next world. And saying this, he resumed the assault on his pot, with so much gusto that he awoke the appetite of Don Quixote, who no doubt would have helped him had he not been hindered by what had been recounted below. Chapter 21, which continues the account of the wedding of Camacho along with other agreeable events. While Don Quixote and Sancho were engaged in the conversation described in the previous chapters. Loud shouts and a great noise were heard from the men on mares, for with a huge outcry they galloped to receive the bride and groom, who were arriving in the midst of 1,000 different kinds of musical instruments and inventions, accompanied by the priests and their families, and the most distinguished people from neighboring villages, all of them dressed in their finest clothes. As soon as Sancho saw the bride, he said, "By my faith, she isn't dressed like a peasant girl, but like an elegant lady. By God, as far as I can tell, the medallions she's supposed to be wearing are made of fine coral, and her green cloth from Cuenca is 30-pile velvet. And are the edging strips of linen? I swear they're made of satin. And then just look at her hands adorned with jet rings. Damn me if they're not rings of gold, and really good gold, and a set with pearl as right as the curds, each one worth an eye at least. Worth an eye at least. And damn me again for a whoreson, but what a hair. If it's not a wig, I've never seen hair longer or blonder in my whole life. No, nobody can say anything about her grace and form except to compare her to a swaying palm tree loaded down with dates, which is just what the jewels look like hanging from her hair and throat. I swear she's a fine, rosy-cheeked girl who can pass through the banks of Flanders." Don Quixote laughed at Sancho Panza's rustic praise, though it seemed to him that aside from his lady Dulcinea of Toboso, he had never seen a more beautiful woman. Fair Quiteria seemed somewhat pale, and it must have been because of the sleepless night that brides always experience as they prepare for their wedding on the following day. The wedding party was approaching a stage on one side of the meadow, adorned with carpets and bouquets of flowers, where the marriage would take place and from which they would watch the dances and dramatic inventions. And as they reached this spot, they heard shouts behind them, and one voice cried out, saying, "Wait a little, you who are as thoughtless as you are hasty." At these shouts and words, everyone turned around and saw that the one who had called out was a man dressed, apparently, in a black cassock decorated with fiery red strips of cloth. He was crowned, as they later saw, with a wreath of funereal cypress, and in his hands he held a large staff. As he came closer, everybody recognized the gallant Basilio, and everyone was in surprise, waiting to see the outcome of his shouts and words, and fearing the worst from his appearing at that time. At last he stopped, tired and breathless, before the bride and groom and thrust his staff, which had a steel tip at one end, into the ground. His color changed. He fixed his eyes on Quiteria, and in a hoarse, trembling voice he said, "You know very well, O forgetful Quiteria, that according to the holy laws which we profess, as long as I am alive, you cannot take a husband. And you are unaware that, as I waited for time and my diligence to improve my fortune, I have not failed to maintain the decorum that your honor demanded. But you, turning your back on all the obligations you owed to my honest desires, wish to make another the lord and master of what is mine. For his riches bring him not only good fortune, but even greater happiness. And so, to fill his cup of joy to the brim, not because I think he deserves it, but because heaven wishes to grant it to him, I, with my own hands, will take down the obstacle or impediment that may have hindered him from removing myself from the scene. Long live rich Camacho, and with the thankless Quiteria may he live long and happy years. And death to poor Basilio, whose poverty cut the wings of his contentment and sent him to the grave." And saying this, he seized the staff that he had thrust into the ground, and leaving half of it in the earth, he showed that it served as a sheath for a medium-sized sword that was hidden inside. And after placing what could be called the hilt in the ground, with swift agility and resolute purpose, he threw himself on it, and in a moment the bloody tip emerged from his back, along with half of the steel blade, and the unhappy man lay on the ground, bathed in his own blood and run through by his own weapon. His friends hurried over to help him, grief-stricken at his misery and his pitiable misfortune. Leaving Rocinante, Don Quixote hurried to help him, and took him in his arms, and discovered that he had not yet expired. Some wished to remove the sword, but the priest, who was present, thought it would not be withdrawn until he had heard his confession, because as soon as it was removed, he would die. But Basilio began to revive, and in a faint, sorrowful voice, he said,
y dijo, si quisieses, cruel Quiteria, darme en este último y forzoso trance la mano de esposa, aún pensaría que mi temeridad tendría disculpa, pues en ella alcancé el bien de ser tuyo. El cura, Oyendo lo cual, le dijo que atendiese a la salud del alma antes de que a los gustos del cuerpo, y que pidiese muy de veras a Dios perdón de sus pecados y su desesperada determinación. A lo cual replicó Basilio que en ninguna manera se confesaría si primero Quiteria no le daba la mano de ser su esposa, que aquel contento le adobaría la voluntad y le daría aliento para confesarse. En oyendo Don Quijote la petición del herido, en altas voces, dijo que Basilio pedía una cosa muy justa y puesta en razón, y además muy hacedera, y que el señor Camacho quedaría tan honrado recibiendo a la señora Quiteria, viuda del valeroso Basilio, que si la recibiera del lado de su padre. Aquí no ha de haber más de un sí, que no tenga otro efecto que el pronunciarle, pues el tálamo de estas bodas ha de ser la sepultura. Todo lo oía Camacho, y todo le tenía suspenso y confuso, sin saber qué hacer ni qué decir, pero las voces de los amigos de Basilio fueron tantas, pidiéndole que consintiese que Quiteria le diese la mano de esposa, porque su alma no se perdiese partiendo desesperado de esta vida, que le movieron y aún forzaron a decir que si Quiteria quería dársela, que él se contentaba, pues todo era dilatar por un momento el cumplimiento de sus deseos. Luego acudieron todos a Quiteria, y unos con ruegos, y otros con lágrimas, y otros con eficaces razones, le persuadían que diese la mano al pobre Basilio, y ella, más dura que un mármol, y más cegada que una estatua, mostraba que ni sabía, ni podía, ni quería responder palabra. Ni la respondiera si el cura no la dijera, que se determinase presto en lo que había de hacer, porque tenía Basilio ya el alma en los dientes, y no daba lugar a esperar irresolutas determinaciones. Entonces, la hermosa Quiteria, sin responder palabra alguna, turbada, al parecer triste y pesarosa, llegó donde Basilio estaba, ya los ojos vueltos, el aliento corto y apresurado, murmurando entre los dientes el nombre de Quiteria, dando muestras de morir como gentil, y no como cristiano. Llegó, en fin, Quiteria, y puesta de rodillas le pidió la mano por señas, y no por palabras. Desencajó los ojos Basilio y, mirándola atentamente, le dijo: «Oh Quiteria, que has venido a ser piadosa a tiempo cuando tu piedad ha de servir de cuchillo que me acaba de quitar la vida, pues ya no tengo fuerzas para llevar la gloria que me das en escogerme por tuyo, ni para suspender el dolor que tan apriesa me va cubriendo los ojos con la espantosa sombra de la muerte. Lo que te suplico es, oh fatal estrella mía, que la mano no me pides, y quieres darme no sea por cumplimiento, ni para engañarme de nuevo, sino que confieses y digas que, sin hacer fuerza a tu voluntad, me la entregues y me la das como a tu legítimo esposo. Pues no es razón que en un trance como este me engañes, ni uses de fingimientos con quien tantas verdades ha tratado contigo». Entre estas razones se desmayaba, de pronto, de modo que todos los presentes pensaban que cada desmayo se había de llevar el alma consigo. Quiteria, toda honesta y toda vergonzosa, haciendo con su derecha mano la de Basilio, le dijo: «Ninguna fuerza fuera bastante a torcer mi voluntad, y, así, con la más libre que tengo, te doy la mano de legítima esposa y recibo la tuya, si es que me la das de tu libre albedrío, sin que la turbe ni contraste la calamidad en que tu discurso acelerado te ha puesto». «Sí doy», respondió Basilio, «no turbado ni confuso, sino con el claro entendimiento que el cielo quiso darme, y así me doy y me entrego por tu esposo». «Y yo, por tu esposa», respondió Quiteria, «ahora vivas largas años, ahora te lleven de mis brazos a la sepultura». «Para estar tan herido este mancebo», dijo a este punto Sancho Panza, «mucho habla, háganle que se deje de requiebros y que atienda su alma, que a mi parecer más la tiene en la lengua que en los dientes». Estando pues asidos de la mano Basilio y Quiteria, el cura, tierno y lloroso, les echó la bendición, y pidió al cielo diese buen pozo al alma del nuevo desposado, el cual, así como recibió la bendición, con presta ligereza se levantó en pie y con no vista desenvoltura se sacó el estoque, a quien servía de vaina su cuerpo. Quedaron todos los circunstantes admirados, y algunos de ellos, más simples que curiosos, en altas voces comenzaron a decir: ¡Milagro! ¡Milagro! Pero Basilio replicó: no milagro, milagro, sino industria, industria. El cura, desatentado y atónito, acudió con ambas manos a tentar la herida y halló que la cuchilla había pasado, no por la carne y costillas de Basilio, sino por un cañón hueco de hierro que, lleno de sangre, en aquel lugar bien acomodado, tenía preparada la sangre, pues después se supo de modo que no se helase. Finalmente, el cura y Camacho, con todos los más circunstantes, se tuvieron por burlados y escarnidos. La esposa no dio muestras de pesarle de la burla. Antes, oyendo decir que aquel casamiento, por haber sido engañoso, no había de ser valedero, dijo que ella le confirmaba de nuevo, de lo cual coligieron todos que de consentimiento y sabiduría de los dos se había trazado aquel caso, de lo que quedó Camacho y sus valedores tan corridos que remitieron su venganza a las manos y desenvainando muchas espadas arremetieron a Basilio, en cuyo favor en un instante se desenvainaron casi otras tantas, y tomando la delantera a caballo Don Quijote, con la lanza sobre el brazo y bien cubierto de su escudo, se hacía dar lugar de todos. Sancho, a quien jamás plugieron ni solazaron semejantes fechorías, se acogió a las tinajas donde había sacado su agradable espuma, pareciéndole aquel lugar como sagrado que había de ser tenido en respeto. Don Quijote, a grandes voces, decía:
Hold, señores, hold, for it is now right to take revenge for the offenses that love commits. You should know that love and war are the same, and just as in war it is legitimate and customary to make use of tricks and stratagems to conquer the enemy, so in the contests and rivalries of love and lies and falsehoods used to achieve a desired end are considered fair, as long as they do not discredit or dishonor the beloved. Quiteria belonged to Basilio and Basilio to Quiteria by the just and far favorable disposition of heaven. Camacho is rich and can buy whenever and wherever and whatever he desires. Basilio has not only his sheep, and no man, no matter how powerful, can take her from him. Those whom God has joined, let no man put asunder, and if any wishes to try, he will first have to pass the point of this lance. And saying this, he brandished his lance with so much strength and dexterity that he filled all who did not know him with fear. Quitera's disdain was fixed so firmly in Camacho's imagination that in an instant he erased her from his memory. And so he persuaded by the arguments of the priest, a prudent, well-intentioned man, and he and his supporters were calmed and appeased. And to indicate this, they returned their sword to their sheaths, blaming Quiteria's compliance more than Basilio's ingenuity. And Camacho reasoned that if Quiteria truly loved Basilio as a maiden, she would also love him as a married woman, and that he ought to give thanks to heaven for taking her away instead of giving her to him. Since Camacho and his followers were consoled and appeased, all of Basilio's supporters came calm and rich. Camacho, in order to show that he did not resent the trick or order it of any importance, decided that the celebration should go on as if he really had been married. But Basilio and his wife and their followers did not wish to attend, and so they went to Basilio's village, for For poor men who are virtuous and intelligent can also have people who follow honor and assist them, just as the wealthy have those who flatter and accompany them. They took Don Quixote with them, deeming him a man of great valor and courage. Only Sancho's soul was full of gloom when he found it impossible to stay for Camacho's splendid food and celebrations, which would go until nightfall. And so, wrenched and sad, he followed his master, who was riding away with Basila's party, and left behind the cauldrons of Egypt. Though he carried them in his heart, and his almost entirely consumed and eaten skimmings, which he carried in the pot, represented for him the glory and abundance of the good he was losing. And so, grieving and pensive, though not hungry and without dismounting the donkey, he followed in Rocinte's footsteps. Chapter 21, which recounts the great advantage of the cave, the Montesinos, that lies in the heart of La Mancha, which was successfully concluded by the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha. Great, and many were the gifts presented to Don Quixote by the newlyweds, who were indebted to him for the actions he had taken to defense of their cause. They deemed as intelligent equal to his courage, considering him a Cid in arms and a Cicero in eloquence. Our good Sancho had a wonderful time for 3 days at the couple's expense. From them, he learned that the scheme to find a wound had not been communicated to fair Quiteria, but was Basila's idea. He had hoped to achieve with it exactly what occurred. It is certainly true that he confessed to sharing part of his thinking with some of his friends, so that when it was necessary, they would favor his plan and support his deception. They cannot and should not be called deceptions, said Don Quixote, since their purpose was virtuous. And two lovers marrying was the most excellent purpose, but he warned that the greatest adversary love has is hunger and continual need, because love is all joy, happiness, and contentment, especially when the lover is in a possession of the beloved, and its declared enemies are want and poverty. He was saying all of this so that Senor Basilio would stop practicing the skills he knew, for although they would bring him fame, they did not bring him money and attend to acquiring wealth by licit and industrious means, which the prudent and diligent never lack. The honorable poor man. If a poor man can be honorable, possesses a jewel when he has a beautiful wife, and when that is taken from him, his honor is taken away and destroyed. The beautiful, honorable woman whose husband is poor deserves to be crowned with laurels and palms of victory and triumph. Beauty in and of itself attracts the desires of all who look upon it and recognize it. And royals, eagles, and high-flying birds swoop down for it as if it were savory bait. But if this beauty is joined to need and want, it is also attached by crows, kites, and other birds of prey. And the woman who stands firm through so many encounters surely deserves to be called her husband's crown. Look, my clever friend Basilio, added Don Quixote, it was believed by some wise man or other that there was only one virtuous woman in the entire world, and he advised each man to think and believe that the one virtuous woman was his wife, and in this way he would live contentedly. I am not married, and so far it has not even crossed my mind to marry, and yet I should dare to console any man who asks my advice how to find the woman he wishes to marry. First, I should advise him to consider the reputation more than her wealth, because a virtuous woman does not achieve a good reputation simply by being good. But by appearing to be good, woman's honor is damaged more by public liberties and acts of boldness than by secret iniquities. If you bring a virtuous woman to your house, it will be easy to maintain and even improve that virtue. But if she is immoral, it will be a formidable task to change her. for it is not very likely that she will pass from one extreme to another. I do not say it is impossible, but I consider it extremely difficult.
Sancho heard this, and to himself he said, "This master of mine, when I talk about things of pith and substance, usually says that I could take a pulpit in hand and go through the world preaching fine sermons. And I say of him that when he begins to string together judgments and to give advice, he can not only take a pulpit in hand, but hang two on each finger, and go through the squares and say exactly the right thing. What a devil of knight errant you are, and what a lot of things you know. I thought in my heart that he would only know things that had to do with his chivalry, but there's nothing he doesn't pick or poke his spoon into." Sancho was mumbling this, and his master heard him and asked, "What are you mumbling about, Sancho?" "I'm not saying anything, and I'm not mumbling anything," responded Sancho. "I was just saying to myself that I wish I'd heard what your grace said here before I married. Maybe then I'd be saying now, 'The ox who's free can lick where he pleases.'" "Is your Teresa so bad, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "She's not very bad," responded Sancho, "but she's not very good either, at least. She's not as good as I'd like." "It is wrong of you, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "to speak ill of your wife, who is in fact the mother of your children." "We don't owe each other a thing," responded Sancho, "because she speaks ill of me too whenever she feels like it, especially when she's jealous, and then not even Satan himself can bear her." In short, they spent 3 days with the newlyweds and were regaled and entertained as if they were kings. Don Quixote asked skilled licentiate to give him a guide who would lead him to the cave of Montesinos, because he had a great desire to enter it and see with his own eyes if the marvels told about it throughout the surrounding area were true. The licentiate said that he would give him one of his cousins, who was a famous student and very fond of reading novels of chivalry, and would be very happy to bring him to the mouth of the cave and show him the lakes of Rudera, famous in all of La Mancha, and even in all of Spain. And he said that he would find him pleasant company, because he was a lad who knew how to write books that would be printed and how to dedicate them to princes. At last, the cousin arrived on a pregnant donkey, its pack saddle covered by a small striped rug of brightly colored burlap. Sancho saddled Rocinante, reading the donkey, and provisioned his saddlebags, that then joined the cousins, which were also well stocked, and after commending themselves to God and taking their leave of everyone, they set out on their journey, traveling in the direction of the famous cave of Montesinos. On the road, Don Quixote questioned the cousin regarding the character and nature of his activities, his profession, and his studies, to which he responded that his profession was being a humanist. His activities and studies composed books for publishing, all of them very beneficial and no less diverting for the nation. One was entitled On Liveries, in which he depicts 703 liveries with their colors, devices, and emblems, from which courtier knights could pick and choose the ones they liked for festivals and celebrations, and would not have to go begging them from anybody or overtaxing their brains, as they say, in order to find ones that match their desires and intentions. "Because I give to the jealous, the disdained, the forgotten, and the absent of liveries that suit them best and fit them perfectly. I also have another book that I intend to call Metamorphosis, or the Spanish Ovid, a new and rare invention, because in it, in a parodic imitation of Ovid, I describe who La Geralda of Sevilla was, and the angel of the Magdalena, and the Vicengrera drainpipe in Cordoba, who the bulls of Gusando and the Sierra Morena, and the fountains of Leganitos and Lavapiés in Madrid, not forgetting the fountains of El Piojo and El Cano Dorado and the fountain of La Priora, and each has its allegories, metaphors, and transformations that delight, astonish, and instruct all at the same time. I have another book I call Supplement to Virgilio Polidoro, which deals with the invention of things, and is a work of great erudition and scholarship, because the things of substance that Polidoro omitted I investigate and write about in an elegant style. Virgilio forgot to tell us who was the first man in the world to have a cold, and the first who used ointments to cure himself of the French disease. I elucidate everything very precisely, citing more than 25 authors, and so Your grace can see that I have done good work and that the book will be very useful to everyone.
Sancho, que había estado muy atento a la narración del primo, le dijo, dígame, señor, así Dios le dé buena mano derecha en la impresión de sus libros. ¿Sabríame decir, que si sabrá, pues todo lo sabe, quién fue el primero que se rascó en la cabeza? Que yo para mí tengo que debió de ser nuestro padre Adán. Sí sería, respondió el primo, porque Adán no hay duda sino que tuvo cabeza y cabellos. Y siendo esto así, y siendo el primer hombre del mundo, alguna vez se rascaría. Así lo creo yo, respondió Sancho. Pero dígame ahora, ¿quién fue el primer volteador del mundo? En verdad, hermano, respondió el primo, que no me sabré determinar por ahora hasta que lo estudie. Yo lo estudiaré envolviendo a donde tengo mis libros, y yo os satisfaré cuando otra vez nos veamos, que no ha de ser esta la postrera. Pues mire, señor, replicó Sancho, no tome trabajo en esto, que ahora he caído en la cuenta de lo que le he preguntado. Sepa que el primer volteador del mundo fue Lucifer, cuando le echaron o arrojaron del cielo, que vino volteando hasta los abismos. Tienes razón, amigo, dijo el primo. Y dijo Don Quijote, esa pregunta y respuesta no es tuya, Sancho. Algunos las has oído decir. Calle, señor, replicó Sancho, que a buena fe que si me doy a preguntar y a responder, que no acabe de aquí a mañana. Sí, que para preguntar necedades y responder disparates, no he menester yo andar buscando ayuda de vecinos. Más has dicho, Sancho, de lo que sabes, dijo Don Quijote, que hay algunos que se cansan en saber y averiguar cosas que después de sabidas y averiguadas no importan ni un ardite al entendimiento ni a la memoria. En estas y otras gustosas pláticas se les pasó aquel día, y a la noche se albergaron en una pequeña aldea, donde el primo dijo a Don Quijote que desde allí a la cueva de Montesinos no había más de 2 leguas, y que si llevaba determinado de entrar en ella, era menester proveerse de sogas para atarse y descolgarse en su profundidad. Don Quijote dijo que aunque llegase al abismo, había de ver dónde paraba, y así compraron casi 100 brazas de soga. Y otro día, a las 2 de la tarde, llegaron a la cueva, cuya boca es espaciosa y ancha, pero llena de cambroneras y cabrahigos, de zarzas y malezas tan espesas e intrigadas que de todo en todo las ciegan y encubren. En viéndola, se apearon el primo Sancho y Don Quijote, al cual los dos le ataron luego fortísimamente con las sogas. Y en tanto que le fajaban y ceñían, le dijo Sancho, mire vuestra merced, señor mío, lo que hace, no se quiera sepultar en vida, ni se ponga a donde parezca frasco que le ponen a enfriar en algún pozo. Sí que a vuestra merced no le toca ni atañe ser el escudriñador de esta que debe de ser peor que mazmorra. Ata y calla, respondió Don Quijote, que tal empresa como aquesta, Sancho amigo, para mí estaba guardada. Y entonces dijo la guía, suplico a vuestra merced, señor Don Quijote, que mire bien y especule con 100 ojos lo que hay allá adentro. Quizás habrá cosas que las ponga yo en el libro de mis transformaciones. En manos está el pandero que le sabrá bien tañer, respondió Sancho Panza. Dicho esto, y acabada la ligadura de Don Quijote, que no fue sobre el arnés, sino sobre el jubón de amar, dijo Don Quijote, inadvertidos hemos andado en no habernos proveído de algún esquilón pequeño, que fuera atado junto a mí en esta misma soga, con cuyo sonido se entendiera que todavía bajaba y estaba vivo. Pero pues
ya no es posible a la mano de Dios que me guíe. Y luego se hincó de rodillas y hizo una oración en voz baja al cielo, pidiendo a Dios le ayudase y le diese buen suceso en aquello, al parecer peligrosa y nueva aventura. Y en voz alta dijo luego: oh Señor de mis acciones y movimientos, clarísima y sin par Dulcinea de Toboso, si es posible que lleguen a tus oídos las plegarias y rogaciones de este tu venturoso amante, por tu inaudita belleza te ruego que las escuches, que no son otras que rogarte que no son otras que rogarte, no me niegues tu favor y amparo ahora que tanto le he menester. Yo voy a despeñarme, a empozarme y a hundirme en el abismo que aquí se me representa, solo porque conozco el mundo, que si tú me favoreces, no habrá imposible a quien yo no acometa y acabe. Y en diciendo esto, se acercó a la cima. Vio no ser posible descolgarse ni hacer lugar a la entrada, sino era a fuerza de brazos o a cuchilladas. Y así poniendo mano a la espada, comenzó a derribar y a cortar de aquellas malezas que a la boca de la cueva estaban, por cuyo ruido y estruendo salieron por ella una infinidad de grandísimos cuervos y grajos tan espesos y con tanta priesa que dieron con Don Quijote en el suelo. Y si él fuera tan agorero como católico cristiano, lo tuviera mala señal y excusara de encerrarse en lugar semejante. Finalmente se levantó y viendo que no salían más cuervos ni otras aves nocturnas, como fueron murciélagos que asimismo entre los cuervos salieron, dándole soga el primo y Sancho, y se dejó calar al fondo de la caverna espantosa. Y al entrar, echándole Sancho su bendición y haciendo sobre él 1000 cruces, dijo: Dios te guíe, y la pena de Francia, junto con la Trinidad de Gaeta, flor, nata y espuma de los caballeros andantes. Allá vas, valentón del mundo, corazón de acero, brazos de bronce. Dios te guíe otra vez y te vuelva libre, sano y sin cautela a la luz de esta vida que dejas por enterrarte en esta oscuridad que buscas. Casi las mismas plegarias y deprecaciones hizo el primo. Iba Don Quijote dando voces que le diesen soga y más soga, y ellos se la daba poco a poco. Y cuando las voces que acanaladas por la cueva salían, dejaron de oírse. Ya ellos tenían descolgadas las 100 brazas de soga, y fueron de parecer de volver a subir a Don Quijote, pero no le podían dar más cuerda. Con todo eso se detuvieron como media hora, al cabo del cual espacio volvieron a recoger la soga con mucha facilidad y sin peso alguno, señal que les hizo imaginar que Don Quijote se quedaba adentro. Y creyéndolo así, Sancho lloraba amargamente y tiraba con mucha presa por desengañarse. Pero llegando a su parecer a poco más de las 80 brazas, sintieron peso, de que en extremo se alegraron. Finalmente a las 10 vieron distintamente a Don Quijote, a quien dio voces Sancho diciéndole: sea vuestra merced muy bien vuelto, señor mío, que ya pensábamos que se quedaba allá para casta. Pero no respondía palabra Don Quijote, y sacándole del todo, vieron que traía cerrados los ojos, con muestras de estar dormido. Tendiéronle en el suelo y desliáronle, y con todo esto no despertaba. Pero tanto le volvieron y revolvieron, sacudieron y menearon, que al cabo de un buen espacio volvió en sí, desperezándose, bien como si de algún grave y profundo sueño despertara. Y mirando a una y otra parte como espantado, dijo: Dios os los perdone, amigos, que me habéis quitado de la más sabrosa y agradable vida y vista que ningún humano ha visto ni pasado. En efecto, ahora acabo de conocer que todos los contentos de esta vida pasan como sombra y sueño, o se marchitan como la flor del campo. Oh desdichado Montesinos y malferido Durandarte, oh sin ventura Belerma, oh lloroso Guadiana, y vosotros sin dicha hijas de ruidera, que mostráis en vuestras aguas las que lloraron vuestros hermosos ojos. Escuchaban el primo y Sancho las palabras de Don Quijote y las decía como si con dolor inmenso las sacara de las entrañas. Suplicáronle les diese a entender lo que decía y les dijese lo que en aquel infierno había visto. ¿Infierno le llamáis?, dijo Don Quijote. Pues no le llamáis así porque no lo merece, como luego veréis. Pidió que le diesen algo de comer, que traía grandísima hambre. Tendieron la arpillera del primo sobre la verde hierba, acudieron a la despensa de sus alforjas y sentados todos tres en buen amor y compañía, merendaron y cenaron todo junto. Levantada la arpillera, dijo Don Quijote de la Mancha, no se levante nadie y estadme, hijos, todos atentos.
Chapter 23. Regarding the remarkable things that the great Don Quixote said he saw in the depths of the cave of Montesinos, so impossible and extraordinary that this adventure has been considered apocryphal. It must have been 4 in the afternoon when the sun, hidden by clouds, its light faint, and its raised temperature gave Don Quixote an opportunity, free of oppressive heat, to recount what he had seen in the cave of Montesinos to his two illustrious listeners, and he began in the following manner. In this dungeon, at a depth of approximately 12 or 14 escudos, on the right-hand side, there is a concavity, a space capable of holding a large wagon with its mules. A small amount of light comes in through openings in the earth's surface. I saw this concavity in space when I was already weary and tired of hanging and being suspended from the rope as I moved through that dark nether region without a fixed and certain route, and so I decided to go into this space and rest a while. I shouted to you, asking that you not let out more rope until I told you to, but you probably did not hear me. I picked up the rope you sent down, made it into a coil or ring, and sat on it, becoming very thoughtful as I considered how I would reach the bottom without anything to support me. And when I was deep in this thought and confusion, suddenly and without my wishing it, I was overcome by a profound sleep. And when I least expected it, not knowing how or why, I awoke and found myself in the midst of the most beautiful, pleasant, and charming meadow that nature could create, or the most discerning human mind imagine. I opened my eyes wide, rubbed them, and saw that I was not sleeping, but really awake. Even so, I felt my head and chest to verify whether it was I myself or some false and counterfeit phantom sitting there. But my sense of touch, my feelings, the reason's discourse I held with myself verified for me that there and then I was the same person I am here and now. Then there appeared before my eyes a royal and sumptuous palace or castle whose walls and ramparts seemed to be made of clear and transparent crystal. 2 large doors opened, and I saw that through them there emerged and came toward me a venerable ancient dressed in a long hooded cloak of purple baize that trailed after him on the ground. Around his shoulders and chest he wore a scholar's sash and a hood of green satin. His head was covered by a black Melancy cap, and a snow-white beard reached down below his waist. He carried no weapons of any kind, but held a rosary in his hand, the smaller beads larger than medium-sized walnuts, and the larger ones the size of a medium
the size of medium-sized ostrich eggs. His bearing, pace, gravity, and proud demeanor, each one taken separately and all of them taken together, filled me with wonder and amazement. He came up to me, and the first thing he did to embrace me closely, and then he said, "For many long years, O valiant king, Don Quixote of La Mancha, we who dwell in this enchanted solitude have waited to see thee, so that thou couldst inform the world of what lies contained in the hidden in the deep cave which thou hast entered, called the Cave of Montesinos, a feat reserved only for the invincible heart and wondrous courage. Come thou with me, illustrious knight, for I wish to show thee the marvels hidden within the transparent castle, of which I am warden and perpetual chief guardian, for I am the same Montesinos after whom the cave is named." When he told me that he was Montesinos, I asked him if the story told about him in the world up here was true. That with a small dagger he had cut out of his chest the heart of his great friend Durandarte, and carried it to the Lady Belerma as his friend had commanded when he was at the point of death. He responded that everything people said was true, except for the dagger, because it was not a dagger, and it was not small, but a blade striated on 3 sides and sharper than it all. That blade, said Sancho, must have been made by Ramon de Oces, the Sevillan. I do not know, continued Don Quixote, but it probably was not the work of that knife maker, since Ramon de Oces lived yesterday, and the battle at Roncesvalles, where this misfortune occurred, happened many years ago. This inquiry is of no importance, for it does not disturb or confound the truth and validity of the history. That is true, responded the cousin. Your grace should continue, Señor Don Quixote, for I am listening to you with the greatest pleasure in the world. With no less pleasure I do recount it, responded Don Quixote, and so I say that the venerable Montesinos led me into the crystalline palace where, in a downstairs chamber that was exceptionally cool and made all of alabaster, there was a marble sepulchre crafted with great skill, and on it I saw a knight stretched out to his full length, and made not of bronze or marble or jasper, as is usual on other sepulchres, but of pure flesh and pure bone. On his right hand, which seemed somewhat hairy and sinewy to me, a sign that its owner was very strong lay over his heart, and before I could ask anything of Montesinos, who saw me looking with wonder at the figure on the sepulchre, he said, "This is my friend Durandarte, the flower and model of enamored and valiant kings of his time. Here he lies enchanted, as I and many others are enchanted by Merlin, the French enchanter, who was, people say, the son of the devil. And what I believe is that he was not the son of the devil, but knew, as they say, a point or two more than the devil. Why he enchanted us no one knows, but that will be revealed with the passage of time, and is not too far off now, I imagine. What astonishes me is that I know, as well as I know that it is day, that Durandarte ended the days of his life in my arms, and that when he was dead I removed his heart with my own hands, and the truth is that it must have weighed 2 pounds, because according to naturalists, the man who has a larger heart has greater courage than the man whose heart is small. If this is the case, and if this knight really died, why does he now moan and sigh from time to time as if he were alive? When this was said, the wretched Durandarte gave a great shout and said, "O my cousin Montesinos, the last thing I asked of you was, when I had breathed my last and my soul had flown away, to cut my heart out of my breast, and with a dagger or a blade, and bear it as an offering to my lady fair Belerma." Hearing this, the venerable Montesinos fell to his knees before the doleful knight, and with tears in his eyes said to him,
"O Signor Durandarte, my beloved cousin, I did what you commanded on the ill-fated day of our defeat. I removed your heart the best I could, not leaving any fragments behind in your chest. I cleaned it with a lace handkerchief. I took it and hurried away to France, having first placed you in the bosom of the earth, shedding so many tears that they were enough to wash away the blood that covered my hands after I had put them inside your body. And furthermore, my dearest cousin, in the first village I came to after I left Roncesvalles, I sprinkled a little salt on your heart so that it would not smell bad and would be, if not fresh, at least dried and salted in the presence of the lady Bellarma, who along with you and me and Guadiana, your squire, and her lady in waiting, Rudiera and her 7 daughters and 2 nieces, and many more of your friends and acquaintances, the wise Merlin has kept here, enchanted, for many years, and although more than 500 have passed, none of us has died. The only ones missing are Rudiera and her daughters and nieces, who wept so much that Merlin must have taken pity on them, for he transformed them into lakes. And now in the world of the living and in the province of La Mancha, they are called the lakes of Rudiera. 7 of them belong to the kings of Spain, and 2 nieces belong to the knight of a most holy order called Saint John. Guadiana and your squire also lamented your misfortune, and was transformed into a river that bears his name. When he reached the surface of the earth and saw the sun in another sky, the grief he felt at leaving you was so great that he descended again to the bowels of the earth. But since it is not possible to resist the natural course of his current, from time to time he emerges and shows himself where the sun and all the peoples may see him. The lakes I have mentioned provide him with their waters, and with these many others that flow into him. He enters Portugal with magnificence and grandeur. But despite this, wherever he goes, he displays his sadness and melancholy, and does not boast of breeding valuable and highly esteemed fish in his waters, but only ones that are coarse and disagreeable, unlike those I found in the Golden Tahoe. And what I am telling you now, my dear cousin, I have told you many times before, and since you do not respond, I imagine that you do not believe me or do not hear me, and God knows the grief that causes me. Now I wish to give you some news, and if it does not assuage your sorrow, at least it will not increase it in any way. Know that here in your presence, if you open your eyes, you will see him. You have the great knight about whom the wise Merlin has made so many prophecies. I mean, Don Quixote La Mancha, who once again, and to greater advantage than in the past times, has received in the present a long forgotten knight errantry, and though his mediation and by his favor, it may be that the spell over us will be broken, for great deeds are reserved for great men. And if this is not the case, responded the mournful Durandarte in a low, faint voice, if this is not the case, dear cousin, I say have patience and shuffle the deck. And turning on his side, he resumed his customary silence and did not utter another word. At this point, a great weeping and wailing was heard, along with deep moans and anguished sobs. I turned my head and saw through the crystal walls a procession of 2 lines of beautiful maidens passing through another chamber, all of them dressed in mourning and wearing white turbans on their heads in the Turkish fashion. At the very end and conclusion of the 2 lines came a matron, for her gravity made her seem one, also dressed in black and wearing a white train so lengthy and long it brushed the ground. Her turban was twice as large as the largest of the others. She was beetle-browed and snub-nosed. Her mouth was large, but her lips were red. Her teeth, which you may have shown, were very few in numbers and crooked. Though as white as peeled almonds, in her hand she carried a delicate cloth, and in it was, as I could tell, was a heart that had been mummified. It looked so dry and shriveled. Montesinos told her that all the people in the procession were servants of Durandarte and Bellarema, enchanted along with their masters and with their master and mistress, and that the last one who carried the heart in the cloth was Signora Bellarema herself, who along with her maidens walked in that procession 4 days a week and sang, or rather wept dirges over the body and wounded heart of his cousin, and if she had seemed rather ugly and not as beautiful as her name proclaimed, the cause was the bad nights and worse days she had spent in the enchantment, as one could see in the deep circles under her eyes and her sickly color. And her shallow complexion and deep circles arise not from monthly distress common in woman, because for many months, even years, she has not had it, nor has it appeared at her portals, but from the sorrow her heart feels for the one she continually holds in her hands, which always renews and brings to mind the affliction of her unfortunate lover. If this were not the case, then the great Dulcinea of Toboso, so celebrated here in the rest of the world, would barely be her equal in beauty, grace, and charm. Stop right there, Senor Don Montesinos, I said. Your Grace should recount this history in the proper manner, if you know that all comparisons are odious, and there is no reason to compare anyone to anyone else. The peerless Dulcinea of Toboso is who she is, and Signora Bellarema is who she is, and who she was, and no more should be said about it. To which he responded, Senor Don Quixote, may your Grace forgive me. I confess that I erred and misspoke when I said that Senora Dulcinea would barely be the equal of Senor Bellarema, for it was enough for me to have realized, by means of I am not certain what conjectures, that your Grace is her knight, and I would rather bite my tongue than compare her to anything but heaven itself. With this satisfaction given to me by the great Montesinos, my heart recovered from the shock I received at hearing my lady compared to Bellarema. What surprises me, said Sancho, is that your Grace didn't jump on the old man and break every bone in his body to pull out his beard until there wasn't a single hair left. No, Sancho, my friend, responded Don Quixote. It would not have been right for me to do that, because we are all obliged to have respect for old, even if they are not knights, but especially if they are enchanted as well. I know very well that nothing was wanting in the many other questions and answers that passed between us. At this point, the cousin said, I don't know, Senor Don Quixote, how your Grace could seen so many things and spoken so much and responded to so much in the short amount of time that you were down there. How long ago did I go down? Asked Don Quixote. A little more than an hour, responded responded Sancho. That cannot be, replied Don Quixote, because night fell and day broke while I was there. And they fell and broke 3 times, and so by my count I have spent 3 days in those remote regions that are hidden from your eyes. My master must be telling the truth, said Sancho, since all the things that have happened to him have been by enchantment. Maybe what seems like an hour to us seems like 3 days or nights down there. That must be so, responded Don Quixote. And Señor, has your Grace eaten in all this time? Asked the cousin. Not a mouthful has broken my fast, responded Don Quixote, nor did thought of hunger even enter my mind. Do the enchanted eat? Said the cousin. They do not eat, responded Don Quixote, nor do they have excretory wastes, although some believe that their nails, beards, and hair all grow. And by chance, do the enchanted sleep, Señor? Asked Sancho. No, certainly not, responded Don Quixote. At least in 3 days I have been with them. Not one of them has closed an eye, and neither did I.
Here, said Sancho, the proverb fits. Birds of the feather flock together. Your Grace flocks with enchanted people who fast and stay awake. so it's no surprise you don't sleep while you're with them. But, Signor, your grace will forgive me if I tell you that that may God take me. And I was going to say, the devil, if I believe a single one of all these things you've said here. What do you mean? Said the cousin. Will Signor Don Quixote lie? Would Signor Don Quixote lie? And even if he wanted to, he hasn't had time to invent and imagine so many millions of lies. I don't believe my master is lying, responded Sancho. If you do not, then what do you believe? Asked Don Quixote. I believe, responded Sancho, that Merlin or those enchanters who enchanted that whole crowd your grace says you saw and talked to down there. Put into your mind or memory the whole story that you've told us, and the rest that you'll have to tell. That could be true, Sancho said, replied Don Quixote, but it is not, because what I recounted I saw with my own eyes and touched with my own hands. But what will they say when I tell you now that among the infinite things and wonders that Montesinos showed me, what I shall tell you is on the course of our journey, slowly, at the proper time, so they are not all recounted here. Montesinos showed me 3 peasant girls who were leaping and jumping in those pleasant fields like nanny goats, and as soon as I saw them, I recognized one of them as the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso, and the other 2 as the same peasant girls who came with her. The ones who spoke to us as we were leaving Toboso. I asked Montesinos if he knew them. He responded that he did not, but he imagined that they must be distinguished ladies who had been enchanted, for they had appeared in those meadows only a few days before. And this should not surprise me, because many of the other ladies from past and present times were there who had been transformed into many strange figures, among whom he had recognized Queen Guinevere and her lady-in-waiting Quintano, pouring wine for Lancelot. When Brittany came. When Sancho Panza heard his master say this, he thought he would lose his mind or die laughing, since he knew the truth about the feigned enchantment of Dulcinea, for he had been the enchanter and had invented the story. He recognized beyond the shadow of doubt that his master was out of his mind and completely mad. So he said, "It was an evil moment and worst time, and an ill-fated day when your grace went down to the next world, my dear master, and as an unlucky meeting that you had with Signor Montesinos, for see how you've come back to us. Your grace was better off up here when you had all your wits, just as God had given them to you, always saying wise things and giving advice, not like now, when you're saying the most foolish things that anyone could imagine. Since I know you, Sancho, responded Don Quixote, I shall ignore your words. And I won't pay attention to your graces, replied Sancho. Not even if you wound me, not even if you kill me on account of the ones I've said to you, or the ones I plan to say if you don't change and correct yours. But tell me, your grace, now that we're at peace, how and by what signs did you recognize our lady mistress? If you spoke to her, what did you say? And what did she reply? I knew her, responded Don Quixote, because she was wearing the same clothing she wore when you showed her to me. I spoke to her, but she did not say a word to me. Instead, she turned her back and ran away so quickly that a spear could not have overtaken her. I wanted to follow and would have done so if Montesinos had advised me not to bother, for it would have been in vain, especially since the hour was approaching when I ought to leave the abyss. He also told me that over the course of time he would inform me how the spell on him and Belerma and Durante, as well as all the others who were there, was to be broken. But all of the grievous things I saw and noted, the one that caused me most sorrow was that of Montesinos was saying these words to me. One of the companions of the unfortunate Dulcinea approached me from the side without my seeing her, and with her eyes full of tears and a low, troubled voice, she said to me, My lady Dulcinea of Toboso kisses the hands of your grace and implores your grace to let her know how you are, because it is in great need she also entreats your grace most earnestly to be so kind as to lend her, accepting as security this new cotton underskirt that I have here, 6 reals or whatever amount your grace may have, and she gives her word to return them to you very soon. I was astounded and amazed at this message, and turned to Signor Montesinos and asked, Is it possible, Signor Montesinos, that the distinguished persons who are enchanted suffered from me? To which he responded, Your grace can believe me, Signor Don Quixote of La Mancha, that what is called need is found everywhere, and extends to all places and reaches everyone, and does not excuse even those who are enchanted. And since Signor Dulcinea of Tabaso has sent someone to ask you for the 6 reales, the pledge is good, it seems. Then you must give them to her, for she is undoubtedly is in very great difficulty. Her security I shall not take, I responded, nor shall I give her what she asks, because I have no more than 4 reales. I gave these to her. They were the ones that you, Sancho, gave me the other day that I could give alms to the poor whom I met along the road. And I said, my friend, tell your mistress that her troubles grieve my heart, and I should like to be a fougueur, so that I should solve them, and that I want her to know that I cannot and should not enjoy good health as long as I lack the pleasing sight of her and her discerning conversation, and I treat her grace as earnestly as I can that she be so kind as to allow herself to be seen and spoken to by her captive servant and wandering knight. Tell her, too, that when she least expects it, she will hear what I have made a vow and taken an oath in the manner of one taken by the Marquis of Mantua to avenge his nephew Valdivinos when he found him near death in the heart of the mountains, which was not to eat bread at a cloth-covered table, along with the other trifles he mentioned there, until he had avenged him. And I shall do the same, and vow not to rest, and to wander the 7 regions of the world more diligently than San Pedro of Portugal, until I break her enchantment. All this was more your grace owes to my lady, responded the maiden, and after taking the 4 reals, instead of curtsying, she gave a leap and jumped in 2 bars into the air. Holy God, shouted Sancho, is it possible that there in the world enchanters and enchantments so strong that they have turned my master's good sense into foolishness and madness? Oh, Signor, for God's sake, think about what you're doing, and take back your honor, and don't believe this nonsense that has reduced and lessened your good sense. Since you love me, Sancho, you speak in this fashion, said Don Quixote, and since you have little experience in these things of the world, all things that are very difficult seem possible to you. But in the course of time, as I have already said, I shall recount to you some of what I have seen down there, which will make you believe what I have recounted here. Those truths admits neither arguments nor dispute. The man who translated this great history from the original composed by its first author, says that he reached the chapter concerning the adventure of the cave of Montesinos. He found in the margin written in Hemate's own handwriting these precise words. I cannot believe nor can I persuade that every written in these preceding chapters actually happened in its entirety to the valiant Don Quixote. The reason is that all the adventures up to this point have been possible and plausible. But with regard to this one in the cave, I can find no way to consider it true, since it goes so far beyond the limits of reason. But it is not possible for me to think that Don Quixote, the truest and most noble knight of his day, would lie, for he would not tell a lie even if he were shot with arrows. Moreover, he recounted and told it in all circumstances and details, and in so short a time he couldn't have fabricated so enormous a quantity of nonsense. If this adventure seems apothetical, the fault is not mine, and so without affirming either its falsity or truth, I write it down. You, reader, since you are a discerning person, must judge it according to your own lights. But I must not and cannot do more. Yet it is considered true that at the time of Don Quixote's passing and death he said to have retracted it, saying that he invented it because he thought it was consonant and compatible with the adventures he had read in his histories. And then he continues saying,
And then he continues, saying, the cousin was astounded both by Sancho Panza's boldness and his master's patience, and he assumed that his joy at seeing his lady Dulcinea of Toboso, even though she was enchanted, gave rise to the mildness of disposition he displayed then, for otherwise Sancho's words and phrases would have merited a beating. The cousin, who really thought Sancho had been insolent to his master, said, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, I consider the journey I have made with your grace very worthwhile, because I have derived 4 things from it. The first, having met your grace, which I consider a great joy. The second, having learned what is inside the cave of Montesinos, along with the mutations of Guadiana and the lakes of Ruidera, which will be of great use to me in the Spanish Ovid that I have in hand. The third, having realized the antiquity of cards, which were in use during the time of the Emperor Charlemagne, as one can deduce from the words your grace says Durandarte said, when, after that long period of time when Montesinos was talking to him, he awoke and said, "Have patience," and shuffled the deck. And these words and manner of speaking he could not have learned while he was enchanted, but when he was not, in France and at the time of the aforementioned Emperor Charlemagne. And this discovery is just right for another book that I am writing, which is a supplement to Virgilio Polidoro on the inventions of antiquity. I believe that in his book he did not remember to put in the invention of cards, which I shall now include, and it will be of great importance, particularly quoting an authority as serious and reliable as Senor Durandarte. The fourth is having learned the truth regarding the origins of the Guadiana River, unknown to anyone until now. Your grace is correct, said Don Quixote, but I should like to know, if God grants that you receive a license to print your books, which I doubt, to whom you intend to dedicate them. There are nobles and grandees in Spain to whom they can be dedicated, said the cousin. Not many, responded Don Quixote, and not because they are not worthy of dedications, but because they do not wish to accept them in order not to be obliged to provide the rewards that the work and courtesy of the author seem to deserve. I know a prince who can make up for all the others, and with so many advantages that if I dared mention them, I might perhaps awaken envy in more than one generous bosom. But let us put this aside until a more suitable time, and find a place where we can spend the night. Not far from here, responded the cousin, is a hermitage where a hermit lives, and people say he was once a soldier, and he is reputed to be a good Christian, and very intelligent, and charitable as well. Beside the hermitage is a small house that he built at his own expense, and although it is little, it can receive guests. Does this hermit have chickens, by any chance? Asked Sancho. There are few hermits who do not, responded Don Quixote, because the ones today are not like those in the deserts of Egypt, who dressed in palm leaves and ate roots. And you should not think that because I speak well of earlier hermits, I speak ill of modern ones. I mean to say only that the penances of modern hermits are not as harsh and rigorous as the older ones, but all of them are still good. At least, I judge them to be good. In the worst of circumstances, the hypocrite who pretends to be good does less harm than the public sinner. While they were conversing, they saw a man coming toward them, walking quickly and using a stick to prod a mule that was loaded down with lances and halberds. When he reached them, he greeted them and passed by. Don Quixote said, "Stop, my good man, for it seems you are traveling faster than that mule would like." "I can't stop, señor," the man responded, "because the weapons you see me carrying must be used tomorrow, and I can't possibly stop, and so go with God. But if you want to know why I'm carrying them, I plan to spend the night at the inn that's past the hermitage, and if you're traveling the same way, you'll find me there, and then I'll tell you some wonderful things. And so again, go with God." And he prodded his mule so much that Don Quixote did not have the opportunity to ask him what wonderful things he planned to tell them. And since he was rather curious and was always filled with the desire to learn new things, he said that they should leave immediately and go to spend the night at the inn, not stopping at the hermitage where the cousin wanted them to stay. And so they mounted their animals, and all three followed the road that led directly to the inn, where they arrived shortly before nightfall. On the way, the cousin said to Don Quixote that they should stop at the hermitage for something to drink. As soon as Sancho Panza heard this, he turned his donkey toward the hermitage, and Don Quixote and the cousin did the same. But as Sancho's bad luck would have it, the hermit was not at home, which is what they were told by an assistant hermit whom they found in the hermitage. They asked for some good wine, and he responded that his master did not have any, but if they wanted some cheap water, he would gladly give it to them. "If I had a thirst for water," responded Sancho, "there are wells along the road where I could quench it. O wedding of Camacho, O plenty in the house of Don Diego, I miss you so often." They left the hermitage and spurred their mounts on to the inn, and in a little while they came upon a boy who was walking, not very quickly, in front of them, and they soon overtook him. He was carrying a sword over his shoulder, and on it there was a bundle or pack, apparently of his clothes, which appeared to be breeches or pantaloons, and a short cape, and a shirt or two, because he was wearing a velvet doublet, with some glimmers of satin, and a shirt hanging out, and his hose was of silk, and his shoes square-toed, in the fashion of the court. He must have been 18 or 19 years old, with a joyful face, and, it seemed, an agile body. As he walked along, he sang Seguidillas, to relieve the tedium of the road. When they reached him, he had just finished singing one that the cousin committed to memory, and it is said that it said, "I'm forced to go to the war because I'm so poor. If I had money, believe me, I wouldn't leave." The first to speak to him was Don Quixote, who said, "Your grace travels very lightly, gallant señor. Where are you going? Let us know if you care to tell us. To which the boy responded, My traveling so lightly is because of the heat and poverty, and I am going to war. Why poverty? Asked Don Quixote. The heat is enough of a reason. Senor, replied the lad, in this bundle I'm carrying some velvet pantaloons, companions to this doublet. If I wear them out on the road, I won't be able to honor myself with them in the city, and I don't have the money to buy others. For this reason, and to cool myself, I'll travel this way until I reach the infantry companies that are no more than 12 leagues away, and there I'll enlist, and there will be plenty of wagons that I can ride until we reach the port of embarkation, which they say will be in Cartagena. And I'd rather have the king as my lord and master, and serve him in war, than some fool at court. And does your grace have a bonus by any chance? Asked the cousin. If I had served some grandee of Spain or some distinguished nobleman, the boy responded, I'd certainly have one, which is what you get when you serve good masters. You leave the servants' table and become an ensign or a captain, or get a good allowance. But I, sad to say, always served office seekers and upstarts, whose income and revenue were so miserable and sparse that they spent half of it when they paid for the starch in a collar. It would be considered a miracle if a venturesome page were to have any kind of good fortune. And tell me, friend, on your life, asked Don Quixote, is it possible that during the years you served, you haven't been able to obtain some livery? I was given 2 liveries, responded the page, but like somebody who leaves the church before he takes his vows, and they take away his habit and give him back his clothes, my masters gave me back my own clothes when their business at court was finished, and they went home and took back the liveries they had given just for show. That is a noteworthy spilloceria, as they say in Italian, said Don Quixote, but even so you should consider it good fortune to have left the court with such good intentions, because there is nothing on earth more honorable or beneficial than serving God, first of all, and then your king and natural lord, especially in the practice of arms, by means of which one achieves, if not more wealth, at least more honor than through letters, as I have said so often. Although letters have founded more estates than arms, those who pursue arms have I do not know precisely what kind of advantage over those who pursue letters, but I do know what kind of splendor places them above all others. And what I wish to tell you now you should keep in your memory, for it will be of great benefit and consolation to you in your hardships. You must put out of your mind the adversities that may befall you, for the worst of them is death. And if it is a good death, then dying is the best thing that can happen to you. Julius Caesar, that valiant Roman emperor, was asked what was the best death, and he responded the one that was unexpected, sudden, and unforeseen. And although he responded as a heathen who did not have knowledge of the true God, yet he was correct in view of human feeling. For what does it matter if you are killed in the first battle or skirmish, or are shot by artillery, or blown up by a mine? It is all dying. And the end of the story, and according to Terence, the soldier killed in battle looks better than the one who is safe and sound in flight, and the good soldier achieves as much fame as his obedience to his captains and to those who can command him. And remember, son, that the soldier prefers the smell of gunpowder to the scent of musk. And if old age overtakes you in the honorable profession, even if you are full of wounds and maimed or crippled, at least when it overtakes you, you will not be without honor, an honor that not even poverty can diminish. Furthermore, laws are now being enacted that will protect and assist old and crippled soldiers, because it is not right that they be treated the way blacks are treated, who are emancipated and freed when they are old and can no longer serve, and are thrown out of the house and called free men, making them slaves to hunger, from which only death can liberate them. And for now, I do not wish to say more, except that you should ride behind me on my horse until we reach the inn, and there you will have supper with me, and in the morning you will continue on your way, and may God make it as smooth for you as your desires deserve. The page did not accept the invitation to ride behind, though he did say yes to eating supper with him in the inn, and at this moment it is said that Sancho said to himself, Lord save my master, is it possible that a man who knows how to say all the many good things that he said here can say he's seen the impossible foolishness that he says he saw in the cave of Montesinos? Well now, time will tell. At this point, they reached the inn just as night was falling, and much to Sancho's delight, he saw that his master judged it to be a real inn and not a castle, as he usually did. As soon as they had entered, Don Quixote asked the innkeeper about the man with the lances and halberds, and he responded that the man was on the stable tending to his mule. The cousin and Sancho did the same thing for their donkeys, giving Rocinante the best manger and stall in the stable.
Capitolo 25, dove si espone l'avventura del raglio e quella burlesca del burattinaio, nonché i memorandi presagi della scimmia indovina. Don Quixote aveva, come suol dirsi, la febbre addosso, impaziente di sentire e sapere le meravigliose cose promesse dal portatore delle armi. Andò a cercarlo dove l'oste gli aveva detto che era e trovatolo, chiese che gli dicesse comunque e lì subito ciò che gli doveva dire dopo, riguardo a quanto gli aveva domandato per via. Quegli rispose: con più comodo e non qui in piedi si deve imprendere la narrazione delle cose meravigliose che ho a dire. Mi lasci, caro signore, finir di dare il forraggio alla mia bestia, che poi gliene dirò di quelle da farlo strabiliare. Non s'attenda già per cotesto, rispose Don Quixote, che v'aiuterò io a far tutto. Così fece infatti, vagliandogli l'orso e ripulendo la greppia, umile servigio che obbligò colui a raccontargli di buon grado ciò che gli aveva chiesto. Perciò, sedutosi sopra un sedile di pietra, e Don Quixote vicino a lui, avendo per rispettabile pubblico il cugino di Basilio, il paggio, Sancho Panza e l'oste, cominciò a dire così. Lor signori, bisogna che sappiano che in un villaggio distante 4 leghe e mezzo da questa locanda avvenne che a un consigliere assessore del municipio gli viene a mancare un asino per una gherminella e bricconieria di una ragazza sua serva, una storia lunga a raccontarla. Ne fu possibile ritrovarlo, quantunque costui facesse le maggiori ricerche. Potevano essere passati un 15 giorni, a quanto tutti dicevano, da che l'asino mancava, quando, mentre il consigliere che aveva sofferto la perdita se ne stava in piazza, un altro consigliere dello stesso villaggio gli disse: «Qua la Mancha per una buona notizia, compare. Il vostro somaro è riapparso». «Io ben ve la prometto e generosa, compare», rispose l'altro, «ma che io sappia dove esso riapparso». «L'ho veduto stamattina nel bosco», rispose lo scopritore, «senza bardella, senza alcun finimento, così, rifinito che faceva compassione a guardarlo. Volevo provare a cacciarmelo innanzi e ricondurvelo, ma si è fatto già così selvatico e ombroso che quando me gli accostai si mise a scappare e si internò nel più folto del bosco. Se volete che torniamo tutti e due a cercarlo, lasciatemi riporre in casa questa somarella e torno subito». «Mi farete molto piacere», disse quello dell'asino, «e io cercherò di contraccambiarvelo». Con tutti questi particolari e nel modo appunto che vi vado raccontando io la cosa, la raccontavano tutti coloro che sanno la verità del fatto. In conclusione, i 2 consiglieri assessori, a piedi e passo, se ne andarono al bosco, ma giunti al luogo e nel punto dove credevano di trovare l'asino, non ve lo trovarono né per quanto cercassero si fece vedere da nessuna di quelle parti. Or, vedendo che non compariva, il consigliere che lo aveva rintracciato disse all'altro: «Sentite, compare, ho pensato un piano per mezzo del quale indubbiamente riusciremo a scoprire questo animale, ancorché si sia ficcato nelle profondità della terra, nonché del bosco, ed è che io so ragliare in modo meraviglioso, e se anche voi sapete un pochino, ritenete che la cosa è bella e fatta». «Se anch'io so un pochino, compare», disse l'altro. «Perdio, nessuno mi supera, neanche gli stessi asini». «Ora lo vedremo», rispose il secondo consigliere, «perché il piano che ho stabilito è che voi ve ne andiate
da un lato del bosco e io dall'altro, in modo da girarlo e percorrerlo tutto. Di tanto in tanto ragliate voi e poi raglierò io, sì che l'asino, se è nel bosco, non potrà non sentirci e non risponderci. Al che rispose il padrone dell'asino: vi so dire, compare, che il piano è eccellente e degno del vostro grande ingegno. E separatisi i due secondo il convenuto, avvenne che quasi ad un tempo stesso ragliarono, sicché, ingannato ciascuno dal raglio dell'altro, corsero a cercarsi, credendo che fosse già comparso l'asino. Or come si videro, disse colui che l'aveva perduto: è mai possibile, compare, che non sia stato il mio asino quello che ha ragliato? No, sono stato io, rispose l'altro. Allora, devo dire, soggiunse il padrone, che da voi a un asino non c'è proprio differenza quanto a ragliare, perché in vita mia non ho visto né udito nulla di più preciso. Coteste così calde lodi, rispose colui che aveva fatto il piano, meglio toccano e riguardano voi che me, compare, perché per quel Dio che mi ha creato potete dare 2 ragli di vantaggio al migliore e più esperto ragliatore del mondo. Il tono che avete è alto, la voce è ben sostenuta a tempo e misura, e le ultime note fitte e rapide. Insomma, io mi do per vinto, vi cedo la palma e vi consegno la bandiera di questa rara capacità. Allora devo dire, rispose il padrone dell'asino, che mi riterrò e mi stimerò da più d'ora in poi, e mi darò a credere di pur sapere qualcosa, dal momento che ho qualche bella qualità, giacché, quantunque credessi di ragliare bene, mai però mi pensavo di arrivare alla perfezione che voi dite. Ed anch'io ora dirò, rispose il secondo, che ci sono nel mondo delle rare capacità che vanno perdute e che sono male impiegate in gente che non sanno valersene. Le nostre però, rispose il padrone dell'asino, se non sia in casi simili a quello che abbiamo tra mano, non ci possono servire in altro. E anche Dio voglia che ora ci siano di vantaggio. Ciò detto, tornarono a separarsi e a ripetere quel loro ragliare, ma ogni volta si ripeteva l'equivoco e di bel nuovo si riunivano, finché per contrassegno che erano loro e non l'asino presero d'accordo di ragliare ciascuno 2 volte, una dopo l'altra. Dopodiché, raddoppiando così a ogni momento i ragli, girarono tutto il bosco senza che mai però lo smarrito animale desse neanche un segno di risposta. Or come poteva rispondere il misero e sventurato animale se lo ritrovarono nel più fitto del bosco, divorato dai lupi? Come il suo padrone l'ebbe veduto, disse: ben mi meravigliavo io che non rispondesse, giacché a meno che non fosse morto, egli avrebbe ragliato se ci avesse sentito, ovvero non avrebbe dovuto essere asino. Tuttavia, pur di aver sentito voi ragliare in tanto bel modo, compare, do per bene spesa la fatica che ho durato a cercarlo, sebbene lo abbia trovato morto. L'abilità è del pari, compare, rispose l'altro, poiché se l'abate canta bene, non ne disgrada il cherico. Quindi, sconsolati e rauchi, tornarono al villaggio, dove raccontarono agli amici, ai vicini e conoscenti quanto era loro occorso nella ricerca dell'asino, portando alle stelle l'uno la bravura dell'altro nel ragliare. Fu risaputo e si sparse tutto ciò per i villaggi circonvicini, e il diavolo, che non dorme come quelli che si compiace di seminare litigi e diffondere discordie dappertutto, soffiando malignità attorno e gran motivi di contese per nulla, dispose e fece sì che gli abitanti degli altri borghi, al vedere qualcuno nel nostro villaggio, prendessero a ragliare come per rinfaccio del raglio dei nostri consiglieri. Ci si misero i ragazzi, che fu come mettercene tutte le mani e tutte le bocche dei diavoli d'inverno. Il raglio si andò propagando d'uno in altro paese, per modo che gli abitanti di quello del raglio non son conosciuti come si riconoscono e distinguono i neri dai bianchi. Anzi, a tale estremo è arrivata la sventura di questa beffa, che molte volte a mano armata e a schiera sono usciti i beffati ad azzuffarsi contro i beffatori, senza che ci si possa mettere riparo alcuno, neppure il timore e la vergogna. Ok. Io credo che domani a doman l'altro hanno da uscire in campo quelli del mio paese, quelli cioè del raglio, contro un altro villaggio distante dal nostro 2 leghe, uno di quelli che più ci perseguitano. E appunto per presentarci noi ben preparati ho comprato le lance e le alabarde che avete veduto. Or queste sono le cose meravigliose che dissi di avervi a raccontare, che se meravigliose non vi sembrano, non ne so altre. E con ciò il buon uomo pose fine al suo racconto, quando ecco che dall'entrata dell'osteria si fece avanti un tale, tutto vestito di pelle di camoscio, calze, bracche e giubbone, il quale a voce alta domandò: «Signor oste, c'è da alloggiare?» Che arriva lo scimmiotto, indovino, e il quadro scenico della liberazione di Melisendra. «Per pacco», disse l'oste, «è qui il signor Mastro Pietro. Ci si prepara una serata allegra». Mi dimenticavo di dire che questo Mastro Pietro aveva l'occhio sinistro e quasi mezza guancia coperti con una benda di taffetà verde, la quale stava a dimostrare che tutta quella parte doveva essere malata. L'oste continuò a dire: «Benvenuta Vossignoria, Mastro Pietro. E dove sono lo scimmiotto e il quadro scenico che non li vedo?» «Son qui vicino», rispose colui che era tutto vestito di camoscio, «ma io sono andata avanti per sapere se c'è alloggio». «Magari per lo stesso duca d'Alba non ci sarebbe posto, pur di farlo al signor Mastro Pietro», rispose l'oste. «Venga pure la scimmia e venga il quadro scenico, che c'è gente stasera nella locanda, gente disposta a pagare per vedere la rappresentazione e le bravure della scimmia». «Alla buon'ora», rispose colui della benda, «io ribasserò il prezzo e mi contenterò e se potrò impattarla con le spese. Ora torno indietro a fare affrettare il carretto su cui è la scimmia e il quadro scenico».
Don Quixote was dumbfounded, Sancho astounded, the cousins baffled, the page stunned, the man who turned about the braying stoop-feed, and the inner keeper perplexed, and, in short, all who heard the words of the puppet master were amazed. But he continued saying, "And you, O worthy Sancho Panza, the best squire of the best knight in the world, be our good cheer. Your good wife Teresa is well, and at this very moment she is carting a pound of flax. To be more specific, on her left is broken-mouthed jug that holds a good measure of wine, and with it she keeps her spirit up as she works." "I can believe that," responded Sancho, "because she's a wonderful woman, and except for her being jealous, I wouldn't trade her for a Giantis and Donda,
who, according to my master, was a very honorable and upright woman. My Teresa is one of those women who won't let themselves fare badly, even at the expense of their heirs. Now I say, said Don Quixote at this point, that the man who reads a good deal and travels a good deal, sees a good deal and knows a good deal. I say this because what argument would have been enough to persuade me that there are monkeys in the world who can soothsay, as I have just seen with my own eyes, because I am the very same Don Quixote of La Mancha mentioned by this good animal, although he has gone a little too far in praising me, but no matter, I give thanks to heaven, who granted me a gentle and compassionate spirit, always inclined to do good to everyone and evil to none. If I had money, said the pig, I'd ask the noble monkey what will happen to me on the travels I'm undertaking. To which Master Pedro, who by this time had risen from the feet of Don Quixote, responded, I've already said that this beast does not speak of the future, but he did. Not having money wouldn't matter, because of the sake serving Senor Don Quixote here present, I would give up all the profits in the world. And now, because I owe it to him, and to give him pleasure, I would like to set up my puppet stage and delight everyone in the inn at no charge whatsoever. When he heard this, the innkeeper, who was overjoyed, indicated the spot where the stage would be placed, and this was done in a very short order. Don Quixote was not very pleased with the monkey's soothsaying, for it did not seem right that a monkey could divine things, whether things of the future or of the past. And so while Master Pedro was arranging the stage, Don Quixote withdrew with Sancho to a corner of the stable where no one could hear them, and he said, Look, Sancho, I have considered very carefully the strange talent of this monkey, and in my opinion, this Master Pedro, his owner, must have a pact, either implicit or explicit, with the devil. If the pacts split and belong to the devil, Sancho said, it must be very dirty pact. No doubt about it. But what good would that do, Master Pedro? You do not understand me, Sancho. I mean only that he must have made some agreement with the devil to grant his talent to the monkey, so that Master Pedro could earn his living. And when he is rich, the devil will take his soul, which is pricelessly what the universe enemy wishes, and what makes me believe this is seeing that the monkey replies only to the past or present things, which is far as the devil's knowledge can go. Future things cannot be known except through conjecture, and only occasionally, for knowing all times and moments is reserved to God alone. And for him, there is no past or future. Everything is present. And this being true as it is clear that this monkey speaks in the style of the devil, and I am amazed that he is not being denounced to the holy office and examined and forced to tell by whose power he divines. For it is also clear that this monkey is not an astrologer, and neither he nor his master casts or knows how to cast. The astrological charts used so widely now in Spain that there is not a fishwife page or cold cobbler who does not presume to cast a chart as if it were the knave in a pack of cards lying on the floor, corrupting the marvelous truths of science with their lies and ignorance. I know of a lady who asked one of them if a small lapdog she had would become pregnant and give birth, and how many pups she would have and what color they would be. To which our noble astrologer responded that the dog would become pregnant and give birth to 3 pups, 1 green, 1 red, and 1 spotted, provided that the dog was mounted between 11 and 12 in the morning or at night, and that it took place on a Monday or a Saturday. And what happened was that 2 days later, the dog died of indigestion, and the noble prognosticator was credited in the town with being a very accurate caster of the charts, and reputation that all of or most astrologers have.
Even so, said Sancho, I would like your grace to tell Master Pedro to ask his monkey if what happened to your grace in the cave of Montesinos is true. In my opinion, begging your grace's pardon, it was all deceptions and lies, or at least nothing but dreams. Everything is possible, responded Don Quixote, but I shall do as you advise, although I still have certain scruples in that regard. As they were speaking, Master Pedro came looking for Don Quixote to tell him that the puppet stage was ready, and that his grace should see it because it was worthwhile. Don Quixote told him what he was thinking and implored him to first ask his monkey to tell him if certain things that had occurred in the cave of Montesinos were dreamed or true, because it seemed to him that they were both. To which Master Pedro, without saying a word, brought back his monkey, and standing in front of Don Quixote and Sancho, said, Look, noble monkey, this knight wishes to know if certain things that happened to him in a cave called Montesinos was false or true. And after his master had made the usual signal, the monkey jumped onto his left shoulder and spoke to him, apparently, in his ear, and then Master Pedro said, The monkey says that some of the things your grace saw or experienced in the aforesaid caves were false, and some are true. And this is all he knows and nothing more. And with regards to this question, and if your grace should wish to know more, next Friday he shall respond to everything you ask of him. But for the moment he has used up his abilities, and they won't return until Friday, as he said. Didn't I say, said Sancho, that I couldn't believe, senor, that everything your grace said about what happened in the cave is true? Not even half. Events will tell the truth of things, Sancho, responded Don Quixote. For time which reveals all things brings everything into the light of day, even if it was hidden in the bowels of the earth. Enough of that for now. Let us go to see the puppet show of our good Master Pedro, for I believe it shall hold some surprises. What do you mean, some? Responded Master Pedro. 60,000 are contained in this show of mine, I tell your grace, Senor Don Quixote. That is one of the most spectacular things in the world today. But oberius credente et non verbis. And now to work, for it is getting late, and we have much to do, and to say, and to show. Don Quixote and Sancho did as he asked, and went to the place where the stage was set up for all to see. And it was filled with the light of little wax candles that made it look colorful and resplendent. As soon as they arrived, Master Pedro went inside the puppet theater, for it was he who would manipulate the figures in the play, and outside stood a boy, a servant of Master Pedro's, to act as the interpreter and the narrator of the mysteries on stage. In his hand he held a rod which he pointed to the figures as they came out. When everyone in the inn was sitting, and some standing, in front of the stage, and Don Quixote, Sancho, the page, and the cousin were settled in the best places, the interpreter began to say what will be heard and seen by those who hear or see the following chapter. I meant to say, all of these looking in the stage were waiting to hear the words of the narrator regarding its marvels, and when the sound of the large number of drums and trumpets were heard, a good deal of the artillery firing, then the sound soon ended, and the boy raised his voice and said, This true history presented here for all your graces is taken literally from the French chronicles and the Spanish ballads that are now in the mouths of everyone, even children, on our streets. It tells of how Senor Don Gafritos freed his wife, Mizoranda, who was held captive in Spain by the Moors in the city of Santa Eugenia, which was the name given in those days to the city of Sanagrosa. And your graces can see how Don Gafritos is playing backgammon, as they sing in the song. Don Gafritos is playing backgammon, but his lady Mezralanda is forgotten.
Okay. O sujeito que chega da coroa na cabeça e sceptro em punho, e imperador Carlos Magno, pai putativo de tal Melissandra, que o zangava ver, Gero tão descuidoso, e não te rales, se põe ao ralar com ele. Reparem que a senha e frenesi o repreende,
que parece mesmo lhe vai aplicar com septo de meia dúzia de bananas, e mesmo autores que afirmam que lhes aplicou e muito bem aplicados. Depois de ter pregado muitas coisas quanto ao perigo de corria a sua honra e não ter dado um passo para libertar a esposa, dizem que rematará. Assaz tenha dito agora convosco. Vejam vossas mercês agora. O imperador volte-lhes as costas e dê a Dom Gaifeiros a bufar. Olhe para ele, escamado de tudo. Depois de tirar para o meio do chão, com tabuleiros e as tovolas, grita que lhe tragam as armas a toda pressa. A Dom Roldão, seu primo, pede que lhe empreste a espada durindana. Dom Roldão nega-se a emprestar-lhe, oferecendo-lhe antes a sua companhia para que lhe lance difícil que vai acometer. Mas ele, todo arrufado, disse que não precisa de ajuda e protesta que sozinho chega a libertar a esposa e ainda estivesse no fundo de um poço que furasse até o centro da terra. E, pronto, vai por as armas e prepare-se para a jornada. Voltem agora, vossas mercês, os olhos para que a torre ao fundo, e que se supõe ser uma das torres do alcançar dos olhos para a torre ao fundo, e que se supõe a ser das torres do alcançar de Saragossa, que agora chamam Aljaféria. A dama que se mostra ao balcão, vestida de moura e sem par Melissandra, que tantas vezes dali se põe a olhar o caminho que corre para a França e se consola do cativeiro, pensando e tornando a pesar em Paris e no esposo. Notem também um caso nosso agora sucede, jamais visto. Vem aquele moro que, pé antes pé e sorrateiro, contento a respiração, chega por dentro de Melissandra. Vejam, como ele se furta um beijo de esguela no canto da boca e como ela logo cospe fora, enjoada, e se limpa ao canhão da camisa. Depois começa a bramar muito arnegada e com frenis arranca os belos cabelos como se eles tivessem culpa do desaforo. Reparem agora que aquele mouro, muito sisudo, muito teso, que está nos corredores, e é o rei Marcílio de Sonsanha. Prensiciu a malandrice do moiro, e, embora fosse seu parente e grande privado, mandou-o logo prender e que lhe dessem 200 açoites, depois de passarem pelas ruas públicas e costumadas com porteiros adiantes e os aguizes com as varas atrás. Lá saem executar a sentença. Ainda bem se não acabou a praticar o crime, porque entre mouros não há apelação nem agravo, nem juras, nem meias juras, como entre nós. Menino, exclamou nesta altura Don Quixote, anda lá a história ao direito e não te percas os rodeios e circunloquias. Para tirar uma verdade a limpo, são precisas muitas provas e contraprovas. Mestre Pedro, de dentro, advertiu também. Rapaz, deixa lá as tretas e atenda a que esse senhor te diz que está certo. Segue com a sanfonia e não tenjas em alturas que das fifais. Eu faço como me mandem, interrompeu o moço. O vulto que ia rompe ao cavalo, prosseguiu ele, embrulhando-no em um capote de gascão e gaifeiros a carne e osso.
Já sua esposa, vingado e lamenchas no moiro, com uma semblante mais bem disposto e sossegado, se debruça do mirante, lá fala com o esposo, julgando que é um viajeiro, e com ele tem o colóquio de que fala o rimance. Cavaleiro, se idas à França, porque Dom Gaifeiros perguntai, e que só não repito para não enfadar. Basta ver como Dom Gaifeiros se ele descobre e pelos gatimanhos de contentamento que faz Melissandra perceber-se muito bem que ela o reconheceu, pois não que já atrepas as grades da varanda com o fim de pular para as ancas do cavalo do seu bom senhor. Mas a desventurada prendeu-se-lhe a roda da saia em um dos varões e ficou suspensa no ar. Mas o céu acode sempre os aflitos. Corre Dom Gaifeiro e sem importar que a saia de tão rico pano se faça em fânicos, puxa por ela com tantas forças que tiras com ela ao chão. E logo ela se levanta e de um pulo se coloca à grupa de um corcel e de escancha as pernas como um homem. Recomendar-lhe, Dom Gaifeiros, que se segure bem e lhe pare os braços em volta da cinta, temeroso que não caia por lá. Poucos afeitos e semelhanças da cavalarias. Olhem como o cavalo rincha, sinal de muito que vai contento com a valência formosa carga do seu dono e dona. Lá voltam costas, lá vão, lá saem da cidade, e alegre os regalados tomem o rumo de Paris. Vá em paz, galopa, voa, o par sem par entre os amantes. Chagai, ambos são salvos à amada pátria, sem sofrer percalço em vossa benditosa viagem. E que os olhos de vossos amigos e próximos vos vejam gozar em quietude e satisfação os dias que vos restam de vida, os quais, oxalá, sem tão longe como os de Néstor. Neste ponto, levantou de novo o maestro Pedro, em voz que dizer: simplicidade, rapaz. Queres deitar espinche, mas olha que toda afectação é censurável. A língua não respondeu e continuou com a lição. Não faltará olhos lampeiros dessa quem nada escapa, que derem pela fuga de Melissandra. Foram com a parte do rei Marcílio, o qual mandou logo dar alarme. Ouçam os sinos nas muitas terras desmesquitas. A cidade parece que vem abaixo ao que dobram e repicam. Isso não, interrompeu Don Quixote. Em matéria de sinos, mestre Pedro labora num erro. Sinos não se usam entre moiros, mas estábales e gênero de dulçainas que se parecem com a nossa charamelas. Por os companarios de tocar sonha em uma asneira de grosso calibre. Mestre Pedro ouviu corrigenda e deixou de tocar os sinos, mas foi retorqueando. Não repare vossas mercies em ninhares, senhor Don Quixote, nem aperte tanto a cravelha que estoura a corda. Reapresenta-se para aí todos os dias comédias recheadas de absurdos e bobaceiras, e ninguém lhe vai a mão. Pelo contrário, farte-se com receber aplausos, vento ao papo. Continua, rapaz, e deixar falar. Contanto que o ante o bolsilho, não se dá nada conter mais dislates do que atos tem o sol. No resto estamos de acordo, disse Don Quixote. Vejam reatou, interprete. Quantas e quantas luzidas cavalarias saem em perseguição dos dois católicos amantes, quando trombetas soam, quantos dulceinas tocam, quantos tambores e atabales retombam. Receio bem que os alcances e tragens adotados à cauda do próprio cavalo, o que seria horrendo espetáculo. I stopped over here. Over here.
And Don Quixote, seeing and hearing so many Moors and so much clamor, thought it would be a good idea to assist those who were fleeing, and rising to his feet, in a loud voice he said, I shall not consent in my lifetime and in my presence to any such offense against an enamored knight so famous and bold as Don Gaiferos halt. You low-born rabble, do not follow and do not pursue him unless you wish to do battle with me. And speaking and taking action, he unsheathed his sword, leaped next to the stage, and with swift and never before seen fury began to rain down blows on the crowd of the Moorish puppets, knocking down some, beheading others, ruining this one, destroying that one, and among many other blows he delivered so powerful a downstroke that if Master Pedro had not stopped, crouched down, and hunched over, he would have cut off his head more easily than if it had been so much marzipan. Master Pedro cried out, saying, Your Grace must stop, Senor Don Quixote, and realize that the ones you are overthrowing, destroying, and killing are not real Moors, but only pasteboard figures. Sinner that I am, you are destroying and ruining everything I own. But this did not keep Don Quixote from raining down slashes, two-handed blows, thrusts, and backstrokes. In short and less time than it takes to tell about, he knocked the puppet theater to the floor, and all its scenery and figures cut and broken to pieces. King Marsilio was badly wounded, and Emperor Charles Magnus's head and crown were split in two. The audience of spectators was in a tumult. The monkey ran out the window and onto the roof. The cousin was fearful. The page was frightened, and even Sancho Panza was terrified, because he swore when the storm was over he had never seen his master in so wild a fury. When the general destruction of the puppet theater was complete, Don Quixote calmed down somewhat and said, At this moment I should like to have here in front of me all those who do not believe and do not wish to believe. How much good knights errant do to the world. If I had not been here, just think what would have happened to the worthy Don Gafrios and the beauteous Melisandre. Most certainly by this time those dogs would have overtaken them and committed some outrage against them. In brief, long live knight erranty over and above everything in the world today. Long live and good fortune, said Master Pedro in a faint voice, and nothing but death for me, for I am so unfortunate that I can say with King Don Rodrigo, yesterday the lord of all Spain, today not even a tower that I can call my own. Not half an hour ago, not even half a moment, I was the master of kings and emperors, my stables and coffins and sacks filled with infinite horses and countless treasures, and now I am desolate and dejected, impoverished and a beggar, and worst of all, without my monkey, and by my faith, it will be like pulling teeth to get him back again, and all because of the ill-considered rage of this night,
who they say protects orphans and their rights, wrongs, and does other charitable works, and in me alone have this generous intentions come to not praise to be blessed heaven, where the seats are sublime. In short, the night of the sorrowful face has certainly brought sorrow to my figures and puppets. Sancho Panza was deeply affected by the words of Master Pedro, and he said, "Don't cry, Master Pedro, and don't wail or even or you'll break my heart. And let me tell you that my master Don Quixote is so Catholic and scrumptious a Christian that if he realizes he's done you any harm, he'll tell you so and want to pay and satisfy you, and with interest. If Señor Don Quixote would pay me even in part for the figures he has destroyed, I would be happy, and his grace would satisfy his conscience, because there is no salvation for the man who holds another's property against the will of the owner and does not return it." "That is true," said Don Quixote, "but until now I did not know that I had anything of yours, Master Pedro." "What do you mean?" responded Master Pedro. "These relics lying on the hard and sterile ground, what scattered and annihilated them but the inconceivable strength of that mighty arm? And whose bodies were they but mine? And how did I earn my living except with them?" "Now I believe," said Don Quixote at this point, "what I have believed on many other occasions, the enchanters who pursue me simply place figures as they really are before my eyes, and then change and alter them into whatever they wish. I tell you really and truly, the gentlemen who can hear me, it seemed to me that everything that happened here was actually happening, that Melisandra and Melisandra Don Gafritos, Malicilo, and Charmaine. For that reason, I was overcome by rage to fulfill the obligations of the knight entry I profess. I wanted to give my help and favor to those who were fleeing, and to the worthy end I did what you have seen. If matters have turned out otherwise, the fault is not mine, but lies with the wicked creatures who pursue me. Even so, although my error was not the result of the malice, I wish to sentence myself to pay the costs. Let Master Pedro decide what he wants for the damaged puppets, for I offer to pay him immediately in good standard Castilian coin."
Master Pedro bowed, saying, "I expected no less from the extraordinary Christianity of the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha. A true shelter and protection for all needy and impoverished wanderers, and this noble innkeeper and the great Sancho will be mediators between your grace and me, and assessors of what the demolished figures are worth, or might have been worth." The innkeeper and Sancho agreed, and then Master Pedro picked up from the floor King Marsilio of Zaragoza, who was missing his head, and said, "You can see how impossible it is to return this king to his original state, and so, it seems to me, unless you think otherwise, that for his death, end, and termination, I should be given 4.5 reales. "Continue," said Don Quixote. "Well, for this slash that goes from top to bottom," continued Master Pedro, picking up 2 halves of the Emperor Charlemagne, "it would not be too much if I asked 5.25 reales. "That's no small amount," said Sancho. "Not a large one either," replied the innkeeper. "Let's settle at 5 reales. "Give him the entire 5.25, said Don Quixote. "For a quarter more or less will not change this notable misfortune in any way. Finish quickly, Master Pedro, because it is almost time for supper, and I am feeling somewhat hungry." For this figure, Master Pedro, the beautiful Melisandra, who is missing a nose and 1 eye, I want, and I think it's fair, 2 reales and 12 marivedes. It would certainly be the devil's work, said Don Quixote, "if Melisandra and her husband were not already at the French border, at the very least, because the horse they were riding seemed to me to be flying rather than running, and so there is no reason to try to swindle me, showing me a Melisandre without a nose when the other one is at leisure and making merry in France with her husband. May God help each man with his own affairs, Senor Master Pedro, and let all us proceed in straightforward way with honest intentions. Continue. Master Pedro, who saw that Don Quixote was slipping back into madness and returning to his earlier theme, did not want him to get in the way. And so he said, "This can't be Melisandre. It must be one of her maids. And so if you gave me 60 maravedis for her, I'll consider myself satisfied and well paid." In this fashion, prices were set for many other destroyed puppets, which were later modified by two arbitrating judges to the satisfaction of all parties and reached a total of 40 and 3,000 quarters reales. In addition to this amount, which Sancho immediately took out of the purse and paid to him, Master Pedro requested 2 reales for the effort of catching the monkey. "Give them to him, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "not for catching the monkey, but for bending his elbow, and I would give 200 more as a reward to the person who could tell me with certainty that Senora Doña Melisandre and Senor Don Gafieros were in France now with their people." "No one could tell us that better than my monkey," said Master Pedro. "Not even the devil can catch him now, even though I imagine that affection and hunger will force him to look for me tonight, and God will bring the dawn, and then we'll see." In short, the storm over the puppet show came to an end, and everyone ate supper in peace and good fellowship at Don Quixote's expense, for he was generous in the extreme. Before daybreak, the man carrying the lances and halberds left, and shortly after dawn, the cousin and the page came to take their leave of Don Quixote, the one to return home and the other to continue his journey and to help him on his way. Don Quixote gave the page a dozen reales. Master Pedro did not wish to engage in further disputes with Don Quixote, whom he knew very well, and so he arose before the sun, and after gathering up the relics of his puppet theater and his monkey, he also set out to seek adventure. The innkeeper, who did not know Don Quixote, was astonished by his madness and his generosity. To conclude, Sancho paid him very well in order of his master, and when it was almost 8 in the morning, they said goodbye, left the inn, and took to the road, where we shall leave them, and that will afford us the opportunity to recount other things that are pertinent to the narration of this famous story, in which the identities of Master Pedro and his monkey are revealed, as well as the unhappy outcome of braying adventure, which Don Quixote did not conclude as he had wished and intended. Cid Hamet, the chronicler of this great history, begins this chapter with the words, "I swear as a Catholic Christian," to which his translator says that Cid Hamet swearing as a Catholic Christian when he was a Moor, which undoubtedly was, meant only that as the Catholic Christian, when he swears or should swear the truth and tell the truth in everything he says. So too, he was telling the truth as he were swearing as a Catholic Christian when he wrote Don Quixote, especially when he told who Master Pedro was, as well as the soothsaying monkey who had amazed all those towns and villages with his divinations. He says, then, and that whoever reads the first part of this story will remember very clearly Ginés de Pasamonte, to whom, along with the other galley slaves, Don Quixote gave his freedom in the Sierra Morena, a charitable act that was repaid with ingratitude and thanklessness by those ill-intentioned and badly behaved people. This Ginés de Pasamonte, whom Don Quixote called Ginecillo de Parapilla, was the man who stole Sancho Panza's donkey, called Ginecillo de Parapilla, and was the man who stole Sancho Panza's donkey. And how and when of that theft were not included in the first part, though an error of the printers, many have led to attribute this printing error to the author's defective memory. To brief, Ginés stole the donkey when Sancho was sleeping on its back, using the same trick and device that Brunello used when Sacripante was at Albraca, and he took the horse out between his legs. And then Sancho recovered the donkey, as has already been recounted. This Ginés, fearful of being captured by the officers of the law who were looking for him, so that he could be punished for his infinite deceptions and crimes, so numerous of such a nature that he himself wrote a long book recounting them, decided to cross into the kingdom of Aragon, cover his left eye, and take up the trade of a puppet master, for this and sleight of a hand were things he knew extremely well. It so happened that from a group of freed Christians who come from Barbary, he brought the monkey and taught it to jump onto his shoulder at a certain signal and then whisper, or seem to whisper, in his ear. When he had done this, before he would enter any village where he was taking his puppet, theater, and monkey, he would learn in a nearby village, or anyone who could, what specific things had happened in the village and to whom, and after he had committed them to memory, the first thing he did was put on his puppet show, sometimes playing one story and sometimes another, but all of them happy and joyful and well known. When the show was over, he proclaimed the abilities of his monkey, telling the audience that he could not see everything past and present, but that he had no skill in divining the future. For the answer to each question, he would ask 2 reales, and for some, he lowered the price, depending on the mood of the questioners. On occasion, he would stay in houses where he would know certain incidents that happened to the people who lived there, and even though they did not ask anything because they did not want to pay, he would signal the monkey and say that the animal had said something that fit perfectly with those incidents. In this fashion, he gained remarkable credibility and everyone came to see him. On other occasions, since he was so intelligent, he responded so that the answers matched the questions, and since no one examined him or pressed him to say how his monkey could be a soothsayer, he had a monkey of them all and filled his pockets.
Así como entró en la venta, conoció a Don Quijote y a Sancho, por cuyo conocimiento le fue fácil poner en admiración a Don Quijote y a Sancho Panza y a todos los que ellas entraban. Pero habiéronle de costar caro si Don Quijote bajara un poco más la mano cuando cortó la cabeza al rey Marsilio y destruyó toda su caballería, como queda dicho en el antecedente capítulo. Eso es lo que hay que decir de Maese Pedro y de su mono. Y volviendo a Don Quijote de la Mancha, digo que después de haber salido de la venta, determinó de ver primero las riberas del río Ebro y todos aquellos contornos, antes de entrar en la ciudad de Zaragoza, pues le daba miedo para todo el mucho que faltaba desde allí a las justas. Con esa intención siguió su camino, por el cual anduvo 2 días sin acontecerle cosa digna de ponerse en escritura, hasta que al tercero, al subir de una loma, oyó un gran rumor de atambores, de trompetas y arcabuces. Al principio pensó que algún tercio de soldado pasaba por aquella parte, y por verlos picó a Rocinante y subió la loma arriba. Y cuando estuvo en la cumbre, vio al pie de ella, a su parecer, más de 200 hombres armados de diferentes suertes de armas, como si dijéramos lanzotes, ballestas, partesanas, alabardas y picas, y algunos arcabuces y muchas rodelas. Bajó a su encuentro y acercándosele al escuadrón tanto que distintamente vio las banderas, juzgó de los colores y notó las empresas que en ellas traían, especialmente una que en un estardante o jirón de raso blanco venía, en el cual estaba pintado muy al vivo un asno como un pequeño sardesco, la cabeza levantada, la boca abierta y la lengua de fuera, en acto y postura como si estuviera rebuznando. Alrededor de él estaban escritos de letras grandes estos 2 versos. No rebuznaron en balde, el uno y el otro alcalde. Por esta insignia sacó Don Quijote que aquella gente debía de ser del pueblo de Rebuzno, y así se lo dijo a Sancho, declarándole lo que en el estandarte venía escrito. Díjole también que el que les había dado noticia de aquel caso se había errado en decir que 2 regidores habían sido los que rebuznaron, pero que, según los versos del estandarte, no habían sino alcaldes, a los que respondió Sancho Panza: Señor, en eso no hay que reparar, que bien puede ser que los regidores que entonces rebuznaron viniesen con el tiempo a ser alcaldes de su pueblo, y así se puede llamar con entrambos títulos, cuando más que no se hace el caso a la verdad de la historia, sé los rebuznadores alcaldes o regidores, como ellos, una por una, hayan rebuznado, porque tan que a pique se ha de rebuznar un alcalde como un regidor. Finalmente conocieron y supieron cómo el pueblo corrido salía a pelear con otro que le corría más de lo justo y de lo que se debía a la buena vecindad. Fuese llegando a ellos Don Quijote, no por poca pesadumbre de Sancho, que nunca fue amigo de hallarse en semejantes jornadas. Los del escuadrón les recogieron en medio, creyendo que era alguno de los de su parcialidad. Don Quijote, alzando la visera con gentil brío y continente, llegó hasta el estandarte del asno, y allí se le pusieron alrededor todos los demás principales del ejército, por verle admirados con la admiración acostumbrada con que caían todos aquellos que la vez primera les miraban. Don Quijote, que los vio tan atentos a mirarle, sin que ninguno le hablase ni le preguntase nada, quiso aprovecharse de aquel silencio, y rompiendo el suyo, alzó la voz y dijo: Buenos señores, cuán encarecidamente puedo suplico que no interrumpáis un razonamiento que quiero haceros, hasta que veáis que os disgusta y enfada, y que si eso sucede, con la más mínima señal que me hagáis, pondré un sello en mi boca y echaré una mordaza a mi lengua. Todos les dijeron que dijese lo que quisiese, que de buena gana le escucharían. Don Quijote, con esa licencia, prosiguió diciendo: Yo, señores míos, soy caballero andante, cuyo ejercicio es el de las armas, y cuya profesión la de favorecer a los necesitados de favor y acudir a los menesterosos. Días ha que he salido vuestra desgracia, y la causa que os mueve a tornar las armas a cada paso, para vengaros de nuestros enemigos, y habiendo discurrido una y muchas veces en mi entendimiento sobre vuestro negocio, hallo, según las leyes del duelo, que estáis engañados en teneros por afrentados, porque ningún particular puede afrentar a un pueblo entero, si no es retándole de traidor por junto, porque no sabe en particular quién cometió la traición, porque le reta. Ejemplo de esto tenemos en don Diego Ordóñez de Lara, que retó a todo el pueblo zamorano porque ignoraba que solo Bellido Dolfos había cometido la traición de matar a su rey. Y así retó a todos, y a todos tocaba la venganza y la respuesta. Aunque bien es verdad que el señor don Diego anduvo algo demasiado, y aún pasó muy adelante de los límites del reto, porque no tenía para qué retar a los muertos, a las aguas, ni a los panes, ni a los que estaban por nacer, ni a las otras menudencias que allí se declaran. Pero vaya, pues cuando la cólera sale de madre, no tiene la cólera padre, ayo ni freno que la corrija. Siendo pues esto así, que uno solo no puede afrentar a reino, provincia, ciudad, república ni pueblo entero, queda en limpio que no hay para qué salir a la venganza del reto de la tal afrenta, pues no lo es, porque bueno sería que se matasen a cada paso los del pueblo de la Reloja, con quien se lo llama, ni los calzoleros, berenjenos, vallenatos, jaboneros, ni lo de los otros nombres y apellidos que andan por ahí en boca de los muchachos y de gente de poco más o menos. Bueno sería, por cierto, que todos estos insignes pueblos se corriesen y vengasen y anduviesen continuo hechas las espadas cacabuces, a cualquier pendencia, por pequeña que fuera. No, ni Dios lo permita o quiera. Los varones prudentes, las repúblicas bien concertadas, por 4 cosas han de tomar las almas y desenvainar las espadas y poner a riesgo sus personas, vidas y haciendas. La primera, por defender la fe católica. La segunda, por defender su vida, que es de ley natural y divina. La tercera, en defensa de su honra, de su familia y hacienda. La cuarta, en servicio de su rey en la guerra justa. Y si le quisiésemos añadir la quinta, que se puede contar con la segunda, es en defensa de su patria. A estas 5 causas, como capitales, se pueden agregar algunas otras, que sean justas y razonables, y que obliguen a tomar las armas, pero tomarlas por niñerías y por cosas que antes son de risa y pasatiempo que de afrenta, parece que quien las toma carece de todo razonable discurso, cuanto más que el tomar venganza injusta, que justa no puede haber alguna que lo sea, va derechamente contra la santa ley que profesamos, en la cual se nos manda que hagamos bien a nuestros enemigos y que amemos a los que nos aborrecen. Mandamiento que, aunque parece algo dificultoso de cumplir, no lo es, sino para aquellos que tienen menos de Dios que del mundo, más de carne que de espíritu, porque Jesucristo, Dios y hombre verdadero, que nunca mintió, ni pudo ni puede mentir, siendo legislador nuestro, dijo que su yugo era suave y su carga liviana, y así no nos había de mandar cosa que fuese imposible el cumplirla. Así que, mis señores, vuestras mercedes están obligados por leyes divinas y humanas a sosegarse. El diablo me lleve, digo a esa razón Sancho entre sí, si este mi amo no es teólogo, y si lo no es, que lo parece como un huevo a otro. Tomó un poco de aliento Don Quijote y viendo que todavía le prestaban silencio, quiso pasar adelante en su plática, como pasara si no se pusiera en medio la agudeza de Sancho, el cual, viendo que su amo se detenía, tomó la mano por él, diciendo: mi señor Don Quijote de la Mancha, que en un tiempo se llamó el caballero de la triste figura y ahora se llama el caballero de los leones, es un hidalgo muy atentado, que sabe latín y romance como un bachiller, y que todo cuanto trata y aconseja procede como muy buen soldado, y tiene todas las leyes y ordenanzas de lo que llaman el duelo de la uña. Y así no hay más que hacer sino dejarse llevar por lo que él dijere, y sobrevivir si lo erraren. Cuanto más que cuando ellos está dicho que es necedad correrse por solo oír un rebuzno, que yo me acuerdo cuando muchacho que rebuznaba cada y cuando y se me antojaba, sin que nadie me fuese a la mano, y con tanta gracia y propiedad que en rebuznando yo rebuznaba todos los años del pueblo, y no por eso dejaba de ser hijo de mis padres, que eran honradísimos, y aunque por esta habilidad era envidiado de más de 4 de los estirados en mi pueblo, no se me daban 2 ardites. Y porque se vea que digo verdad, esperen y escuchen, que esta ciencia es como la de nadar, que una vez aprendida, nunca se olvida.
And then he held his nose and began to bray so enthusiastically that all the nearby valleys resonated with the sound. But one of the men who was near him, thinking he was mocking them, raised a long pole that he had in his hand and hit him so hard with it that he knocked Sancho Panza to the ground, senseless. Don Quixote, who saw Sancho so badly treated, turned, his lance in hand, on the man who had hit him, but so many men came between them that it was not possible to avenge his squire. Instead, seeing that a storm of stones came raining down on him, and that he was being threatened by 1,000 crossbows and a similar number of harquebuses, all of them aimed at him, he turned Rocinante's reins and as fast as his best gallop could carry him, Don Quixote rode away, praying to God with all his heart to save him from that danger, and fearing at each step that a bullet would enter at his back and come out of his chest. At every moment he would take a breath to see if he still could. But the men in the squadron were content to see him flee, and they did not shoot at him. They put Sancho across his donkey as soon as he came to, and they allowed him to go after his master, not because he was alert enough to guide the animal, but because the donkey followed in Rocinante's footsteps, since he did not like being without him. When Don Quixote had gone some distance, he turned his head and saw Sancho and waited for him, for he saw that no one was following him. The men in the squadron stayed there until nightfall, and since their adversaries had not come out to do battle, they returned to their village joyfully and happily. If they had known about the ancient custom of the Greeks, on that spot and in that place they would have raised a monument to their victory. Chapter 28. Regarding matters that Benengeli says will be known to the reader if he reads with attention. When the brave man flees, trickery is revealed, and the prudent man waits for a better opportunity. The truth was proved in Don Quixote, who yielded to the fury of the village and to the evil intent of the enraged squadron, and fled, not thinking of Sancho or of the danger in which he left him, and rode the distance he thought sufficient to ensure his safety. Sancho followed, lying across his donkey, as has been related. When he had regained consciousness, he overtook Don Quixote, and when he did, Sancho dropped off the donkey at Rocinante's feet, perturbed, bruised, and battered. Don Quixote dismounted to tend to the squire's wounds, but since he found him sound from head to foot, with some anger he said, "It was an evil hour when you learned how to bray, Sancho. And when did you decide it would be a good idea to mention rope in the house of the hanged man? When braying is the music, what counterpoint can there be except a beating? Give thanks to God, Sancho, that even though they made the sign of the cross over you with a stick, they did not cut a persignum crucis on your face." "I'm not about to responded Sancho, because it seems to me I'm talking with my back. Let's mount and leave this place, and I'll silence my braying, but I won't stop saying that knights errant run away and leave their good squires beaten to a pulp or ground up like grain and in the power of their enemies." "Withdrawal is not flight," responded Don Quixote, "because you should know, Sancho, that valor not founded on the base of prudence is called recklessness, and the deeds of the reckless are attributed more to good fortune than to courage. And so I confess that I withdrew, but not that I fled. And in this I have imitated many valiant men who have waited for a better moment. The histories are full of such cases, but since they would not be to your advantage or my taste, I shall not recount them to you now. By now Sancho had mounted his donkey with the assistance of Don Quixote, who then mounted Rocinante, and slowly they rode toward a stand of poplars that appeared about a quarter of a league distant. From time to time Sancho heaved some very deep sighs and mournful groans, and when Don Quixote asked the cause of such bitter feeling, he responded that from the base of his spine to the back of his neck, he was in so much pain that it was driving him mad. The cause of this pain no doubt must be, said Don Quixote, that since the staff they used to beat you was long and tall, it hit the length of your back, which is where the parts that pain you are located. If it had hit more of you would be in pain. By God, said Sancho, your grace has cleared up a great doubt, and said it so nicely too. Lord save us. Was the cause of my pain so hidden that you had to tell me I hurt where the staff hit me? If my ankles hurt, there might be a reason to try and guess why. But guessing that I hurt where I was beaten isn't much of a guess. By my faith, Señor Master, other people's troubles don't matter very much, and every day I learn something else about how little I can expect from being in your grace's company. Because if you let them beat me this time, then 100 more times we'll be back to the old tossings in a blanket and other tricks like that. And if it was my back now, the next time it'll be my eyes. I'd be much better off, but I'm an idiot and will never do anything right in my life. But I'd be much better off, and I'll say it again, if I went back home to my wife and children and supported her and brought them up with whatever it pleased God to give me, instead of following after your grace on roads that have no destination and byways and highways that lead nowhere, drinking badly and eating worse, and sleeping. Brother Squire, you can count on 7 feet of ground, and if you want more, take another 7, for it's all up to you, and you can stretch out to your heart's content. All I hope is that I can see the first man who put the finishing touches on knight errantry burned and ground into dust, or at least the first one who wanted to be squire to the great fools that all knights errant in the past must have been. I won't say anything about those in the present. Since your grace is one of them, I respect them, and I know that your grace knows a point or two more than the devil in all you say and think.
I would make a wager with you, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Now that you are speaking and no one is restraining you, you have no pains anywhere in your body. Speak, my friend, and say everything that comes to your mind and your mouth. In exchange for your not having any pains, I shall consider the irritation your impertinence causes me as pleasure. And if you so fervently desire to return to your house and wife and children, God forbid that I do anything to stop you. You have my money. Calculate how long it has been since we left our village this 3rd time, and calculate what you can and should earn each month, and pay yourself a salary. When I served Tome Carrasco, responded Sancho, the father of bachelor Sanson Carrasco, and your grace knows him very well. I earned 2 ducados a month, and food besides with your grace. I don't know what I should earn, though I know that the squire of a knight errant has more work than a man who serves a farmer. Because when we serve farmers, no matter how much we work during the day, and no matter what bad things happen to us, at night we eat stew and sleep in beds, which I haven't done since I started serving your grace. Except for a short time when we were in Don Diego de Miranda's house, and the outing I had with the skimmings I took from Camacho's pots, and the way I ate and drank and slept in Basilo's house, all the rest of the time I've slept on the hard ground, outside, exposed to what they call the inclemencies of heaven, eating crumbs of cheese and crusts of bread, and drinking water from streams or springs or whatever we find in those out-of-the-way places where we travel. I confess, said Don Quixote, that everything you say, Sancho, is true. In your opinion, how much more should I give you than Tome Carrasco did? In my opinion, said Sancho, if your grace has If your grace added 2 reales more a month, I'd think I was well paid. This is a salary for my work, but as far as satisfying your grace's word and promise to make me governor of an insula, it would be fair to add another 6 reales, and that would be a total of 30. Very well, replied Don Quixote, and in accordance with the salary you have indicated, it has been 25 days since we left our village. Calculate, Sancho, the rate times the amount, and see what I owe you, and pay yourself the money, as I have said. O Lord, said Sancho, your grace is very much mistaken in this count, because the matter of the promise of the insula you have to count from the day your grace promised it to me until this very moment. Well, Sancho, how long ago did I promise it to you? Said Don Quixote. If I remember correctly, responded Sancho, it must be more than 20 years, give or take 3 days. Don Quixote gave himself a great slap on the forehead and began to laugh very heartily, and he said, my travels in the Sierra Morena or in the course of our sallies took barely 2 months, and you say, Sancho, that I promised you that insula 20 years ago? Now I say that you want to use all of my money for your salary, and if this is true and it makes you happy, I shall give it all to you. And may it do you good, in exchange for finding myself without so bad a squire. I shall enjoy being poor and not having a blanca. But tell me, your corrupter of the squirely rules of knight errantry, where have you seen or read that any squire of a knight errant has engaged his master in, you have to give me this amount, plus the amount every month for serving you? Set sail, scoundrel, coward, monster, for you seem to be all three. Set sail, I say, on the mare magnum of their histories. And if you find any squire has said or even thought what you have said here, I want you to fasten it to my forehead, and then you can pinch my face 4 times. Turn the reins or halter of your donkey and go back to your house, because you will not take another step with me. O bread unthanked, O promises misplaced, O man more animal than human. Now, when I intended to place you in a position where, despite your wife, you would be called señor, now you take your leave, now you go, when I had the firm and binding intention of making you lord of the best insula in the world. In short, as you have said on other occasions, there is no honey. You are a jackass, and must be a jackass, and will end your day as a jackass, for in my opinion, your life will run its course before you accept and realize that you are an animal. Sancho stared at Don Quixote as he was inveighing against him, and felt so much remorse that tears came to his eyes, and in a weak and mournful voice he said, Señor, I confess that for me to be a complete jackass, all that is missing is my tail. If your grace wants to put one on me, I'll consider it well placed, and I'll serve you like a donkey for the rest of my days. Your grace should forgive me, and take pity on my lack of experience, and remember that I know very little, and if I talk too much, it comes more from weakness than from malice, and to err is human, to forgive divine. I would be amazed, Sancho, if you did not mix some little proverb into your talk. Well then, I forgive you as long as you mend your ways, and from now on do not show so much interest in your own gain, but attempt to take heart and have the courage and valor to wait for my promises to be fulfilled, for although it may take some time, it is in no way impossible. Sancho responded that he would, although it would mean finding strength in weakness. Saying this, they entered the stand of trees, and Don Quixote settled down at the foot of an elm, and Sancho at the foot of the beech, for those trees and others like them always have feet but not hands. Sancho spent a painful night because he felt the beating more in the night air, and Don Quixote spent the night in his constant memories. Even so, their eyes closed in sleep, and at daybreak they continued on their way, looking for the banks of the famous Ebro, where something occurred that will be recounted in the following chapter.
At an unhurried and leisurely pace, 2 days after they left the stand of trees, Don Quixote and Sancho came to the Ebro River, and seeing it brought great joy to Don Quixote, because he contemplated and observed the pleasantries of its banks, the clarity of its waters, and the gentleness of its current, and the abundance of its liquid crystal, and this happy sight revived in his memory 1,000 amorous thoughts. He lingered especially on what he had seen in the cave of Montesinos, although Master Pedro's monkey had told him that some of those things were true and some a lie. He relied more on the true parts than on the false, unlike Sancho, who considered them all the same lie. As they proceeded in this fashion, there came into view a small boat that lacked oars or any kind of gear and was pulled up to shore and tied to the trunk of a tree on the riverbank. Don Quixote looked all around and saw no one, and then, without warning, he dismounted Rocinante and told Sancho to do the same with his donkey and to tie both animals very carefully to the trunk of a poplar or willow that was growing there. Sancho asked the reason for this sudden dismounting and tethering of their animals. Don Quixote responded, "You must know, Sancho, that this boat clearly and beyond any doubt is calling and inviting me to get in it and sail to assist a knight or some other eminent person in need who must be in grave danger. Because in the books of chivalric histories, this is what is done by the enchanters who become involved and act in them. When a knight is placed in extreme difficulty and cannot be freed except by the hand of another knight, though the second knight may be at a distance of 2,000 or 3,000 leagues or even more, either they carry him off on a cloud or provide him with a boat which he enters, and in the blink of an eye, they move him through the air or over the sea, wherever they wish and wherever his help is needed. And so, O Sancho, this boat has been placed here for the very same purpose, and this is as true as the fact that it is now day, and before this day is over, tie the donkey and Rocinante together, and may the hand of God guide us, for I would not fail to embark even if asked not by discalced friars." "Well, if that's true," responded Sancho, "and your grace at every step insists on finding nonsensical things, or whatever you call them, there's nothing I can do but obey, and bow my head and follow the proverb that says, 'Do what your master tells you and sit with him at the table.' But just to satisfy my conscience, I want to warn your grace that I don't think this boat is one of the enchanted ones. It seems to me it belongs to some fishermen, because the best shad in the world swim this river." Sancho said this as he was tethering the animals, leaving them, with a grieving heart, in the care and protection of the enchanters. Don Quixote told him not to worry about abandoning the animals, for the enchanter who would take them to such lonquicos, roads, and regions would be sure to care for them. "I don't understand lonquicos," said Sancho, "and I don't think I've heard a word like that in all my days." "Longinquos," responded Don Quixote, "means remote, and it is no wonder you do not understand it, for you're not obliged to know Latin, as are those who boast of knowing it but do not." "The animals are tied," replied Sancho. "What do we do now?" "What?" responded Don Quixote. "Cross ourselves and raise anchor. I mean to say, embark and cut the mooring line that holds this boat." And after leaping in, with Sancho following him, he cut the rope, and the boat started to move slowly away from shore. When Sancho found himself some 2 varas onto the river, he began to tremble, fearing that he was lost, but nothing caused him more grief than the sound of the donkey braying and the sight of Rocinante struggling to break free. And he said to his master, "The donkey is braying because he is sorry about our absence, and Rocinante is trying to get free so that he can jump in after us. Oh, dearest friends, stay in peace, and let the madness that takes us away from you turn into disappointment and bring us back to you." And saying this, he began to cry so bitterly that Don Quixote, displeased and irascible, said, "What do you fear, coward? Why do you weep, spineless creature? Who is pursuing you? Who is hounding you, heart of a mouse? And what do you lack, beggar in the midst of plenty? Are you perhaps walking barefoot through the mountains of the Rif, or are you sitting on a bench like an archduke and sailing the tranquil current of this pleasant river, from which we shall shortly emerge onto a calm sea? But we must have emerged already and traveled at least 700 or 800 leagues. If I had an astrolabe here and could calculate the height of the pole, I could tell you how far we have traveled, although either I know very little, or we have already passed, or will soon pass, the equinoctial line that divides and separates the opposite poles at an equal distance from each." "And when we reach that line your grace has mentioned," asked Sancho, "how far will we have traveled?" "A good distance," replied Don Quixote, "because of the 360 degrees of water and earth that the globe contains, according to the computations of Ptolemy, the greatest cosmographer known to man. We shall have traveled half that distance, and when we reach the line I have mentioned." "By God," said Sancho, "your grace has brought in a fine witness to testify to what you say, some kind of coast and a raft, and a toll with a meow or something like that." Don Quixote laughed at the interpretation Sancho had given to the name and computations and calculations of the cosmographer Ptolemy, and he said, "You should know, Sancho. that the Spaniards and others who embark at Cadiz for the East Indies have a sign to let them know that they have passed the equinoctial line, which is that every louse on the ship dies, and not one is left alive, and you cannot find a single one on the vessel, even if you are paid its weight in gold. And so, Sancho, you can run your hand along your thigh, and if you run across a living thing, our doubts will be resolved, and if you do not, then we have passed the line. I don't believe any of that, responded Sancho, but even so, I'll do what your grace tells me to, though I don't know why we need to make these tests, since I can see with my own eyes that we haven't gone 5 varos from shore, and we haven't moved 2 varos away from the animals, because there's Rocinante and the donkey exactly where we left them. And looking carefully, which is what I'm doing now, I swear that we're not even moving or traveling as fast as an ant. Sancho, perform the investigation I've told you to, and do not concern yourself with any other, for you know nothing about the colors, lines, parallel zodiacs, ellipticals, poles, solstices, equinoxes, planet signs, points, and measurements that compose the celestial and terrestrial spheres. If you knew all these things, or even some of them, you would see clearly which parallels we have cut, how many zodiacal signs we have seen, and how many we have already left behind and are leaving behind now. And I tell you again to probe and go hunting, for in my opinion, you are cleaner than a sheet of smooth white paper.
Sancho began to probe, and after extending his hand carefully and cautiously behind his left knee, he raised his head, looked at his master, and said, "Either the test is false, or we haven't gone as far as your grace says, not by many leagues." "What is it?" asked Don Quixote. Have you, have you come across something?" "More like some things," responded Sancho. And shaking his fingers, he washed his entire hand in the river as the boat glided gently along in midstream, moved not by any secret intelligence or hidden enchanter, but by the current of the water itself, which was calm and tranquil then. At this point, they saw 2 large water mills in the middle of in the middle of the river, and as soon as Don Quixote saw them, he said in a loud voice to Sancho, "Do you see? There, my friend, you can see the city, castle, or fortress where some knight is being held captive, or some queen, princess, or, or noblewoman ill-treated, and I have been brought here to deliver them." "What the devil kind of city, fortress, or castle is your grace talking about, Signor?" said Sancho. "Can't you see that those are watermills in the river where they grind wheat?" "Be quiet, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for although they seem to be watermills, they are not. I have already told you that enchantments change and alter all things from their natural state. I do not mean to say that they are really altered from one state to another, but that they seem to be, as experience has shown in the transformation of Dulcinea, sole refuge of my hopes." And then the boat, having entered the middle of the current, began to travel not quite so slowly as it had so far. Many of the millers in the water mills, who saw that the boat was coming down the river and would be swallowed up by the rushing torrent of the wheels, hurried out with long poles to stop it. And since they came and since they came out well floured, their faces and clothes covered in dust from the flour, they were not a pretty sight. They were shouting, saying, "You devils, where are you going? Are you crazy? Do you want to drown and be smashed to pieces by those wheels? Did I not tell you, Sancho, that uh, Don Quixote, that we had come to a place where I would show the valor of my arm? Look at the miscreants and scoundrels who have come out to meet me. Look at the number of monsters who oppose me. Look at their hideous face grimacing at us. Hideous faces. grimacing at us. Well, now you will see, you villains. And standing up in the boat with great shouts, he began to threaten the millers, saying, "Wicked and ill-advised rabble, set free and release the person, high-born or low, no matter his estate or quality, whom you hold captive in your fortress or prison. For I am Don Quixote, and La Mancha, also known as the Knight of the Lions, for whom, by order of the heavens on high, the successful conclusion of this adventure has been reserved." And saying this, he put his hand on his sword and began to flourish it in the air against the millers, who, hearing but not understanding this nonsense, began to use their poles to stop the boat, which by now was entering the Miller Race Rapids. دون كيشوت الرجل الذي حارب طواحين الهواء هو بطل قصة رائعة لكاتب أسباني اسمه ميغيل دي سيرفانتس من سنة 1547 إلى سنة 1616 ميلادية. ألف القصة سنة 1605 ميلادية. لم يكن معروفا في الأوساط الأدبية، ولم يكن أحد يتوقع له هذا النجاح الساحق، بل كان مجرد جندي متقاعد يعاني من الضيق المادي، وله بعض المحاولات غير الناضجة في كتابة التمثيليات والروايات والنقد الأدبي. فألف رائعته العبقري النبيل دون كيشوت، وتلفظ وتلفظ أحيانا دو كيخوتة، وتعتبر الرواية من التراث الأدبي العالمي، وهي الأكثر رواجا من أعمال الأدب غير الديني وغير السياسي في كل الأوقات. الرواية هي الأكثر شعبية في التاريخ، ونالت هذه الرواية الزاخرة بأعمال البطولة مرتبة أفضل رواية من بين روايات أفضل 100 كاتب في العالم. وملخص الرواية أن الكاتب الذي ظفر بنجاح في أسبانيا منذ ظهوره، وفي هذا دلالة واضحة على أنه عبارة عن قصة إنسانية لم يقف تأثيرها عند شعب دون شعب، ولم يقتصر نفوذها على زمان دون زمان. هو رجل نحيف طويل قد ناهز 50، متوسط الحال، يعيش في إحدى قرى إسبانيا في القرن ال16، لم يتزوج، ومن كثرة قراءاته في كتب الفروسية كاد يفقد عقله وينقطع ما بينه وبين الحياة الواقعية، ثم يبلغ به الهوس حداً جعله يفكر في أن يعيد دور الفرسان الجوالين، وذلك بمحاكاتهم والسير على نهجهم حين يضربون في الأرض ويخرجون لكي ينشروا العدل وينصروا الضعفاء ويدافعوا عن الأرامل واليتامى والمساكين. فأعد عدته للخروج بأن استخرج من ركن خفي بمنزله سلاحاً قديماً متآكلاً خلفه له آباؤه، فأصلح من أمره ما استطاع، وأضفى على نفسه درعاً، ولبس خوذة، وحمل رمحاً وسيفاً، وركب حصاناً أعجف هزيل، وانطلق على هذه الهيئة شأن الفرسان السابقين الذين انقرضوا منذ أجيال. ثم تذكر وهو سائر في طريقه فرحاً مزهواً أن الفارس الجوال لا بد له من تابع مخلص أمين، فعمد إلى فلاح ساذج من أبناء بلدته، ففاوضه على أن يكون تابعاً له وحاملاً لشعاره، ووعده بأن يجعله حاكماً على إحدى الجزر حين يفتح الله عليه. وصدقه الفلاح، ووضع خرجه على حماره وسار خلف سيده الجديد. كان سانشو ضخم الجثة بعكس صاحبه الطويل الهزيل، وتنشأ المفارقات المضحكة ابتداء بمنظر الرجلين، ثم تستمر على طول هذه الرواية الكوميدية ذات الأسلوب الجميل والخفيف شخصية من النماذج الإنسانية العليا، وهي شخصية مغامر حالمة تصدر عنها قرارات لا عقلانية. أما رفيقه فيمثل بدن الإنسان، هذا الرفيق الأصيل للروح، معركة طواحين الهواء، وهي أول المعارك التي سعى هذا الفارس الوهمي إلى خوضها، كانت ضد طواحين الهواء، إذ توهم ولم يكن قد شاهد مثلها من قبل أنها شياطين ذات أذرع هائلة، واعتقد أنها مصدر الشر في الدنيا، فهاجمها غير مصغ إلى صراخ تابعه وتحذيره، ورشق فيها رمحه فرفعته أذرعها في الفضاء ودارت به ورمته أرضا فردت عظامه. ثم تجيء بعد ذلك معركة الأغنام الشهيرة، فلا يكاد يبصر غبار قطيع من الأغنام يملأ الجو، حتى يخيل إليه أنه زحف جيش جرار، فيندفع بجواده ليخوض المعركة التي أتاحها له القدر، ليبث فيها شجاعته ويخلد اسمه، وتنجلي المعركة عن قتل عدد من الأغنام وعن سقوطه نفسه تحت وابل من أحجار الرعاة التي رموها به، فيفقد فيها بعض دروسه.
Sancho was on his knees, devoutly praying to heaven to save him from so clear a danger, which it did through the efforts and speed of the millers, who pushed against the boat with their poles and stopped it, but could not keep it from capsizing and throwing Don Quixote and Sancho into the water. It was fortunate for Don Quixote that he knew how to swim like a goose, although the weight of his armor made him sink twice, and if it had not been for the millers, who jumped into the water and pulled them out, it would have been the end of them both. When they had been pulled to land, more soaked than dying of thirst, Sancho, on his knees, hands clasped, eyes turned up to heaven, asked God in a long and devout prayer to save him from any future rash desires and acts of his master. Then the fishermen arrived to own the boat, which had been shattered by the wheels of the watermills, and seeing that it had been smashed to pieces, they began to strip Sancho and to demand that Don Quixote pay them, and he, very calmly, as if nothing had happened, told the millers and fishermen he would gladly pay for the boat, on the condition that they willingly and without reservation turn over to him the person or persons whom they were holding captive in their castle. "Are you out of your mind? What persons and what castle are you talking about?" responded one of the millers. "Do you want to take the people who come to grind wheat at these mills? Enough!" Don Quixote said to himself. "It will be preaching in the desert to try to convince this rabble to take any virtuous action. In this adventure, two valiant enchanters must have had an encounter, and one hinders what the other attempts. One provided me with the boat, and the other threw me out of it. God help us, for the entire world is nothing but tricks and deceptions opposing one another. I can do no more." And raising his voice and looking at the watermills, he said, "Friends, whoever you may be who are captive in this person, forgive me. To my misfortune and yours, I cannot free you from your travail. This adventure must be reversed and destined for another night." Having said this, he came to an agreement with the fishermen and paid 50 reals for the boat, which Sancho gave to them very unwillingly, saying, "Two more boat trips like this one, and everything we own will be at the bottom of the river." The fishermen and the millers were astonished as they looked at those two figures, apparently so different from other men, and they could not understand the meaning of Don Quixote's words and questions to them. And considering them mad, they left them, the millers returning to their mills, and the fishermen returning to their huts. Don Quixote and Sancho went back to their animals and to being foolish as jackasses, and so ended the adventure of the enchanted boat. Knight and squire returned to their animals, feeling rather melancholy and out of sorts, especially Sancho, for whom touching their store of money touched his very soul, since it seemed to him that taking anything away from it meant taking away the apple of his eye. Finally, without saying a word, they mounted and rode away from the famous river, Don Quixote sunk deep in the thoughts of love, and Sancho in those of his increased revenues, which at the moment he seemed very far from obtaining. Although he was a fool, he understood very well that all or most of his master's actions were mad, and he was looking for an opportunity to tear himself away and go home without engaging his master in explanations or leave-takings. But fortune ordained that matters should take a turn contrary to his fears. And it so happened then that the next day, as the sun setting and they were riding out of a wood, Don Quixote cast his eye upon a green meadow, and at the far end he saw people, as he drew near, he realized they were falconers. He came closer, and among them he saw a graceful lady on a snow-white palfrey, or pony adorned with a green harness and a silver side saddle. The lady was also dressed in green, so elegantly and richly that she seemed the very embodiment of elegance. On her left hand she carried a goshawk, which indicated to Don Quixote that she was a great lady and probably the mistress of all the other hunters, which was true, and so he said to Sancho, Run, Sancho, my friend, and tell the lady with the goshawk, who is on the palfrey, that I, the king, the knight of the lions, kiss the hands of her great beauty. And if her highness gives me permission to do so, I shall kiss her hands myself and serve her to the best of my ability and to the extent her highness commands. And be careful, Sancho, how you speak, and be not careful to inject any of your proverbs into the message. You take me for an injector? Responded Sancho. You say that to me? This isn't the first time in my life you know that I've carried messages to high and mighty ladies, except for the one you carried to the lady of Dulcinea, replied Don Quixote. I do not know that you have ever carried another, at least not in my service. This is true, responded Sancho. But if you pay your debts, you don't worry about your guarantees, and in the prosperous house, supper's soon on the stove. I mean that nobody has to tell me things or give me any advice. I'm prepared for anything, and I know something about everything. I believe you, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Go, then, and make God ride with you. Sancho left at a trot, urging his donkey onto a faster pace than usual, and when he reached the beautiful huntress, he dismounted, kneeled before her, and said, Beautiful lady, that knight over there, called the Knight of the Lions, is my master, and I'm his squire, called Sancho Panza at home. This Knight of the Lions, who not long ago was called Knight of the Sorrowful Face, has sent me to ask your highness and to have the goodness to give permission for him, with your agreement, approval, and consent, to put his desire into effect, which is, as he says, and I believe, none other than to serve your lofty highness and beauty, and by giving it your ladyship, we will do something that redounds to your benefit, and from it he'll receive a most notable favor and happiness. Indeed, good squire, responded the lady, you have delivered your message with all the pomp and circumstance that such messages demand. Rise up from the ground. It is not right for the squire of so great a knight as the Knight of the Sorrowful Face, about whom we have heard so much, to remain on his knees. Arise, friend, and tell your master that he is very welcome to serve me and my husband, the Duke, on a country estate we have nearby. Sancho stood amazed by the beauty of the good lady, and by her great breeding and courtesy, and especially by her saying that she had heard of his master, the Knight of the Sorrowful Face. And if she did not call him the Knight of the Lions, it must have been because he had taken the name so recently. The Duchess, whose title was still unknown, asked him, Tell me, my dear squire, this master of yours, isn't he the one who has a history published about him called The Ingenuous Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha? And isn't the mistress of his heart a lady named Dulcinea of Toboso? He's the one, senora, responded Sancho. And that squire of his who is, or ought to be, in that history, the nun named Sancho Panza, is me, unless I was changed for another in the cradle. I mean, the printing press. All of this makes me very happy, said the Duchess. Go, my dear Panza, and tell your master that he is most welcome visitor to my estates, and that nothing could give me greater joy than to receive him. Sancho, with this extremely amiable reply, returned to his master with great pleasure and recounted everything that the great lady had said, praising the skies in his rustic way, her great beauty, charm, and courtesy. Don Quixote arranged himself in the saddle, set his feet firmly in the stirrups, adjusted his visor, spurred on Rocinante, and with a gallant bearing went to kiss the hands of the Duchess, who, sending for the Duke, her husband, told him, as Don Quixote was approaching, about his message. And the two of them, because they had read the first part of his history and consequently had learned of Don Quixote's absurd turn of mind, waited for him with great pleasure and a desire to know him, intending to follow that turn of mind and acquiesce to everything he said, and for as long as he stayed with them, treat him like a knight errant with all the customary ceremonies found in the books of chivalry, which they had read and of which they were very fond. At this point Don Quixote reached them, with his visor raised as he gave signs of dismounting. Sancho hurried to hold the stirrup for him, but it was so unfortunate that he had dismounted from the donkey that he caught his foot in a cord on the pack saddle and could not get free. Instead, he was left dangling with his face and chest on the ground. Don Quixote, who was not in the habit of dismounting without someone to hold the stirrup for him, and thinking that Sancho had already come to do, went flying off Rocinante, and pulled the saddle after him, for its cinches must have been loose, and he and the saddle both fell to the ground, not without great embarrassment to him, and a good number of curses that he muttered between his teeth against the luckless Sancho, whose foot was still trammeled. The Duke ordered his hunters to assist the knight and the squire, and they helped up Don Quixote, who was badly bruised from his fall, and, without limping and hobbling, attempted to kneel before the two nobles, but the Duke would not permit it. Instead, after dismounting his horse, he went up to embrace Don Quixote, saying, "It grieves me, Señor Knight of the sorrowful face, that the first step your grace has taken on my land has turned out so badly. But the carelessness of squires is often the cause of unforeseen events that are even worse. The one I experienced when I saw you was most valiant prince," responded Don Quixote. "Could not possibly be bad, even if my fall had been to the bottom of the abyss, for the glory of having seen you would lift me and raise me even from my depths. My squire, may God curse him, loosens his tongue to speak mischief better than he fastens the cinches to secure a saddle. But however I may be, fallen or upright, on foot or mounted, I shall always be in your service and in that of my lady the Duchess, your most esteemed consort and most worthy mistress of beauty and universal princess of courtesy."
"Softly, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha," said the Duke, "for when Señora Doña Dulcinea of Toboso is present, no other beauty should be praised." By this time, Sancho Panza was free of his bonds, and finding himself close by, before his master could respond, he said, "It can't be denied, but must be affirmed that my lady Dulcinea of Toboso is very beautiful, but the hair leaps up when you least expect it. I've heard that this thing they call nature is like a potter who makes clay bowls, and if he makes a beautiful bowl, he can also make 2 or 3 or 100. I say this because, by my faith, my lady the Duchess is as good-looking as my mistress, Lady Dulcinea of Toboso." Don Quixote turned to the Duchess and said, "Your Highness can imagine that no knight errant in the world ever had a squire more talkative or comical than the one I have, and he will prove me truthful if your magnificence." To which the Duchess responded, "That our good Sancho is comical is something I esteem greatly, because it is a sign of his cleverness. For wit and humor, Señor Don Quixote, as your grace well knows, do not reside in slow minds, and since our good Sancho is comical and witty, from this moment on I declare him a clever man." "And a talkative one," added Don Quixote. "So much the better," said the Duke, "for there are many witticisms that cannot be said in only a few words. And in order not to waste time in merely speaking them, let the great knight of the sorrowful face come." "Of the lions is what your Highness should say," said Sancho, "because there's no more sorrowful face or figure. Let it be of the lions." The Duke continued, "I say that Señor Knight of the Lions should come to a castle of mine that is nearby, and there he will receive the welcome that so distinguished a personage deserves, the kind that the Duchess and I are accustomed to offering to all the knights errant who come there." By this time, Sancho had adjusted Rocinante's saddle and carefully fastened the kinches. Don Quixote mounted, and the Duke mounted his beautiful horse, and they rode with the Duchess between them and set out for the castle. The Duchess told Sancho to ride near her because she took infinite pleasure in hearing the clever things he said. Sancho did not have to be asked twice, and he wove his way in among the three of them and made a fourth in the conversation, to the delight of the Duchess and the Duke, who considered it their great good fortune to welcome to their castle such a knight errant and so erring a squire. Chapter 31. Sancho's joy was great at finding himself, as it seemed to him, so favored by the Duchess, because he imagined he would find in her castle what he had found in the house of Don Diego and in the house of Basilio, for he was always very fond of the good life and missed no opportunity to indulge himself whenever one was presented to him. The history recounts, then, that before they reached the country estate or castle, the Duke rode ahead and gave orders to all his servants concerning how they were to treat Don Quixote. As soon as the knight arrived at the gates of the castle with the Duchess, 2 lackeys or grooms immediately came out, dressed in the kind of long ankle-length gowns that are called at home robes, and were made of very fine crimson satin, and rapidly putting their arms around Don Quixote, and taking him down from his horse. Almost before he heard or saw them, they said to him, "Go, your Highness, and help my lady the Duchess dismount." Don Quixote did so, and there were extremely courteous exchanges between them regarding this matter, but in the end, the persistence of the Duchess triumphed, and she refused to descend or dismount the palfrey except in the arms of the Duke, saying that she did not consider herself worthy of imposing so useless a burden on so great a knight. Finally, the Duke came out to help her dismount, and when they had entered a spacious courtyard, two beautiful maidens approached and placed around Don Quixote's shoulders a great mantle of the finest scarlet. And in an instant, all the passageways of the courtyard were crowded with the servants, male and female, of those nobles, and the servants were shouting, "Welcome to the flower of chivalry, the greatest of all knights errant." And all, or most of them, sprinkled flagons of perfumed water on Don Quixote and on the Duke and Duchess, all of which astounded Don Quixote, and this was the first day he really knew and believed he was a true knight errant and not a fantastic one, for he saw himself treated in the same manner in which he had read knights were treated in past ages. Sancho, forsaking his donkey, attached himself to the Duchess and entered the castle, and feeling some remorse at leaving the donkey alone, he went up to a reverend duenna who had come out with other ladies to receive the Duchess, and in a quiet voice he said to her, "Señora González, or whatever your grace's name may be, Doña Rodriguez de Grijalba is my name," responded the duenna. "How can I help you, brother?" To which Sancho responded, "I would like your grace to please go out of the castle gate, where you'll find a donkey of mine, and if your grace would be so kind, have him taken, or take him yourself, to the stable, because the poor thing is a little fearful and doesn't like to be left alone under any circumstances." "If the master is as clever as his servant," responded the duenna, "then we're certainly sitting pretty. Go on, brother, and may bad luck follow you and whoever brought you here, and take care of your jackass yourself. The duennas in this house are not accustomed to duties of that nature." "Well, the truth is," responded Sancho, "that I've heard my master, and he knows all about histories, telling the one about Lancelot. When he from Brittany came, ladies tended to him, and duennas cared for his steed. And in the case of my donkey, I wouldn't trade him for the steed of Señor Lancelot." "Brother, if you're a jester," replied the duenna, "then keep your jokes for people who like them and pay you for them. You won't get anything but a fig from me." "That's fine," responded Sancho, "as long as it's nice and ripe, because your grace won't lose the hand if you count years as points." "Whore son," said the duenna in a rage, "if I'm old or not is God's business, not yours. You garlic-stuffed scoundrel. And she said this in so loud a voice that the Duchess heard her, and turning around and seeing the duenna so agitated and her eyes ablaze, she asked whom she was berating. "He's right here," responded the duenna. "This good man who asked me very insistently to go and put a donkey of his at the castle gate into the stable, and brought up as an example that somewhere, I don't know where, some ladies healed somebody named Lancelot, and some duennas took care of his horse, and then, for good measure, he called me old." "I would consider that the worst insult," responded the Duchess, "that anyone could say to me." And speaking to Sancho, he said, "Be advised, Sancho, my friend, that Doña Rodriguez is very young, and wears that headdress more for reasons of authority and custom than because of her years." "May the ones I have left to live be cursed," responded Sancho. "If I said it for that reason, I said it only because I'm so fond of my donkey that it seemed to me I couldn't entrust him to any person more charitable than Señora Doña Rodriguez." Don Quixote, who heard all of this, said, "Is that the kind of talk appropriate to this place?" "Señor," responded Sancho, "each person must talk of what he needs, no matter where he is. Here I remembered about my donkey, and here I talked about him. If I remembered about him in the stable, I talk about him there." To which the Duke said, "Sancho is absolutely correct, and there is no reason to blame him for anything. The donkey will be given food to his heart's content, and Sancho need not worry, for the donkey will be treated as if he were Sancho himself."
Con estos razonamientos, gustosos a todos, sino a Don Quijote, llegaron a lo alto y entraron a Don Quijote en una sala adornada de telas riquísimas de oro y de brocado. 6 doncellas le desarmaron y le sirvieron de pajes todas las industrias y advertidas del duque y de la duquesa de lo que habían de hacer y de cómo habían de tratar a Don Quijote, para que imaginase
y viese que le trataban como caballero andante. Quedó Don Quijote, después de desarmado, en sus estrechos grecuescos y en el jubón de camuza, seco, alto y tendido, con las quijadas que por dentro se besaban, la una con la otra. Figura que a no tener cuentas las doncellas que le servían con disimular la risa, que fue una de las precisas órdenes que sus señores le habían dado, reventaran riendo, pidiéndole que se dejase desnudar para vestirle una camisa, pero nunca lo consintió, diciendo que la honestidad parecía tan bien en los caballeros andantes como la valentía. Con todo, dijo que diese la camisa a Sancho, y encerrándose con él en la cuadra, donde estaba un rico lecho, se desnudó y vistió la camisa, y viéndose solo con Sancho, le dijo: Dime, Truján moderno y majaderado antiguo, ¿parécete bien deshonrarla y enfrentar a una dueña tan veneranda y tan digna de respeto como aquella? Tiempos eran aquellos para acordarte del rucio, o señores son estos para dejar mal pasar a las bestias, tratando tan elegantemente a sus dueños. Por quien Dios es, Sancho, que te reportes y que no descubras la hilaza de manera que caigan en la cuenta de que eres de villana y grosera tela tejido. Mira, pecador de ti, que en tanto más es tenido el Señor cuanto tiene más honrados y bien nacidos criados, y que una de las ventajas mayores de que vayan los príncipes a los demás hombres es que sirven de criados tan buenos como ellos. ¿No adviertes, angustiado de ti y malaventurado de mí, que si ven que tú eres un grosero villano y o un mentecato gracioso, pasarán que yo soy algún echacuervos o algún caballero de moata? No, no, Sancho, amigo mío, huye de estos inconvenientes, que quien tropieza en hablador y en gracioso al primer puntapié cae y da un entruán desgraciado. Enfrenta la lengua, considera y rumia las palabras antes de que te salgan de la boca, y advierte que hemos llegado a parte donde, con el favor de Dios y valor de mi brazo, hemos de salir mejorados en tercio y quinto, en fama y en hacienda. Sancho le prometió con muchas veras de coserse la boca y morderse la lengua antes de hablar palabra que no fuese muy propósito y bien considerada, como él se lo mandaba, y que descuidese acerca de lo tal, que nunca por él se descubriría quién ellos eran. Visitóse Don Quijote, púsose su talaí con su espada, echó el mantón de escarlata a cuestas, púsose una montera de raso verde que las doncellas te dieron, y con este adorno salió a la gran sala, donde halló a las doncellas puestas en ala, tantas a una parte como a otra, y todas con aderezo de darle aguamanos, la cual le dieron con muchas reverencias y ceremonias. Luego llegaron 2 pajes con el maestrasala para llevarle a comer, que ya los señores le guardaban. Cogiéronle en el medio y llenó de popa y majestad, le llevaron a otra sala, donde estaba puesta una rica mesa con solos 4 servicios. La duquesa y el duque salieron a la puerta de la sala a recibirle, y con ellos un grave eclesiástico de estos que gobiernan las casas. Con ellos, un grave eclesiástico de estos que gobiernan las casas de los príncipes, de esto que como no nacen los príncipes, no aciertan a enseñar como la han de ser los que lo son. de estos que quieren de la grandeza de los grandes se mida con la estrecheza de sus ánimos, de esto que queriendo mostrar a los que ellos gobiernan a ser limitados, les hacen ser miserables. De estos, tales digo que debía de ser el grave religioso que con los duques salió a recibir a Don Quijote. Haciéronse mil corteses con comedimientos, y finalmente, cogiendo a Don Quijote en medio se fueran a sentar a la mesa. Convidó el duque a Don Quijote con la cabecera de la mesa, y aunque él lo rehusó, las importunencias del duque fueron tantas que la hubo de tomar. El eclesiástico se sentó frontero y el duque y la duquesa a los dos lados. A todo estaba presente Sancho, embobado y atónito de ver la honra que a su señor aquellos príncipes le hacían, y viendo las muchas ceremonias y ruegos que pasaron entre el duque y Don Quijote para hacerle sentar a la cabecera de la mesa, dijo: si sus mercedes dan licencia, les contaré un cuento que pasó en mi pueblo acerca de esto de los asientos. Apenas hubo dicho esto Sancho, cuando Don Quijote tembló, creyendo sin duda alguna que había de decir alguna necedad. Miróle Sancho y entiéndole y dijo: no tema vuesa merced, señor mío, que yo me desmande ni que diga cosa que no venga muy a pelo, que no se me han olvidado los consejos que poco a vuestra merced me dio sobre el hablar mucho o poco o bien o mal. Yo no me acuerdo de nada, Sancho, respondió Don Quijote. Di lo que quisieres, como lo digas presto. Pues lo que quiero decir, dijo Sancho, es tan verdad que mi señor Don Quijote, que está presente, no me dejará mentir. Por mí, replicó Don Quijote, miente tú, Sancho, cuanto quisieses, que yo no te iré a la mano. Pero mira lo que vas a decir. Tan mirado y revirado lo tengo, que a buen salvo está el que repica, como se verá por la obra. Bien será, dijo Don Quijote, con vuestras grandezas manden a echar de aquí a este tonto, que dirá mil patochadas. Por vida del duque, dijo la duquesa, que no se ha de apartar de mí Sancho a punto. Quiérole yo mucho, porque sé que es muy discreto. Discreto, Díaz, dijo Sancho. Viva nuestra santidad, porque el buen crédito de mí tiene, aunque en mí no lo haya. Y el cuento que quiero decir en este. Convidó a un hidalgo de mi pueblo, muy rico y principal, porque venía de los álamos de Medina del Campo, que casó con doña Mencía de Quiñones, que fue hija de don Alfonso de Marañón, caballero del hábito Santiago, que se ahogó en la herradura, porque hubo aquella pendencia años ha en nuestro lugar, que a lo que entiendo, mi señor Don Quijote se halló en ella, donde salió herido Tomasillo el travieso, el hijo de Balbastro el herrero. ¿No es verdad todo esto, señor nuestro amo? Dígalo por su vida, porque estos señores no me tengan por algún hablador mentiroso. Hasta ahora, dijo el eclesiástico, más os tengo por hablador que por mentiroso, pero de aquí adelante no sé por lo que os tendré. Tú das tantos testigos, Sancho, y tantas señas, que no puedo dejar de decir que debes de decir la verdad. Pasa adelante y acorta el cuento, porque llevas camino de no acabar en 2 días. No ha de acortar tal, dijo la duquesa, por hacerme a mí placer antes le ha de contar de la manera que le sabe, aunque no le acabe en 6 días, que ni tanto fuesen, serían para mí los mejores que hubiese llevado mi vida. Digo pues, señores míos, prosiguió Sancho, que es tal hidalgo que yo conozco como, como a mis manos, porque no hay de mi casa a la suya un tiro de ballesta. Convidó un labrador pobre pero honrado. Adelante, hermano, dijo a esta sazón el religioso, ¿qué camino lleváis de no parar con vuestro cuento hasta el otro mundo?
I'll stop when I'm less than halfway there, God willing, responded Sancho. And so I say that when this farmer came to the house of this nobleman, and may his soul rest in peace because he's dead now, and he died the death of an angel from what people tell me, since I wasn't present at the time because I had gone to Tembleque to work in the harvest. On your life, my son, return quickly from Tembleque, and without burying the nobleman, unless you want more funerals, finish your story. Well, the fact of the matter is, replied Sancho, that when the two of them were ready to sit down at the table, and it seems to me I can see both of them now as clear as ever, the Duke and Duchess greatly enjoyed the annoyance the good cleric was displaying at the delays and pauses used by Sancho in the recounting of his story, but Don Quixote was consumed with rage and fury. And so I say, said Sancho, that, like I said, when the two of them were going to sit down at the table, the farmer insisted that the nobleman should sit at the head of the table, and the nobleman also insisted that the farmer should sit there because in his house his orders had to be followed. But the farmer, who was proud of his courtesy and manners, refused to do it until the nobleman became angry, and putting both hands on his shoulders, he forced him to sit down, saying, "Sit down, you imbecile. Wherever I sit will be the head of the table for you." And that's my story, and I don't believe it was out of place here. Don Quixote turned 1,000 different colors that looked like marbling on his dark skin, and the Duke and Duchess, having understood Sancho's sly intent, hid their laughter so that Don Quixote would not lose his temper. And in order to change the subject and keep Sancho from further insolence, the Duchess asked Don Quixote what news he had of the lady Dulcinea, and if he had recently sent her any giants or malefactors as presents, for surely he had defeated a good number of them. To which Don Quixote responded, "Señora, my misfortunes, although they had a beginning, will never have an end. I have vanquished giants, and I have sent villains and malefactors to her. But where can they find her if she has been enchanted and transformed into the ugliest peasant girl anyone can imagine?" "I don't know," said Sancho Panza. "To me, she looks like the most beautiful creature in the world. At least, as far as speed and jumping are concerned, I know that no acrobat could compete with her. By my faith, Señora Duchess, she can leap from the ground onto the back of a donkey just like a cat." "Have you seen her enchanted, Sancho?" asked the Duke. "Of course I've seen her," responded Sancho. "Who the devil else but me was the first to catch onto this matter of enchantment? She's as enchanted as my father." The ecclesiastic, who heard talk of giants, villains, and enchantments, realized that this must be Don Quixote of La Mancha, whose history was the Duke's customary reading, for which he had often reprimanded him, saying that it was foolish to read such foolishness. And knowing that what he suspected was true, he spoke to the Duke with a good deal of anger, saying, "Your Excellency, Señor, must give an accounting to our Lord for what this good man does. I imagine that this Don Quixote, or Don Halfwit, or whatever his name is not so great a fool as your Excellency wants him to be when you provide him with opportunities to continue his absurdities and nonsense." And turning to Don Quixote, he said, "And you simple-minded man, whoever put it into your head that you are a knight-errant and defeat giants and capture villains? Go now in peace, and in peace I shall say to you, return to your home, and rear your children, if you have any, and tend to your estate, and stop wandering the world and wasting your time and being a laughingstock to all who know you and all who do not. Where the devil did you get the idea that there once were knights errant, or that there are any now? Where are there giants in Spain, or malefactors in La Mancha, or enchanted Dulcineas, or any of the endless nonsense that people tell about you?" Don Quixote listened attentively to the words of that venerable man, and seeing that he had fallen silent, and without regard for the Duke and Duchess, he rose to his feet, and with an angry countenance and a wrathful face, he said, but this response deserves its own chapter. Chapter 32. Regarding the response that Don Quixote gave to his rebuker, along with other events both grave and comical. Don Quixote then rose to his feet, and trembling from head to toe like quicksilver, he spoke quickly and with great agitation, saying, "The place where I am now, and the presence in which I found myself, and the respect I always have had and have now for the vocation your grace professes, bind and restrain the censure of my righteous anger. And for the reasons I have said, and because I know that everyone knows that the weapons of men and cassocks are the same as those of women, which is to say, their tongues, I shall with mine enter into equal combat with your grace, from whom one ought to have expected good counsel rather than base vituperation. Holy and well-intentioned rebukes require different circumstances and demand different occasions. At least, your having rebuked me in public and so harshly has gone beyond all the bounds of legitimate reproof, which is based more on gentleness than on asperity. Nor is it just, having no knowledge than the sin that is being rebuked, so thoughtlessly to call the sinner a simpleton and a fool. Otherwise, tell me, your grace, for which of the inanities that you have seen in me do you condemn and revile me, and order me to return to my house and tend to it and my wife and children, not knowing if I have one or the other? Or is it enough for clerics simply to enter other people's houses willy-nilly to guide the owners, even though some have been brought up in the narrow confines of a boarding school and never have seen more of the world than the 20 or 30 leagues of their district, and then suddenly decide to dictate laws to chivalry and make judgments concerning knights errant? Is it by chance frivolous, or is the time wasted that is spent wandering the world, not seeking its rewards, but the asperities by which the virtuous rise to the seat of immortality? If knights, and the great, the generous, and the highborn considered me a fool, I would take it as an irreparable affront. But that I am thought a simpleton by students who never walked or followed the paths of chivalry does not concern me in the least. A knight I am, and a knight I shall die, if it pleases the Almighty. Some men walk the broad fields of haughty ambition, or base and servile adulation, or deceptive hypocrisy, and some take the road of true religion. But I, influenced by my own star, follow the narrow path of knight errantry, and because I profess it, I despise wealth, but not honor. I have redressed grievances, righted wrongs, punished insolence, vanquished giants, and trampled monsters. I am in love, simply because it is obligatory for knights errant to be so. And being so, I am not a dissolute lover, but one who is chaste and platonic. I always direct my intentions to virtuous ends, which are to do good to all and evil to none. If the man who understands this and acts on this and desires this deserves to be called a fool, then your highness, most excellent Duke and Duchess, should say so. By God, that's wonderful, said Sancho. My lord and master, your grace should say no more on your own behalf, because there's nothing more to say, or to think, or to insist on in this world. Besides, since this gentleman is denying, and has denied, that there ever were knights errant in the world, or that there are any now, is it any wonder he doesn't know of any of the things he's talked about? By any chance, brother, said the ecclesiastic, are you the Sancho Panza to whom they say your master has promised an insula? I am, responded Sancho, and I'm the one who deserves it as much as anybody else. I'm a stay close to good men and become one, and I'm a birds of a feather flock together, and a lean against a sturdy trunk if you want good shade. I have leaned against a good master and traveled with him for many months, and I'll be just like him, God willing. Long life to him and to me, and there will be no lack of empires for him to rule, or insulas for me to govern. No, certainly not, Sancho, my friend, said the Duke, for I, in the name of Señor Don Quixote, promise you the governorship of a spare one that I own, which is of no small quality. Down on your knees, Sancho, said Don Quixote, and kiss the feet of his excellency for the great favor he has done you. Sancho did so, and when the ecclesiastic saw this, he rose from the table in a fury, saying, by the habit I wear, I must say that your excellency is as much a simpleton as these sinners. Consider that, of course, they must be mad, since the sane applaud their madness. Stay with them, your excellency, and for as long as they are in this house, I shall be in mine, and I exempt myself from reproving what I cannot remedy. And without saying another word or eating another mouthful, he left, and the pleas of the Duke and Duchess did nothing to stop him, although the Duke was prevented from saying very much by the laughter the ecclesiastic's importunate anger had caused in him. When he finished laughing, he said to Don Quixote, "Señor Knight of the Lions, your grace has responded so nobly on your own behalf that there is no other satisfaction required. For although this appears to be an insult, it in no way is, because just as women cannot offer an insult, neither can ecclesiastics, as your grace knows better than I." "That is true," responded Don Quixote, "and the reason is that one who cannot be insulted cannot insult anyone else. Women, children, and ecclesiastics, since they cannot defend themselves even if they have been offended, cannot receive an affront. Because the difference between an insult and an affront, as your excellency knows better than I, is that an affront comes from one who can commit it, and does so, and sustains it. An insult can come from anywhere without being an affront. For example, a man is standing idly in the street. 10 men arrive with weapons in their hands and strike him, and he draws his sword to perform his duty, but the number of his adversaries hinders this and does not allow him to carry out his intention, which is to take his revenge. This man has been insulted, but not affronted." And another example will confirm the same thing. A man's back is turned. Another comes up and strikes him. And having struck him, he flees and does not wait. And the other pursues, but cannot overtake him. The one who was struck received an insult, but not an affront, because an affront must be sustained.
Si el que le dio los palos, aunque se los dio a Huerta Cordel, pusiera mano a su espada y si estuviera quedo haciendo rostro, a su enemigo quedara el apelado agraviado y afrentado juntamente, agraviado, porque le dieron a traición, afrentado, porque el que le dio sustento lo que había hecho sin volver las espadas y a pie quedó. Y así, según las leyes del maldito duelo, yo puedo estar agraviado, mas no afrentado, porque los niños no sienten, ni las mujeres, ni pueden huir, ni tienen para qué esperar. Y lo mismo los constituidos en la sacra religión, porque estos tres géneros de gente carecen de armas ofensivas y defensivas. Y así, aunque naturalmente estén obligados a defenderse, no lo están para ofender a nadie. Y aunque poco dije que yo podía estar agraviado, ahora digo que no, en ninguna manera, porque quien no puede recibir afrenta, menos la puede dar. Por las cuales razones yo no debo sentir ni siento las que aquel buen hombre me ha dicho. Solo quisiera que esperara algún poco, para darle a entender en el error que está en pensar y decir que no ha habido, ni los hay, caballeros andantes en el mundo, que si lo tal oyera Amadís, o uno de los infinitos de su linaje, yo sé que no le fuera bien a su merced. Eso juro yo bien, dijo Sancho. Cuchillada le hubieran dado que le abrieran de arriba abajo como una granada, o como a un melón muy maduro. Bonitos eran ellos para sufrir semejantes cosquillas, para mi santiguada, que tengo por cierto que si Reinaldos de Montalbán hubiera oído estas razones, al hombrecito tapaboca le hubiera dado, que no hablara más en 3 años, no, si tomárase con ellos, y viera cómo escapaba de sus manos. Parecía de risa la duquesa, en oyendo hablar a Sancho, y en su opinión le tenía por más gracioso y por más loco que su amo. Y muchos hubo en aquel tiempo que fueron de este mismo parecer. Finalmente, Don Quijote se sosegó, y la comida se acabó. Y en levantando los manteles llegaron 4 doncellas, la una con una fuente de plata y la otra con un aguamanil, asimismo de plata, y la otra con 2 blanquísimas y riquísimas toallas al hombro, y la cuarta descubiertos los brazos hasta la mitad, y en sus blancas manos, que sin duda eran blancas, una redonda pella de jabón napolitano. Llegó la de la fuente, y con gentil donaire y desenvoltura, encajó la fuente debajo de la barba de Don Quijote, el cual, sin hablar palabra, admirado de semejante ceremonia, creyendo que debía ser usanza de aquella tierra en lugar de las manos, lavar barbas, y así tendió la suya todo cuanto pudo, y al mismo punto comenzó a llover el aguamanil, y la doncella del jabón le manoseó las barbas con mucha priesa, levantando copos de nieve, que no eran menos blancas las jabonaduras, no solo por las barbas, mas por todo el rostro y por los ojos del obediente caballero, tanto que se le hicieron cerrar por fuerza. El duque y la duquesa, que de nada de esto eran sabidores, estaban esperando en que había de parar tan extraordinario lavatorio. La doncella barbera, cuando le tuvo con un palmo de jabonadura, fingió que se le había acabado el agua, y mandó a la del aguamanil fuese por ella, que el señor Don Quijote esperaría. Y solo así y quedó Don Quijote con la más extraña figura y más para hacer reír que se pudiera imaginar. Mirábanle todos los que presentes estaban, que eran muchos, y como le veían con media vara del cuello, más que medianamente moreno, los ojos cerrados y las barbas llenas de jabón, fue gran maravilla y mucha discreción poder disimular la risa. Las doncellas de la burla tenían los ojos bajos, sin osar mirar a sus señores. A ellos les retosaban la cólera y la risa en el cuerpo, y no sabían a qué acudir, o castigar el atrevimiento de las muchachas, o darle premio por el gusto que recibían de ver a Don Quijote de aquella suerte. Finalmente, la doncella del aguamanil vino, y acabaron de lavar a Don Quijote, y luego que la traía las toallas, le limpió y le enjugó muy reposadamente, y haciéndole todas cuatro a la par una grande y profunda inclinación y reverencia, se querían ir, pero el duque, porque Don Quijote no cayese en la burla, llamó a la doncella de la fuente, diciéndole: «Venid y lavadme a mí, y mirad que no se os acabe el agua». La muchacha aguda y diligente llegó y puso la fuente al duque como a Don Quijote, y dándose prisa le lavaron y jabonaron muy bien, y dejándole enjuto y limpio, haciendo reverencias, se fueron. Después se supo que había jurado el duque que si a él no le lavaran como Don Quijote, le había de castigar su desenvoltura, lo cual habían enmendado discretamente con haberle a él jabonado.
Sancho paid careful attention to the ceremonies of the washing and said to himself, God save me. Can it be the custom in this land to wash the beards of squires as well as knights? Because my soul, I could use it, and even if they shave me with a razor, I think it was such a good thing. What are you saying, Sancho? Said the Duchess. I am saying, Señora, he responded, that in the courts of other princes, I've always heard that when the tables are cleared, they pour water over your hands, but not lather on your beard. And that's why it's good to live a long time, because when you see a lot, though they also say that if you have a long life, you go through a lot of bad times through going through one of these washings is more pleasure than trouble. Don't worry, Sancho, my friend, said the Duchess. I'll have my maidens wash you, and even put you in the tub if necessary. Just my beard will satisfy me, responded Sancho, at least for now. Later on, God's will be done. Butler, said the Duchess, see to whatever our good Sancho wants, and obey his wishes to the letter. The butler responded that Señor Sancho would be served in everything, and having said this, he left to eat and took Sancho with him, while the Duke and Duchess and Don Quixote remained at the table, speaking of many different matters, but all of them touching on the practice of arms and on knight and errantry. The Duchess asked Don Quixote to depict and describe, for he seemed to have an excellent memory, the beauty and features of Señora Dulcinea of Toboso, so famous for her beauty that the Duchess understood that she must be the most beautiful creature in the world, and even in all of La Mancha. Don Quixote sighed when he heard that the Duchess had commanded, and he said, "If I could take out my heart and place it before the eyes of your Highness, here on this table, on a plate, it would spare my tongue of the effort of saying what can barely be thought, because in it your Excellency would see her portrayed in detail. But why should I begin now to depict and describe, point by point and part by part, the beauty of the peerless Dulcinea? That is a burden worthy of shoulders other than mine, an enterprise that should be undertaken by the bushes of Parahesius, uh, Timanthius, and Apeius, and the chisels of Lysippus, to paint and engrave her on tables, marble, and bronze, by the Ciceronian and Demosthenian rhetoric to praise her. What does Demosthenian mean, Senor Quixote? Asked the Duchess. That is a word I've never heard before in all my days. Demosthenian rhetoric, responded Don Quixote. It is the same saying as rhetoric of Demothensis, a Ciceronian means of Cicero, and they were the two greatest rhetoricians in the world. That is true, said the Duke, and you must have been confused when you asked the question. But even so, Senor Don Quixote, would give us a great pleasure if he would depict her for us, and I am certain that even in the broad strokes of a sketch, she will appear in such a fashion that even the most beautiful woman will be envious of her. I would do so, most certainly, responded Don Quixote, if my image of her had not been blurred by the misfortune that befell her recently, one so great that I am better prepared to weep for her than to describe her. Because your Highness must know that not long ago, when I was going to kiss her hands and receive her blessing, approval, and permission for this third sally, I found a person different from the one I was seeking. I found her enchanted, transformed from a princess into a peasant, from beautiful to ugly, from angel into devil, from fragrant into foul-smelling, from well-spoken into rustic, from serene into skittish, from light into darkness, and finally from Dulcinea of Toboso into a low-born farm girl from Sayago. Lord, save me, the Duke exclaimed in a loud voice. Who could have done so much harm to the world? Who has removed from it the beauty that brought it joy, the grace that brought it delight, the virtue that brought it honor? Who? Responded Don Quixote. Who can it be but some malevolent enchanter, one of the many envious ones who pursue me? An accursed race, born into the world, and to darken and crush the feet of good men, to shed light on and raise up the deeds of the wicked. Enchanters have pursued me. Enchanters pursue me now, and the enchanters will pursue me until they throw me and my high chivalric exploits into the profound abyss of oblivion. They harm and wound me in the part where they can see I feel it the most. For taking away his lady from a knight errant is taking away the eyes with which he sees, and the sun shines down on him, and the sustenance that maintains him. I have said it many times before, and now I say it again. The knight errant without a lady is like a tree without leaves, a building without a foundation, a shadow without a body to cast it.
There is nothing more to say, said the Duchess, but if despite this we are to believe the history of Senor Don Quixote, that only recently has come into the world to the general applause of all people, we infer from that, if I remember correctly, that your Grace has never seen Senora Dulcinea, and that she does not exist in the world, but it is an imaginary lady, and that your Grace engendered and gave birth to her in your mind, and depicted her with all the graces and perfections that you desired. There is much to say about that, responded Don Quixote. God knows if Dulcinea exists in the world or not, or if she is imaginary or not imaginary. These are not the kinds of things whose verification can be carried through the end. I neither engendered nor gave birth to my lady, although I contemplate her in the manner proper to a lady who possesses the qualities that can make her famous throughout the world, to wit, she is beautiful without blemish, serious without arrogance, amorous without but modest, grateful because she is courteous, courteous because she is well bred, and finally noble because of her lineage. For when coupled with good blood, beauty shines and excels to a greater degree of perfection than in beautiful women of humble birth. That is so, said the Duke, but Senor Don Quixote must give me permission to say what I am obliged to say, because of the history of his deeds which I have read, and from which one infers that even if it is conceded that Dulcinea exists, in Toboso or outside it, and that she is as exceptionally beautiful as your grace depicts for us. In the matters of noble lineage she cannot compare with the Orianas, Alajastrejeras, Madamisas, or other ladies that of that kind who fill the histories which your grace knows so well. To that I can say, responded Don Quixote, that Dulcinea is the child of her actions, and that virtue strengthens the blood, and that a virtuous person of humble birth is to be more highly esteemed and valued than a vice-ridden noble, especially since Dulcinea possesses a quality that can make her a queen with a crown and scepter. For the merits of a beautiful woman, or a beautiful and virtuous woman, extend to performing even greater miracles, and in her she carries, virtually if not formally, even greater good fortune. Senor Don Quixote, said the Duchess, I say that in everything your grace says you proceed with great caution, and, as I say, with the sounding line in your hand. From now on I shall believe, and make my entire household believe, and even my lord the Duke, if necessary, that Dulcinea exists in Toboso, and that she lives in our day and is beautiful and nobly born, and worthy of having a knight like Senor Don Quixote serving her, which is the highest praise I can give, and the highest I know of. But I cannot help having one scruple and feeling a certain animosity towards Sancho Panza. The scruple is that the aforementioned history says that Sancho Panza found the lady Dulcinea when he brought her a missive on behalf of your grace, sifting a sack of grain, and apparently that it was buckwheat, which makes me doubt the nobility of her lineage. To which Don Quixote responded, Senora, your highness must know that all, or almost all, the things that befall me go beyond the ordinary scope of things that happen to other knights errant, whether they are directed by the inscrutable will of fate or by the malevolence of some envious enchanter. And since it is well known about all or almost all the famous knights errant that one has the ability never to be enchanted, and another has the impenetrable flesh and cannot be wounded, such as the famous Roland, one of the 12 peers of France, of whom it is said that he could not be wounded except on the sole of his left foot, and only with the point of a large pin and not with any other kind of weapon. And so, when Bernardo del Carpio killed him at Roncesvalles, seeing that he could not wound him with his blade, he lifted him off the ground and strangled him, for he had recalled how Hercules had killed Antaeus. The fierce giant, they say, was the child of earth. I wish to infer from what I have said that I may have one of these abilities, but not the one that keeps me from being wounded, for experience has often shown me that my flesh is weak and not at all impenetrable, and not the one that keeps me from being enchanted, for I have found myself locked in a cage, although the entire world would not have had its strength to put me in there if it were not for enchantments. And since I freed myself from that enchantment, I would like to believe that there will not be any other that can harm me. And so these enchanters, seeing that they cannot use their evil craft against my person, wreak their vengeance on the things I love most, and wish to take my life by mistreating Dulcinea, by whose grace I live by. And therefore I believe that when my squire carried my message to her, they transformed her into a peasant engaged in labor so menial as sifting grain. But I have already said that the grain was neither buckwheat nor wheat, but oriental pearls. And as proof of this truth, I want to tell you, your highness, that not long ago, when I was passing through Toboso, I could not find the palaces of Dulcinea, and the next day Sancho, my squire, saw her real form, which was the most beautiful on earth, but to me she seemed a crude and ugly peasant girl, and in no way well spoken, although she is the epitome of discernment in the world. And since I am not enchanted and cannot be, according to the sound reasoning, she is the enchanted one, the offended one, the one who is altered, changed, and transformed. Through her my enemies have taken their revenge on me, and for her sake I shall live in perpetual tears until I see her restored to her pristine state. I have said this so that no one will pay heed to what Sancho said about Dulcinea's sifting or winnowing, since they altered her for me. It is no wonder they changed her for him. Dulcinea is illustrious and well-born, of the noble lineages of Toboso, which are numerous, ancient, and very good. The peerless Dulcinea surely possesses more than a small portion, and for her sake the town will be famous and renowned in times to come, as Troy has been for Helen, and Spain for La Cava, although for better reasons and with better fame. On the other hand, I want your lordship and ladyship to understand that Sancho Panza is one of the most amusing squires who has ever served a knight errant. At times his simpleness is so clever that deciding if he is simple or clever is a cause of no small pleasure. His slyness condemns him for a rogue, and his thoughtfulness confirms him as a simpleton. He doubts everything, and he believes everything. When I think that he is about to plunge headlong into foolishness, he comes out with perceptions that raise him to the skies. In short, I would not trade him for any other squire, even if I were given a city to do so. Consequently, I have some doubt regarding whether sending him to the governorship with which your highness has favored him is the right thing to do. Although I see him in a certain aptitude for governing, with just a little refinement of his understanding, he would be as successful with any governorship as the king is with his duties and taxes. Moreover, by dint of long experience, we know that neither great ability nor great learning is needed to be a governor. For there are in the world at least 100 who barely know how to read, and who govern in a grand manner. The essential point is that they have good intentions and the desire always to do the right thing, for they will never lack someone to guide and counsel them in what they must do, like those knightly, unlettered governors who pass judgments with an adviser at their side. I would caution him not to accept bribes and not to lose sight of the law, and a few other trifles that I shall not mention now, but will come out in due course to the benefit of Sancho and the advantages of the insula which he will govern. The Duke, the Duchess, and Don Quixote had reached a point in their conversation when they suddenly heard many voices and a clamor of people in the palace. And suddenly a frightened Sancho burst into the room, wearing a piece of coarse burlap as a bib, and behind him came a number of young men, that is to say, a scullery boys and other menials, and one was carrying a tub of water whose color and lack of cleanliness indicated that it was dishwater, and the boy with the tub was following and pursuing Sancho and attempting with all solicitude to place it and put it under his beard, which another rogue showed signs of wanting to wash. "What is this, my friends?" asked the Duchess. "What is this? What do you want from this good man? Haven't you considered that he has been selected governor?" To which the roguish barber responded, "This gentleman won't let himself be washed, though that's the custom, in the way the Duke my lord was washed in his own master." "I will let myself," responded Sancho in a fury, "but I want it to be with cleaner towels and clearer water, and hands that aren't so dirty, for there's not so much difference between me and my master that they should wash him with angel water and me with the devil's bleach." The customs of different lands and the palaces of princes are good as long as they don't cause any pain, but the custom of washing that they have here is worse than being flagellated. "My beard is clean, and I don't need any freshening up like this. Whoever tries to wash me or touch a hair on my head, I mean of my beard, with all due respect, I'll hit him so hard that I'll leave my fist embedded in his skull. Ceremonies and soapings like these seem more like mockery than hospitality for guests." The Duchess was convulsed with laughter and when she saw the anger and heard the words of Sancho, but Don Quixote was not very pleased to see him so badly adorned with a streaked and spotted towel, and so surrounded by so many kitchen scullions, and after making a deep bow to the Duke and Duchess as if asking their permission to speak, he spoke to the mob in a tranquil voice, saying, "Hello, signores. Your graces must leave the young man alone and return to the place from which you came, or anywhere else you like. My squire is clean as any other, and those little bowls are for him small and narrow-mouthed vessels. Take my advice and leave him alone, for neither he nor I have any fondness for mockery." Sancho caught his words as they left his mouth and continued saying, "No, let them come back and mock the bumpkin, and I'll put up with that the way it's nighttime now. Bring a comb here or whatever you want, and curry this beard, and if you find anything there that offends cleanliness, then you can shear me willy-nilly." At this point the Duchess, who was still laughing, said, Sancho Panza is correct in everything that he has said and everything he will say. He is clean, as he says. He has no need of washing. If our custom does not please him, that should be the end of it, especially since you ministers of cleanliness have been far too remiss and negligent, and perhaps I should say insolent, in bringing to such a person and such a beard, not basins and pitchers of pure gold, and damask towels, but wooden bowls and pans and clearing rags. But after all, you are wicked and base, and like the scoundrels you are, cannot help showing the ill will you bear toward the squires of knight-errant. The roguish ministrants and even the butler who had come in with them believed that the Duchess was speaking seriously, and so they removed the burlap from Sancho's chest, and disconcerted and almost embarrassed, they went away and left him alone, and he, seeing himself free of what had seemed to him an extreme danger, went to kneel before the Duchess and said, "From great ladies, great favors are expected. The one your grace has granted me today cannot be repaid, unless it is with my desire to see myself dubbed a knight-errant, so that I can spend all the days of my life serving a lady so high. I am a peasant. My name is Sancho Panza. I am married, I have children, and I serve as a squire. If any of these things I can be of service to your highness, I will take less time to obey than your ladyship will to command." "It certainly seems, Sancho," responded the Duchess, "that you have learned to be courteous in the school of courtesy itself. It certainly seems, I mean to say, that you have been nurtured in the bosom of Señor Don Quixote, who must be the cream of courtesy and the flower of ceremonies, or ceremonies as you call them. Good fortune to such a master and such a servant, the one for being the polisher of knight-erranty, the other for being the star of the squirely fidelity. Arise, Sancho, my friend, and I shall repay your courtesies by having the Duke, my lord, as quickly as he can, fulfill the promised favor for a governorship for you." With this their conversation ended, and Don Quixote went to take his siesta, and the Duchess requested that if Sancho had no great desire to sleep, he should come and spend the afternoon with her and her maidens in a room that was cool and pleasant. Sancho replied that, although it was true that he was in the habit of taking 4 or 5 hour siestas in the summer, to respond to her great kindness he would attempt with all his might not to sleep even one that day, and would obey her command, and then he left. The Duke issued new orders that Don Quixote was to be treated as a knight-errant without deviating in the slightest from the manner which it had been recounted and the knights of old were treated.
Chapitre 33 du savoureux entretien que la duchesse et ses demoiselles eurent avec Sancho Panza, entretien digne d'être lu et remarqué. L'histoire raconte donc que Sancho ne dormit point pendant cette sieste, mais que pour accomplir sa parole, il vint, après dîner, voir la duchesse, laquelle, prenant un singulier plaisir à ses discours, le fit asseoir près d'elle sur une chaise basse, quoique Sancho, en homme bien élevé, refusa de s'asseoir. Mais la duchesse lui dit de s'asseoir comme gouverneur et de parler comme écuyer, puisque pour ces deux mêmes choses, il méritait d'être assis au fauteuil même du cidruit dias campeador. Sancho courba les épaules, obéit et s'assit. Toutes les dames et demoiselles de la duchesse l'environnèrent en profond silence, attentives à ce qu'il dirait. Mais ce fut la duchesse qui parla la première, disant « Maintenant que nous sommes seuls et que nul ne nous écoute, je voudrais que monsieur le gouverneur m'éclaircit certains doutes qui procèdent de l'histoire que l'on a imprimée du grand Don Quixote de la Manche. Le premier de ces doutes est que, puisque le bon Sancho ne vit jamais Dulcinée, je veux dire Madame Dulcinée du Toboso, ni ne lui rendit jamais la lettre du seigneur Don Quixote, puisqu'elle demeura sur le livre de poche dans la Sierra Morena, feuille où la lettre était écrite, comment a-t-il osé feindre la réponse et ajouter qu'il avait trouvé criblant du blé, cela n'étant tout que bourde et mensonge, et aussi grand préjudice de la bonne opinion qu'on a de la s'emparer Dulcinée, joint que cela s'accorde mal avec la qualité et la fidélité des bons écuyers. Sur ces raisons, Sancho, sans répondre aucune parole, se leva soudain de son siège et puis, à pas posés, la tête baissée et le doigt sur la bouche, se promena par la salle en tâtant les tapisseries, puis, cela fait, il retourna s'asseoir et dit « Madame, maintenant que j'ai vu que nul ne nous écoute en cachette en dehors des assistants, je vais, sans crainte ni inquiétude, répondre à tout ce qu'on m'a demandé et à tout ce qu'on me pourra demander. La première chose, donc, que je dis, c'est que je tiens mon seigneur Don Quichotte pour un fou fiefé, encore que parfois ils disent des choses qui, à mon avis, et suivant l'opinion de tous ceux qui l'écoutent, sont remplies de tant de sagesse et mises en si bon chemin que Satan même n'en saurait dire de meilleur. Toutefois, en vérité et sans scrupule, je me suis laissé persuader qu'il était fêlé du cerveau, puisque lorsque je me le suis mis en tête, je lui fais croire ce qui n'a ni pied ni tête, ainsi que fut la réponse de la lettre. Et ce qui est arrivé, il va y avoir 7 ou 8 jours, encore que l'histoire ne la rapporte point, c'est-à-dire l'histoire de l'enchantement de Madame Dulcinée, ce qui n'est pas plus vrai que si je lui contais mes courses par les montagnes du Béda. Alors la duchesse le pria de lui raconter cet enchantement ou cette farce, et Sancho la lui raconta tout de même qu'elle s'était passée, ce dont les assistants reçurent un grand plaisir. Cependant, la duchesse, poursuivant son discours, dit « Certains scrupules me chatouillent sur ce que le bon Sancho me vient de conter, et un certain murmure arrive à mes oreilles et me dit « Puisque Don Quichotte de la Manche est un fou, un insensé, un sans-cervelle, et que Sancho, son écuyer, le sait et néanmoins le sert et le suit et s'attache à ses vaines promesses, sans doute, il doit encore être plus fou et plus sot que son maître. Or, s'il en est ainsi, comme cela est, Madame la Duchesse, tu serais bien ton pays si tu donnais à ce Sancho Pancha une île à gouverneur. Comment en effet pourrait-il gouverner autrui, lui qui ne sait pas se gouverner lui-même? Par Dieu, madame, dit Sancho, voilà un scrupule qui tombe bien, mais que votre grandeur lui dise de parler clairement ou comme il voudra. Je reconnais qu'il dit vrai, car si j'étais sage, il y a belle lurette que j'aurais dû quitter mon maître. Mais quoi? C'est mon destin et ma malaventure. Je n'en puis, mais il faut que je le suive. Nous sommes du même pays. J'ai mangé son pain, je l'aime. Il n'est point ingrat. Il m'a donné ses anneaux et surtout je suis fidèle. Aussi est-il impossible qu'autre chose nous puisse séparer que la pioche et la pelle. Que si votre hôtesse ne veut pas qu'on me donne le gouvernement promis, Dieu m'a tiré de moi, et il se pourrait faire qu'à ne me le donner point, ma conscience en vaudrait beaucoup mieux. Et tout sotte que je suis, je ne laisse pas d'entendre ce proverbe, qu'à la fourmi les ailes lui naquirent pour son malheur. Voir pourrait-il encore être l'écuyer que Sancho monta plus promptement au ciel que Sancho le gouverneur. On cuit ici d'aussi bon pain qu'en France, et de nuit toucha son gris. Assez malheureuse est la personne qui, 2 heures après-midi, n'a pas encore déjeuné. Il n'y a estomac qui soit un pied plus grand que l'autre, car, comme l'on dit communément, on le peut remplir de foin et de paille, et les oisillons de la campagne ont Dieu qui leur sert de pourvoyeur et d'intendant. Et 4 zones de drap de Cuenca réchauffent plus que ne font 4 zones de serge de Ségovie. Voir, quand nous quittons ce monde et quand nous mettons terre, le prince va par un sentier aussi étroit que le vigneron, et le corps du pape n'occupe pas plus de pieds de terre que celui du sacristain, encore que le soit plus haut que l'autre. Quand nous descendons dans la fosse, nous nous ajustons et courbons tout le dos, ou bien l'on nous fait ajuster et plier, quoi qu'il nous en prenne, et bonne nuit. Et je reviens à mon sujet. Si votre seigneurie ne me veut point donner l'île parce qu'elle me croit un fou, je saurai m'en consoler comme un sage.
J'ai ouï dire que le diable se tient derrière la croix, que tout ce qui ne lui n'est pas d'or, et que l'on prit le laboureux Wamba parmi les bœufs, les charrures et les attelages pour le faire roi d'Espagne, et qu'on en tira du brocart, des délices et des richesses, Rodrigue, pour le faire dévorer par les couleuvres, si les couplets des vieilles romances ne montent point. Comment? S'ils ne montent point, dit alors Dame Rodriguez, la duègne, qui était parmi les assistants. Il y a une romance qui dit que l'on mit le roi Rodrigue tout vif dans une tombe pleine de crapauds, de couleuvres et de lézards, et que 2 jours après, on lui dire à ce même roi à voix basse et dolente dans la tombe ces paroles. Je suis mangé par le bout où j'ai tant péché. De sorte que ce seigneur a grandement raison de dire qu'il aime mieux être laboureux que roi s'il doit se voir un jour manger de couleuvres. La duchesse ne put se tenir de rire en attendant la simplicité de sa duègne, ni d'admirer les propos et les proverbes de Sancho, à qui elle dit « Le bon Sancho pensa, n'ignore pas que ce qu'une fois il a promis, un chevalier veut l'accomplir, dût-il lui en coûter la vie. Le duc, mon seigneur et époux, encore qu'il ne soit pas des chevaliers errants, ne laisse pas pourtant d'être chevalier. Il accomplira la parole de l'île promise, en dépit de l'envie et de la malice du monde. Que Sancho Panza ait bon courage lorsqu'il y pensera le moins. Il se verra assis au siège de son île et de son état, et empoignera son gouvernement, sauf à ne le changer que pour un autre d'un brocart plus brillant. Ce que je lui recommande, c'est de regarder comment il gouverne ses sujets, l'avertissant qu'ils sont tous fidèles et gens de bien. Pour ce qui est, répondit Sancho, de les bien gouverner, inutile de me le recommander, puisque de ma nature, je suis charitable et que j'ai pitié des pauvres, et gardez-vous de dérober sa foisse à qui cuit et pétrit. Quant à moi, je sais bien que l'on ne me jettera pas un dépipé. Je suis un vieux chien qui entend le tu automne, et je me sais moucher quand besoin en est. Au reste, je n'aime pas que les souris me trottent devant les yeux, car je sais où le bas me blesse. Je le dis parce que les bons trouveront aisément le creux de ma main, et que les méchants n'y auront jamais ni pied ni entrée. Et il me semble qu'en fait de gouvernement, le tout est de commencer, et il se pourrait faire qu'après 15 jours de gouvernement, je m'en lâche les mains, voire que j'en connaisse plus que du labourage où je me suis élevée. Vous avez raison, Sancho, dit la duchesse, car nul ne naît tout instruit, et c'est des hommes que l'on fait les évêques, et non des pierres. Mais pour revenir au sujet dont nous parlions tout à l'heure, à l'enchantement de Madame Dulcinée, je tiens pour chose certaine et plus qu'avérée que cette idée que Sancho eut de tromper son maître et de lui donner à entendre que la paysanne était Dulcinée et que si son maître ne le reconnaissait pas, ce devait être parce qu'elle était enchantée. Tout cela fut une invention de quelqu'un des enchanteurs qui persécutent le seigneur Don Quixote. Parce que, en toute vérité, je sais de bonne part que la villageoise qui fit un si beau saut sur l'ânesse était Dulcinée du Toboso, et que le bon Sancho qui croit être le trompeur est le trompé. Et il n'y a non plus à douter de cette vérité que des choses que nous n'avons jamais vues. Et que le seigneur Sancho Panza sache que nous savons aussi en ce lieu des enchanteurs qui nous aiment et qui nous rapportent tout ce qui se passe par le monde, purement, simplement et sans aucun artifice. Oui, Sancho peut m'en croire, cette paysanne sauteuse était et est Dulcinée du Toboso, enchantée comme la mère qui l'enfanta. Lorsque moi nous y penserons, nous la verrons en sa propre figure, et à ce moment-là, Sancho sortira de l'erreur où il vit. C'est possible, dit Sancho Panza. Et je crois maintenant ce que mon maître raconte avoir vu dans la caverne de Montesinos. Il y vit, se dit-il, Madame Dulcinée du Toboso, avec le même équipage et habit que je dis l'avoir vu, quand je l'enchantais, rien que pour mon plaisir, et tout cela devait être au rebours, ainsi que votre seigneurie l'assure, puisqu'on ne doit ni peut présumer que de mon grossier entendement puisse procéder, et un instant en un instant, une si subtile fourberie, et je ne crois pas non plus que mon maître soit si fou que, sur une aussi faible et aussi maigre persuasion que la mienne, il crut une chose si extraordinaire.
That is true, said the Duchess. But now tell me, Sancho, what you were saying about the cave of Montesinos. I'd like to know. Then Sancho Panza recounted point by point what has already been said about that adventure. And when the Duchess heard it, she said, "From this incident, we can infer that since the great Don Quixote says he saw there the same peasant girl Sancho saw on the way out of Tabasco, she no doubt is Dulcinea, and very clever and meddlesome enchanters are wandering around here." "That's what I say," said Sancho Panza. "If my lady Dulcinea of Toboso is enchanted, so much the worse for her. But I don't have to take on my master's enemies, and there must be a lot, all of them very wicked. It may be true that the woman I saw was a peasant, and I thought she was a peasant, and judged her to be a peasant. If that was Dulcinea, I'm not to blame, and nobody should hold me responsible. We'll see about that. Picking fights with me all the time. Sancho said this, Sancho did that, Sancho turned around, and Sancho went back. As if Sancho Panza were just anybody, and not the same Sancho Panza who's wandering the world now in books, which is what Sanson Carrasco told me, and he's nothing less than a bachelor from Salamanca, and people like him can't lie, except if they feel like it, or if it's very convenient. And so nobody should blame me, since I have a good reputation, and I've heard my master say that a good name's worth more than great wealth. Just let them pass this governorship on to me, and they'll see marvels, because whoever's been a good squire will be a good governor." "Everything said here by our good Sancho," said the Duchess, "are Catonian sentences, or, at least, taken from the very heart of Michael Verino himself. Florentibus occident annis. Well, well, to say it in his fashion, under a poor cloak you can find a good drinker." "The truth is, Señora," responded Sancho, "that I never abused drink, though I might have been thirsty, because I'm no hypocrite. I drink when I want to, and when I don't want to, and when someone offers me a drink, so as not to seem finicky or impolite. To toast a friend whose heart is so like marble that he won't lift a glass, but even if I do, I never dirty it, since the squires of knights errant almost always drink water, because they're always traveling through woods, forests, and meadows, mountains and cliffs, without finding a charitable drop of wine, even if they'd give an eye for it." "I believe that," responded the Duchess. "And for now, Sancho should go and rest, and we will speak at length later, and give the order to quickly pass this governorship, as he says, on to him." Sancho again kissed the hands of the Duchess and implored her to be so kind as to take good care of his gray, because he was the light of his eyes. "What gray is that?" asked the Duchess. "My jackass," responded Sancho. "And so as not to call him by that name, I usually call him the Gray. And when I entered this castle, I asked this Señora Dueña to take care of him, and she got as angry as if I had called her ugly or old, since it must be more fitting and natural for duennas to give a thought to donkeys than to claim authority in castle halls. Oh, and Lord save me, what a dislike a nobleman from my village had for those ladies." "He must have been some peasant," said Doña Rodriguez, the duenna, "because if he were noble and well-born, he would have praised them to the skies." "Well now," said the Duchess, "that's enough. Doña Rodriguez, be still, and Señor Panza, calm down, and let me take care of looking after this Gray, for if he is Sancho's jewel, I shall value him more highly than the apple of my eye." "It's enough if he's in the stable," responded Sancho. "As for being valued more highly than the apple of your highness's eye, he and I aren't worthy of that even for an instant, and I would no more agree to it than to being stabbed. Though my master says that in courtesies, it's better to lose by a card too many than a card too few. And as far as donkeys and apples are concerned, you have to go with your compass in hand and at a measured pace." "Let Sancho take him to his governorship," said the Duchess, "and there he can treat him as nicely as he wants, and even keep him from hard labor." "Your Grace should not think, Señora Duchess, that you have said anything remarkable," said Sancho. for I have seen more than 2 jackasses go into governorships, and if I take mine with me, it won't be anything new." Sancho's words renewed the Duchess's laughter and delight, and after sending him to rest, she went to recount to the Duke her conversation with Sancho. And between the two of them, they arranged and planned to play tricks on Don Quixote that would be remarkable and consonant with the chivalric style. And they devised so many, and ones so appropriate and clever, that they are some of the best adventures contained in this great history. Chapter 34, which recounts the information that was received regarding how the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso was to be disenchanted, which is one of the most famous adventures in this book. The Duke and Duchess received great pleasure from Don Quixote's conversation and that of Sancho Panza. They confirmed their intention of playing some tricks that would have the appearance and semblance of adventures, basing their plan on what Don Quixote had already told them about the cave of Montesinos, in order to create for him an adventure that would be famous. Though what most astonished the Duchess was Sancho's simple-mindedness, so great that he had come to believe as an infallible truth that Dulcinea of Toboso was enchanted when he himself had been the enchanter and deceiver in that affair. And so, having given orders to their servants regarding everything they had to do, 6 days later they took Don Quixote hunting for big game, with so many hunters and trackers that it might have been the party of a crowned king. They gave Don Quixote a hunting outfit and Sancho another, of fine green cloth, but Don Quixote refused to put his on, saying that the next day he would have to return to the harsh profession of arms and could not carry wardrobes and furnishings with him. Sancho, however, accepted what they gave him, intending to sell it at the earliest opportunity. When the long-awaited day arrived, Don Quixote put on his armor, Sancho donned his outfit, and, riding his donkey, for he did not wish to leave him behind, even though they had provided him with a horse, he joined the troop of hunters. The Duchess rode out in splendid attire, and Don Quixote, in his courtesy and politeness, took the reins of her palfrey, although the Duke did not wish to allow it, and finally they arrived at a forest that lay between 2 high mountains, where, having set up their posts, their blinds, and their traps, and assigning people to different positions, the hunt began with so great a clamor, so much shouting and calling and barking of dogs and sounding of horns, that they could not hear one another speak. The Duchess dismounted, and, holding a sharp javelin in her hands, took up a post where she knew wild boar usually passed by. The Duke and Don Quixote also dismounted and stationed themselves on either side of her. Sancho, who was behind them all, did not dismount the donkey, for he did not dare abandon him in the event some mishap befell him. And as soon as they and a good number of other servants had taken their places, then, pursued by the dogs and followed by the trackers, they saw a huge wild boar rushing toward them, grinding its teeth and tusks and foaming at the mouth. When he saw it, Don Quixote grasped his shield and drew his sword and stepped forward to meet it. The Duke did the same with his javelin, but the Duchess would have gone ahead of all of them if the Duke had not stopped her. Only Sancho, when he saw the valiant beast, abandoned his donkey and began to run as fast as he could, and attempted to climb to the top of a tall oak, but failed. Instead, when he was halfway up the tree, holding onto a branch as he struggled to reach the top, his luck was so bad and he was so unfortunate that the branch broke, and when it fell to the ground, he was still in the air, caught on the stump of a branch and unable to reach the ground. And seeing himself in this situation, and his green tunic tearing, and thinking that if the wild animal ran past, it could reach him, he began to give so many shouts and to call for help with so much urgency that everyone who heard him and did not see him believed he was in the jaws of a savage beast. Finally, the tusked boar was run through by the sharp points of the many javelins it encountered. Don Quixote, turning his head in the direction of Sancho's shouting, for he had realized that the shouts were his, saw him hanging upside down from the oak, his donkey beside him, for the Grey did not abandon him in his calamity. And Cid Hamet says he rarely saw Sancho Panza without his donkey, or the donkey without Sancho. Such was the friendship and good faith that existed between the two of them. Don Quixote approached and unhooked Sancho, who, finding himself free and on the ground, looked at how badly torn the hunting tunic was, and it pained him deeply, for he had thought of his outfit as an inheritance. In the meantime, the powerful boar was lain across a mule, covered with sprigs of rosemary and sprays of myrtle, and taken as a sign of the spoils of victory to some large field tents that had been pitched in the middle of the wood. There they found the tables prepared and the meal ready, a banquet so sumptuous and large that one could easily see in it the greatness and magnificence of the person who offered it. Sancho, showing the Duchess the tears in his ripped tunic, said, "If this had been a hunt of hares or small birds, my tunic would not have suffered this damage. I don't know what pleasure there is in waiting for an animal that, if it goes at you with a tusk, can kill you. I remember hearing an old ballad that says, 'May you be eaten by bears like His Majesty Favilla.' That was a Visigothic king," said Don Quixote, "who went hunting for big game and was devoured by a bear." "That's what I'm saying," responded Sancho. "I wouldn't want princes and kings to put themselves in that kind of danger in exchange for a pleasure that really shouldn't be one, since it involves killing an animal that hasn't done anything wrong."
"But you're mistaken, Sancho," responded the Duke, "because the practice of hunting big game is more appropriate and necessary for kings and princes than any other. Hunting is an image of war. In it there are stratagems, traps, and snares for conquering the enemy safely. One suffers bitter cold and intolerable heat. Idleness and sleep are diminished. One's strength is fortified. One's limbs are made agile. In short, it is a practice that harms no one and gives pleasure to many. And the best thing about it is that it is not for everyone, as other forms of hunting are, except for hawking, which also is only for kings and great lords. And so, Sancho, change your opinion, and when you are a governor, devote yourself to hunting, and see how it will benefit you 100 times over." "No," responded Sancho, "a good governor and a broken leg stay at home. How nice if wary merchants came to see him and he was in the woods enjoying himself. What a misfortune for the governorship. By my faith, senor, hunting and those pastimes are more for idlers than for governors. What I plan to amuse myself with is playing Triunfo Invidado on feast days and 9 pins on Sundays and holidays. All this hunting and hollering doesn't go well with my nature and doesn't sit well with my conscience. May it please God, Sancho, because there's many a slip between the cup and the lip." "That may be so," replied Sancho, "but if you pay your debts, you don't worry about guarantees, and it's better to have God's help than to get up early and your belly leads your feet, not the other way around. I mean, if God helps me and I do what I ought to with good intentions, I'll be sure to govern in grand style. Just put a finger in my mouth and see if I bite or not." "God and all his saints curse you, wretched Sancho," said Don Quixote. "As I have said so often, will the day ever come when I see you speak an ordinary coherent sentence without any proverbs? Señores, your highnesses should leave this fool alone, for he will grind your souls, not between 2 but 2,000 proverbs brought in as opportunely and appropriately as the health God gives him, or me if I wanted to listen to them." "Sancho Panza's proverbs," said the Duchess, "although more numerous than those of the Greek commander, because of their brevity, are no less estimable. As far as I am concerned, they give me more pleasure than others that may be more fitting and more opportune." Engaged in this end and other amiable conversations, they walked out of the tent and into the forest, and in the collecting of some traps the day passed quickly, and night fell. Not as clear or as tranquil as it usually was at that time of year, which was the middle of summer, but it did bring a certain chiaroscuro that furthered the plans of the Duke and Duchess, for as dusk began to turn into night, it suddenly seemed that the entire forest on all 4 sides was ablaze, and then here and there, this way and that, an infinite number of cornets and other warlike instruments were heard, as if troops of cavalry were riding through the woods. The light of the fires and the sound of martial instruments almost blinded and deafened the eyes and ears of those nearby, and even those who were elsewhere in the forest. Then they heard the sound of infinite lelilies, in the manner of the Moorish battle cry. Trumpets and bugles blared, drums sounded, fifes played almost all at the same time, and so continually and so rapidly that one could lose one's senses in the confused din of so many instruments. The Duke was stunned, the Duchess was astounded, Don Quixote was astonished. Sancho Panza trembled, and even those who knew the cause were frightened. In their fear, they fell silent, and a postilion dressed as a demon passed in front of them, and instead of a cornet, he was playing a huge hollow animal horn that emitted a harsh and terrifying sound. "Hello there, courier," said the Duke. "Who are you? Where are you going? And what soldiers are these who seem to be crossing this forest?" To which the courier, in a dreadful, brash voice, responded, "I am the devil. I am looking for Don Quixote of La Mancha. The people coming through here are 6 troops of enchanters who bear the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso on a triumphal carriage. Enchanted, she comes with the gallant Frenchman Montesinos to instruct Don Quixote as to how the lady is to be disenchanted. If you were the devil, as you say and as your figure suggests, you would have known the knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, for you have him here before you." By God and my conscience," responded the devil, "I wasn't really thinking. My thoughts are distracted by so many things that I forgot the principal reason for my being here." "There can be no doubt," said Sancho, "that this demon is a decent man and a good Christian, because otherwise he wouldn't swear by God and my conscience. Now, I think there must be good people even down in hell." Then the demon, without dismounting, directed his gaze at Don Quixote and said, "To you, Knight of the Lions, and may I see you in their claws? I am sent by the unfortunate but valiant knight Montesinos, who has ordered me to tell you on his behalf that you should wait for him in the place where I encountered you, because he brings with him the one they call Dulcinea of Toboso, and he will instruct you on what is needed to disenchant her. And since I came here with no other purpose, I need stay no longer. May demons like me be with you, and good angels with these nobles." And having said this, he blew on the enormous horn, turned his back, and left, not waiting for anyone's reply. This caused new amazement in everyone, especially in Sancho and Don Quixote. And Sancho, when he saw that despite the truth, people insisted that Dulcinea was enchanted, and Don Quixote, because he could not be certain if what had happened to him in the cave of Montesino was true or not. And as he was lost in these thoughts, the Duke said to him, "Does your grace intend to wait, Señor Don Quixote?" "How could I not?" he responded. "I shall wait here, intrepid and strong, though all of hell were to attack me." "Well, if I see another devil and hear another horn like that one, I wouldn't wait here any more than I'd wait in Flanders," said Sancho. By now, the night had grown even darker, and a good number of lights began to move through the forest, just as the dry exhalations of the earth move across the sky and to our eyes seem like shooting stars. At the same time, a terrifying noise was heard, something like the one made by the solid wheels usually found on ox carts, from whose harsh and constant screeching, they say, wolves and bears flee if there are any nearby when they pass. To this was added more tumult, another clamor that heightened all the others, which was that it really seemed that in the 4 corners of the forest 4 encounters or battles were taking place at the same time, because here the hard thunder of terrifying artillery sounded, their infinite muskets were being fired, the voices of the combatants cried out close by, the Muslim lalies were repeated in the distance. Finally, the cornets, the animal horns, the hunting horns, the bugles, the trumpets, the drums, the artillery, and the harquebuses, and above all, the awful noise of the carts together formed a sound so confused and horrible that Don Quixote had to summon all his valor to endure it. But Sancho's courage plummeted and sent him, swooning, to the skirts of the Duchess, who received him there and quickly ordered that water be thrown in his face. It was, and he regained consciousness just as a cart with screeching wheels arrived at the place where they stood. It was pulled by 4 slow oxen draped in black. A great blazing wax torch was tied to each of their horns, and on the cart was a high seat on which a venerable old man was sitting, his beard whiter than the snow, and so long it fell below his waist. He wore a long robe of black buckram, for since the cart was filled with infinite lights, one could clearly see and discern everything it carried. It was driven by 2 hideous demons dressed in the same buckram, with faces so ugly that Sancho, having seen them once, closed his eyes so as not to see them again. And so the cart reached them, and the venerable old man got up from his high seat, and as he stood there, he gave them a great shout, saying, "I am the wise Lirgandio." And the cart drove on, and he did not say another word, because this one came another cart of the same kind, carrying another old man enthroned, and he stopped, and he, stopping the cart in a voice no less grave than others, said, "I am the wise Alquife, the great friend of Urganda the unknown," and the cart passed on. Then, in the same manner, another cart arrived, but the one seated on the throne was not an ancient like the others, but a strong, robust, evil-looking man, and as he arrived, he rose to his feet, just like the others, and said in a voice that was hoarser and more fiendish, "I am the enchanter Archelaus, the mortal enemy of Amadis of Gaul and all his kin." And he moved on. Not far away from there, the 3 carts halted, and the maddening sound of their wheels stopped. And then something else was heard, not a noise, but the sound made by soft and harmonious music, which made Sancho very happy, and which he took as a good omen. And so he said to the Duchess, from whose side he had moved not one iota, "Señora, where there is music, there can be nothing bad, nor where there are lights and brightness," responded the Duchess. To which Sancho replied, "A flame gives light, and bonfires give brightness, and if we go near them, they can burn us. But music is always a sign of cheer and rejoicing." "We shall see," said Don Quixote, who had heard everything. And he was correct, as the following chapters show.
Chinese Chapter 35。 随着优美的音乐，一辆彩车向他们开来。彩车由6匹披着白麻布的棕色驴子拉着，而每匹骡子背上都背着一位光赎罪者。他们都穿着白衣服，手里各举一支大蜡烛。这辆车比刚才那几辆车大2、3倍。车上两侧站着另12名赎罪者，他们的衣服比雪还白，手里也都拿着点燃的大蜡烛，让人惊奇不已。在高高的宝座上端坐着一位仙女，她身穿千层银纱，纱上又有极小的金箔点缀，即使称不上华丽，至少也可以说是引人注目。她的脸上罩着薄纱，透过轻纱可以看到她那清秀无比的脸庞。明亮的烛光可以让人看出她的姣好容貌与妙龄，看起来还不到20岁，但是又超过17岁。她的身旁是一个穿着拖地衣的人，那人的衣服盖到了脚面，头上还罩着黑纱巾。车子到公爵、公爵夫人和堂吉诃德面前停下了，音乐声戛然而止。接着车上又响起了竖琴和诗琴声。穿拖地长袍的人站了起来，把衣服向两边掀开，又揭掉头上的纱巾，竟露出一具骷髅像，十分难看。堂吉诃德见了不禁有些惊慌，桑乔见了更是怕得要死。公爵和公爵夫人也有些惴惴不安。这个活骷髅站起来，声音仍带着某种睡意，舌头有些发涩地说道：“我就是小说中多年误传父亲为魔鬼的海尔林，我是魔法之王，索罗亚德斯教斯的君主和化身。我与时代和世纪抗衡，不让时代和世纪湮灭。英勇的游侠骑士的书勋，我眷顾他们自始至今。 虽然众多的魔法师和巫师心狠手辣、冷酷无情、奸诈阴险，我却心慈手软、乐善好施、普度众生。在阴森的迪斯府里，我的魂灵会写佛咒和字样，聚精会神。忽然传来了托钵所的杜尔西内亚痛苦的声音，方得知他不幸身中魔法，从贵夫人变成了农妇。我心痛如焚。在阴暗可怕的地府内，我潜心研究，翻阅书籍无数本，今日方得来解除这万恶祸根。哦，智勇双全的堂吉诃德大人，你是所有身披盔甲的勇士的骄傲，你是所有抛弃愚昧、投笔从戎、从事艰苦流血生涯者的明灯和指路人。我要告诉你，荣获赞誉的勇士，曼查的辉煌，西班牙的星辰，为了恢复多尔西比亚的音容笑貌，需要你的侍从桑乔在光天化日之下裸露他的肥屁股，自抽3300鞭，直打得他疼痛难忍。此乃制造此劫难的魔法师们商量决定，我就是为此而来，警告诸位大人。见他的鬼去吧，乔桑说，别说打3000鞭子，就是打我3鞭子，也跟捅我3刀一样疼。这叫什么解除魔法的鬼主意呀？上帝保佑！如果解除杜尔内西亚所遭受的魔法，梅尔林大人只有这个办法，那还是让杜尔内西亚带着魔法进坟墓去吧。你这个乡巴佬，没有教养的东西，堂吉诃德说，我真该把你捆在树上，剥得一丝不挂，不是打你3300鞭子，而是打你6600鞭子，而且要打得结结实实，让你挣3300下也挣脱不了。你别给我顶嘴，否则我就宰了你。梅尔林闻言说道，别这样，应该让善灵的桑乔在自愿的时候自觉地吃鞭子，不要强迫，不要给他规定期限。如果桑乔愿意让别人来打，可以给他减少1半数量，不过那就可能打得重些。不管是别人打还是我自己打，不管是手重还是手轻，桑乔说，谁也休想碰我一下。难道我是为了杜尔内西亚才活着的吗？他的脸受了罪，就该让我拿屁股来补偿吗？我的主人跟他才是一回事儿呢，动不动就叫他我的宝贝儿、我的命根子、我的靠山什么的，他才应该为杜尔西内亚受过，为杜尔西内亚摆脱魔法尽心竭力呢。为什么要打我？我极绝。桑乔刚说完，梅尔林身边的那位披着银纱的少女就站起身来，掀掉脸上的薄纱，露出一张非常美丽的脸庞。她的举止有些男子气，而且声音也不像女子。她面对桑乔说道，你这个倒霉的侍从，愚蠢的家伙，硬心肠的东西，坏蛋，不要脸的人，人类的公敌。如果有人命令你从一个高塔上跳下来，要求你吃1打癞蛤蟆、2条蜥蜴和3条蛇，劝你用一把又长又尖的大刀把你老婆孩子都杀了，而你犹豫彷徨逃避，那倒还不算新鲜。想不到只挨3300鞭子你就当回事了。孤儿院收养的那些孤儿，不管淘气不淘气，哪个月不挨鞭子？像你这么说，哪个慈善心肠的人听见了，哪怕是以后听见了，不会诧异愕然。你这个可怜而又恶心的畜生，用你那双贼眼看看我的眼睛吧，和我这双明亮的眼睛比较一下吧，你就会看到泪水正一缕缕缓慢而持续的流淌，在我美丽的面颊上形成了一条沟沟坎坎。动动心吧，你这个卑鄙恶毒的妖怪，我正值豆豆年华，我才10几岁，才19岁，还不到20岁，却要在这农妇的相貌下凋零枯萎。也许我现在的样子还不像农妇，那是这位在场的梅尔林大人特别关照的结果，而这仅仅是为了让你见到我的美貌后心肠变软。我这痛苦的美貌，即使石头见了也会变成像棉花一样软，即使猛虎见了也会变成像绵羊一样温顺。 赶紧打吧，你这桀骜不驯的怪兽，拿出你吃东西的那股劲头来，恢复我平滑的肌肤、温顺的性情和秀丽的面容吧。如果你的心不愿为我所动，不愿为我效劳，你也该为你身旁这位可怜的骑士着想呀。我是指你的主人，我看见他的灵魂已经梗在喉咙里，离嘴唇不远了，只等你一个冷酷或温情的回答，就会脱口而出，或者咽回肚里呢。堂吉诃德听到此话，用手摸了摸喉咙，转身对公爵说道：“我向上帝发誓，大人，杜尔西内亚说的是真的，我的灵魂已经到喉咙这儿了，正梗在这儿呢。你说这事儿该怎么办呢？”桑乔公爵夫人问。夫人，桑乔说，我还是刚才那句话，我极绝。应该说拒绝，桑乔，你刚才说的不对。公爵说，您别给我那么较真儿。桑乔说，我现在没时间考虑那么细，说的差不多就行了。我应该挨的这些鞭子，或者我必须挨的这些鞭子，搅得我心烦意乱，我也不知道该怎么说怎么做了。我倒是想知道，我们的杜尔内西亚夫人从哪儿学会了这样央求人？她让我露出肉来挨打，却骂我是愚蠢的家伙、桀骜的怪兽等一大串难听的话，谁能受得了呀？难道我的皮肉是铁打的，或者跟是否能解除魔法有什么相干？他并没有拿一筐家用的白单子、衬衫、头巾和短袜来感谢我呀。老实说，这些东西我都用不着，可是总不该一句接一句的骂我呀。他知道不知道俗话说的驴背驮金，上山才有劲儿，礼物能够打碎顽石，一边求上帝，一边给实惠，给一样胜过两声空许诺。至于我的主人，也该好好的哄我，让我高兴，我不就服服帖帖了吗？可是他却说要抓我，剥光我的衣服，把我捆在树上，再多打一背鞭子。若真是这样，诸位好心的大人不妨想想，挨打的人不光是侍从，而且还是总督呢。就像人们常说的，那就更不得了了。这帮人真该好好学学怎样央求人，学讲礼貌。就是同一个人也不会总是那么好脾气呀。我现在看见我的绿列装撕破了，正难过的要死，他们却来让我心甘情愿地挨鞭打，这不是自讨没趣吗
Capítulo 36, donde se prosigue la graciosa aventura del titerero, con otras cosas en verdad harto buenas. Callaron todos, tirios y troyanos, quiero decir, pendientes estaban todos los que el retablo miraban de la boca del declarador de sus maravillas, cuando se oyeron sonar en el retablo cantidad de atabales y trompetas y dispararse mucha artillería, cuyo rumor pasó en tiempo breve, y luego alzó la voz el muchacho y dijo: esta verdadera historia que aquí a vuesas mercedes se representa es sacada al pie de la letra de los crónicas francesas y de los romances españoles que andan en boca de las gentes y de los muchachos por esas calles. Trata de la libertad que dio el señor Don Gaiferos a su esposa Malisendra, que estaba cautiva en España, en poder de moros, en la ciudad de Sansueña, que así se llamaba entonces la que hoy se llama Zaragoza. Y vean vuesas mercedes ahí cómo está jugando a las tablas Don Gaiferos, según aquello que se canta. Jugando está a las tablas Don Gaiferos, que ya de Melisendra está olvidado. Y aquel personaje que ahí asoma con corona en la cabeza y cetro en las manos es el emperador Carlomagno, padre putativo de la tal Melisendra, el cual, mojino de ver el ocio y descuido de su yerno, le sale a reñir y adviertan con la vehemencia y ahínco que le riñe, que no parece sino que le quiere dar con el cetro media docena de coscorrones, y aún hay autores que dicen que se los dio, y muy bien dados, y después de haberle dicho muchas cosas acerca del peligro que corría su honra en no procurar la libertad de su esposa, dicen que le dijo: harto os he dicho, miradlo. Miren vuestras mercedes también cómo el emperador vuelve las espaldas y deja despechado a don Gaiferos, el cual ya ven cómo arroja, impaciente de la cólera, lejos de sí el tablero y las tablas, y pide apriesa las armas, y a don Roldán, su primo, pide prestada su espalda durindana, y como don Roldán no se la quiere prestar, ofreciéndole su compañía en la difícil empresa en que se pone. Pero el valeroso enojado no lo quiere aceptar. Antes dice que él solo es bastante para sacar a su esposa, si bien estuviese metida en el más hondo centro de la tierra, y con esto se entra a armar para ponerse luego en camino. Vuelvan vuestras mercedes los ojos a aquella torre que ahí parece, que se presupone que es una de las torres de Alcázar de Zaragoza, que ahora llaman la Aljafería. Y aquella dama que en aquel balcón parece vestida a lo moro es la sin par Melisendra, que desde ahí muchas veces se ponía a mirar el camino de Francia, y puesta la imaginación en París y en su esposo, se consolaba en su cautiverio. Miren también un nuevo caso que ahora sucede, quizá no visto jamás. ¿No ven aquel moro que callandico y pasito a paso, puesto el dedo en la boca, se llega por las espaldas de Melisendra? Pues miren cómo la da un beso en mitad de los labios, y la prisa que ella se da a escupir y a limpiárselos con la blanca manga de su camisa, y cómo se lamenta y se arranca de pesar sus hermosos cabellos, como si ellos tuvieran la culpa del maleficio. Miren también cómo aquel grave moro que está en aquellos corredores es el rey Marsilio de Sansueña, el cual, por haber visto la insolencia del moro, puesto que era un pariente y gran privado suyo, le mandó luego prender y que le den 200 azotes, llevándole por las calles acostumbradas de la ciudad, con chilladores delante y enverramiento detrás. Y veis aquí donde salen a ejecutar la sentencia, aún bien apenas no habiendo sido puesta en ejecución la culpa, porque entre moros no hay traslado a la parte, ni a pruebas y estete, como entre nosotros. Niño, niño, dijo con voz alta a esa sazón Don Quijote, seguid vuestra línea recta, y no os metáis en las curvas o transversales, que para sacar una verdad en limpio menester son muchas pruebas y repruebas. También dijo maese Pedro desde dentro: muchacho, no te metas en dibujos, sino haz lo que ese señor te manda, que será lo más acertado. Sigue tu canto llano y no te metas en contrapuntos, que se suelen quebrar tes sutiles. Yo lo haré así, respondió el muchacho, y prosiguió diciendo: esta figura que aquí aparece a caballo cubierta con una capa gascona, es la misma de don Gaiferos. Aquí su esposa, ya vengada del atrevimiento del enamorado moro, con mejor y más sosegado semblante, se ha puesto a los miradores de la torre y habla con su esposo creyendo que es algún pasajero, con quien pasó todas aquellas razones y coloquios de aquel romance que dicen: caballero, si a Francia ides, por Gaiferos preguntad, las cuales no digo yo ahora porque de la prolijidad se suele engendrar el fastidio. Basta ver cómo don Gaiferos se descubre y que por los ademanes alegres que Malisendra hace, se nos da a entender que ella le ha conocido. Y más ahora que vemos se descuelga del balcón para ponerse en las ancas del caballo de su buen esposo. Mas ay, sin ventura, que se le ha asido una punta del fandellín de uno de los hierros del balcón y está pendiente en el aire sin poder llegar al suelo. Pero veis cómo el piadoso cielo socorre en las mayores necesidades, pues llega con Gaiferos y sin mirar si se rasgará o no el rico faldellín, así de ella y mal su grado la hace bajar al suelo y luego de un brinco la pone sobre las ancas de su caballo, horcajadas como hombre, y la manda que se tenga fuertemente y le eche los brazos por las espaldas, de modo que los cruce en el pecho, porque no se caiga, a causa de que no estaba la señora Melisendra acostumbrada a semejantes caballerías. Veis también cómo los relinchos del caballo dan señales que va contento con la valiente y hermosa carga que lleva en su señor y en su señora. Veis cómo vuelven las espaldas y salen de la ciudad, y alegres y regocijados toman de París la vía. Vais en paz, par sin par de verdaderos amantes. Lleguéis a salvamento a vuestra deseada patria, sin que la fortuna ponga estorbo en vuestro feliz viaje. Los ojos de vuestros amigos y parientes os vean gozar en paz tranquila los días que nos de Néstor sean, que os quedan de la vida. Aquí alzó otra vez la voz maese Pedro y dijo: Llaneza, muchacho, no te encumbres, que toda afectación es mala. No respondió nada el intérprete, antes prosiguió diciendo: no faltaron algunos ociosos ojos que lo suelen ver todo, que no viesen la bajada y la subida de Malisendra, de quien dieron noticia al rey Marsilio, el cual mandó luego tocar al arma. Y miren con qué priesa, que ya la ciudad se hunde con el sol de las campanas que en todas las torres de las mezquitas suenan. Eso no, dijo a esta sazón Don Quijote, en esto de las campanas anda muy impropio maese Pedro, porque entre moros no se usan campanas, sino atabales y un género de dulzainas que parecen nuestras chirimías, y esto de sonar campanas en Sansueña, sin duda que es un gran disparate. Lo cual, oído por maese Pedro, cesó el tocar y dijo:
The Duke and the Duchess were exceedingly glad to see how well Don Quixote was responding to their intentions, and at this point Sancho said, I wouldn't want this Señora Dueña to put any obstacles in the way of the governmentship I've been promised, because I heard a Doletan pharmacist who could talk the way a goldfinch sings says whatever Duenas was involved, nothing good could happen. God save me, what bad things that pharmacists had to say about them, which makes me think that since all duennas are annoying and impertinent, no matter what their quality and condition may be, what will the dolorous ones be like? I mean, this Countess Tres Faldas, or 3 skirts, or 3 trains. Where I come from, skirts and trains and skirts, all the same. Be quiet, Sancho, my friend, said Don Quixote. Since this duenna has come from such distant lands to find me, she cannot be one of those the pharmacist described, especially since she is a countess, and when countesses serve as duennas, they probably are serving queens and empresses, for in their own houses they are high-born ladies who are served by other duennas. To which Doña Rodriguez, who was present, responded, My lady, the Duchess has duennas in her service who could be countless or countesses if fortune so desired. But laws go where kings command. Let no one speak ill of duennas, in particular those who are old and maidens. For although I am not one of those, I clearly understand and grasp the advantage a maiden duenna has over one who is widowed. And the person cut us down to size still has the scissors in his hand. All the same, replied Sancho, there's so much to cut in duennas, according to my barber, that it would be better not to stir the rice even if it sticks. Squires, responded Doña Rodriguez, are always our enemies, since they haunt the antechambers and always see us. The times they're not praying, which is most of the time, they spend gossiping about us, digging up our defects, and burying our good names. Well, I swear to those fickle dimwits, what no matter how much it grieves them, we have to live in the world and in noble houses, even though we're dying of hunger, and cover our delicate or not so delicate flesh with a black mourning habit, just as a person may cover or conceal a dung heap with a tapestry on the day of procession. By my faith, if I was permitted to, and if the time were right, I'd make people understand, not just those here, but everyone in the world, how there is no virtue that cannot be found in a duenna. I believe, said the Duchess, that my good Doña Rodriguez is correct, absolutely correct, but she must wait for a more suitable time to defend herself and all other duennas, and so confound the poor opinion of that wicked pharmacist and tear it out by the roots from the heart of the great Sancho Panza. To which Sancho responded, Ever since I felt the pride of being a governor, I've lost the foolish ideas of my squire, and I don't care a fig for all the duennas in the world. They would have gone on with the Dunescane conversation if they had not heard the fife and drums begin to play, leading them to assume that the dolorous duenna was coming in. The Duchess asked the Duke if it would be a good idea to go receive her, since she was a countess and a distinguished person. For the part of her that's a countess, responded Sancho before the Duke could respond, I think it's right for your highness to go out to receive her, but for the part that's a duenna, it's my opinion that you shouldn't take a step. Who involved you in this, Sancho? Said Don Quixote. Who, senor? Responded Sancho. I involved myself, and I can involve myself as a squire who has learned the terms of courtesy in the school of your grace, the most courtesy and polite knight in all of courtliness. In these things, as I have heard your grace say, you can lose as much for a card too many as for a card too few. And a word to the wise is sufficient. What Sancho says is true, says the Duke. Let us see the Countess's appearance, and then we can consider the courtesy that is owed to her. Then the drums and fife entered, as they had done earlier. And here the author concluded this brief chapter and began the next one following the same adventure, which is one of the most notable in history. Behind the mournful physicians, a group of duennas numbering 12 began to enter the garden in 2 separate lines, all of them dressed in wide, nun-like habits, apparently of fold serge, and white headdresses of sheer muslin, which were so long they revealed only the edging of the habits. Behind them came the Countess Trifaldi, led by the hand of the Squire Trifaldin of the white beard, and dressed in very fine black bays without a nap, and if it had been napped, each bit would have been the size of one of the good martos garbanzos. Her train or skirt, or whatever it is called, ended in 3 points, which were held up by the hands of 3 pages, also dressed in mourning, making an attractive mathematical figure with the 3 acute angles formed by the 3 points, leading everyone who saw the acutely pointed skirt to conclude that this was why she was called the Countess Trifaldi, as if we had said the Countess of the 3 skirts. And this, says Bengali, was true, for her real name was the Countess Labuna, because there were many wolves in her county, and if there had been foxes instead of wolves, she would have been called the Countess Zoruna, because it was the custom in those parts for nobles to take their titles from the thing or things they had most abundant on their land. But this countess, to favor the novelty of her skirt, abandoned Labuna and adopted Trifaldi. The 12 duennas and their mistress walked at the pace of a procession, their faces covered with black veils, not transparent like Trifaldin's, but so heavy that nothing could be seen through them.
Así como acabó de parecer el dueñesco escuadrón, el duque, la duquesa y Don Quijote se pusieron en pie, y todos aquellos que la espaciosa procesión miraban. Pararon las 12 dueñas, hicieron calle, por medio de la cual la dolorida se adelantó, sin dejarla de la mano. Trifaldín, viendo lo cual el duque, la duquesa y Don Quijote se adelantaron, obra de 12 pasos, a recibirla. Ella, puesta las rodillas en el suelo, con voz antes basta y ronca que sutil y delicada, dijo: «Vuestras grandezas sean servidas de no hacer tanta cortesía a este su criado. Digo, a esta su criada, porque según soy de dolorida no acertaré a responder a lo que debo. A causa de mi extraña y jamás vista desdicha me ha llevado el entendimiento, no sé a dónde, y debe de ser muy lejos, pues cuanto más le busco, menos le hallo». «Sin él estaría», respondió el duque, «señora duquesa, el que no descubriese por vuestra persona vuestro valor, el cual, sin más ver, es merecedor de toda la nata de la cortesía y de toda la flor de las bien criadas ceremonias». Y levantándola de la mano, la llevó a sentar en una silla junto a la duquesa, la cual la recibió a sí mismo con mucho comedimiento. Don Quijote callaba, y Sancho andaba muerto por ver el rostro de la Trifaldi y de alguna de sus muchas dueñas, pero no fue posible hasta que ellas de su grado y voluntad se descubrieron. Sosegados todos y puestos en silencio, estaban esperando quien le había de romper, y fue la dueña dolorida con estas palabras: «Confiada estoy, señor poderosísimo, hermosísima señora y discretísimos circunstantes, que ha de hallar muy cuitísima en vuestros valerosísimos pechos acogimiento, no menos plácido que generoso y doloroso. Porque ella es tal que es bastante a enternecer los mármoles y a ablandar los diamantes y a molificar los aceros de los más endurecidos corazones del mundo. Pero antes que salga la plaza de vuestros oídos, por no decir orejas, quisiera que me hicieran sabidora. Si está en este gremio, corro y compañía el acendradísimo caballero Don Quijote de la Manchisísima y su escuderísimo Panza». El Panza, antes que otro respondiese, dijo: «Sancho, aquí está, y el Don Quijotísimo asimismo, y así podréis, dolorosísima, dueñísima, decir lo que quisieridísimis, que todos estamos prontos y aparejadísimos a ser vuestros servidorísimos». En esto se levantó Don Quijote y, encaminando sus razones a la dolorida dueña, dijo: «Si vuestras cuitas, angustiada señora, se pueden prometer alguna esperanza de remedio por algún valor o fuerzas de algún andante caballero, aquí están las mías, que aunque flacas y breves, todas se emplearán en vuestro servicio. Yo soy Don Quijote de la Mancha, cuyo asunto es acudir a toda suerte de menesterosos, Y siendo esto así como lo es, no habéis menester, señora, captar benevolencias, ni buscar preámbulos, sino a la llana y sin rodeos decir vuestros males, que oídos os escuchan, que sabrán, si no remediarlos, dolerse de ellos. Oyendo lo cual, la dolorida dueña hizo señal de querer arrojarse a los pies de Don Quijote, y aun se arrojó, y pugnando por abrazárselos decía: ante estos pies y piernas me arrojo, oh caballero invicto, por ser los que son basas y columnas de la andante caballería. Estos pies quiero besar, de cuyos pasos pende y cuelga todo el remedio de mi desgracia. Oh valeroso andante, cuyas verdaderas fazañas dejan atrás y escurecen las fabulosas de los amadises, esplandianes y belianises. Y dejando a Don Quijote se volvió a Sancho Panza, y asiéndole de las manos le dijo: oh tú, el más leal escudero que jamás sirvió a caballero andante en los presentes, ni en los pasados siglos, mas luengo en bondad que la barba de Trifaldín, mi acompañador que está presente. Bien puedes preciarte que en servir al gran Don Quijote sirves en cifra toda la caterva de caballeros que han tratado las armas en el mundo. Conjúrote, por lo que debes a tu bondad fidelísima, me seas buen intercesor con tu dueño para que luego favorezca a esta humildísima y desdichadísima condesa. A lo que respondió Sancho: de que sea mi bondad, señoría mía, tan larga y grande como la barba de vuestro escudero, a mí me hace muy poco al caso. Barbada y con bigotes tenga yo mi alma, cuando de esta vida vaya, que es lo que importa. Que de las barbas de acá poco nada me curo, pero sin esas socaliñas ni peglarias yo rogaré a mi amo, que sé que me quiere bien, y más agora que me ha menester para cierto negocio, que favorezca y ayude a vuesa merced en todo lo que pudiere. Vuesa merced desembaule su cuita y cuéntenosla y deje hacer que todos nos entenderemos. Reventaban de risa con estas cosas los duques, como aquellos que habían tomado el pulso a la tal aventura, y alababan entre sí la agudeza y disimulación de la Trifaldi, la cual, volviéndose a sentar, dijo: del famoso reino de Candaya, que trae entre la gran Trapovana y el mar del sur 2 leguas más allá del cabo Comorín, fue la señora la reina doña Maguncia, viuda del rey Archipiela, su señor y marido, de cuyo matrimonio tuvieron y procrearon a la infanta Antonomasia, heredera del reino, la cual dicha infanta Antonomasia se crió y creció debajo de mi tutela y doctrina, por ser yo la más antigua y la más principal dueña de su madre. Sucedió, pues, que yendo días y viniendo días, la niña Antonomasia llegó a edad de 14 años con tan gran perfección de hermosura que no la pudo subir más de punto la naturaleza. Pues digamos ahora que la discreción era mocosa. Así era discreta como bella, y era la más bella del mundo, y lo es, si ya los hados invidiosos y las parcas endurecidas no la han cortado la estambre de la vida. Pero no habrán que no han de permitir los cielos que se haga tanto mal a la tierra, como sería llevarse en agracia el racimo del más hermoso veduño del suelo. De esta hermosura, y no como se debe, encarecida de mi torpe lengua, se enamoró un número infinito de príncipes, así naturales como extranjeros, entre los cuales osó levantar los pensamientos al cielo de tanta belleza un caballero particular, que en la corte estaba confiado en su mocedad y en su bizarría, y en sus muchas habilidades y gracias, y facilidad y felicidad de ingenio. Porque hago saber a vuestras grandezas, si no lo tienen por enojo, que tocaba una guitarra que le hacía hablar, y más que era poeta y gran bailarín, y sabía hacer una jaula de pájaros que solamente hacerlas pudiera ganar la vida. Cuando se viera en extrema necesidad, que todas estas partes y gracias son bastantes a derribar una montaña, no que una delicada doncella, pero toda su gentileza y buen donaire y todas sus gracias y habilidades fueron poca o ninguna parte para rendir la fortaleza de mi niña. Si el ladrón de su yacarás no usara del remedio de rendirme a mí primero. Primero quiso el malandrín y desalmado vagamundo granjearme la voluntad y cohecharme al gusto para que yo, mal alcaide, le entregase las llaves de la fortaleza que guardaba. En resolución, él me aduló el entendimiento y me rindió la voluntad con no sé qué dijes y brincos que me dio. Pero lo que más me hizo postrar y dar conmigo por el suelo fueron unas coplas que le oí cantar una noche, desde una reja que caía a una callejuela, donde él estaba, que si mal no me acuerdo decían: de la dulce mi enemiga nace un mal que el alma hiere, y por más tormento quiere que se sienta y no se diga. Parecióme la trova de perlas y su voz de almíbar, y después acá digo, desde entonces, viendo el mal en que caí por estos y otros semejantes versos, he considerado que de las buenas y concertadas repúblicas se habían de desterrar los poetas, como aconsejaba Platón, a lo menos los lascivos, porque escriben unas coplas, no como las del Marqués de Mantua, que entretienen y hacen llorar los niños y a las mujeres, sino unas agudezas que a modo de blandas espinas os atraviesan en el alma, y como rayos os hieren en ella, dejando sano el vestido. Y otra vez cantó: ven, muerte tan escondida, que no te sienta venir, porque el placer del morir no me torne a dar la vida.
Y de este jaez otras complitas y estrambotes, que cantados encantan y escritos suspenden, pues que cuando se humillan a componer un género de verso que en candaya se usaba entonces, a quien ellos llamaban seguidillas. Allí era el brincar de las almas y el retozar de la risa y el desasosiego de los cuerpos y finalmente el azogue de todos los sentidos. Y así, digo, señores míos, que los tales trovadores con justo título los debían desterrar a las islas de los lagartos. Pero no tienen ellos la culpa, sino los simples que los alaban y las bobas que los creen. Y si yo fuera la buena dueña que debía, no me había de mover sus trastornados conceptos, ni había de creer ser verdad aquel decir, vivo muriendo, ardo en el hielo, tiemblo en el fuego, espero sin esperanza, pártome y quédome. Con otros imposibles de esta ralea, de que están sus escritos llenos, pues, ¿qué cuando prometen el fénix de Arabia, la corona de Ariananda, los caballos del sol, del sur las perlas, del Tíbar el oro, y de Pancaya el bálsamo? Aquí es donde ellos alargan más la pluma, como les cuesta poco prometer lo que jamás piensan ni pueden cumplir. Pero ¿dónde me divierto? Ay de mí, desdichada, qué locura o qué desatino me lleva a contar las ajenas faltas, teniendo tanto que decir de las mías. Ay de mí, otra vez, sin ventura, que no me rindieron los versos, sino mi simplicidad. No me ablandaron las músicas, sino mi liviandad. Mi mucha ignorancia y mi poco advertimiento abrieron el camino y desembrazaron la senda a los pasos de don Clavijo, que este es el nombre del referido caballero. Y así, siendo yo la medianera, él se halló una y muchas veces en la estancia de la por mí y no por él engañada astronomacia, debajo del título de verdadero esposo, que aunque pecadora no consintieron que sin su marido la llegara a la vira de la suela de sus zapatillas. No, no es eso. El matrimonio ha de ir adelante en cualquier negocio de estos que por mí se trataré. Solamente hubo un daño en este negocio, que fue el de la desigualdad, por ser don Clavijo un caballero particular y la infanta antonomasia heredera, como ya he dicho, el reino. Algunos días estuvo encubierta y solapada en la sagacidad de mi recato esta maraña, hasta que me pareció que la iba descubrieron a más andar no sé qué hinchazón del vientre de astronomasia, cuyo temor nos hizo entrar en el embureo a los tres, y salió de él que antes que se saliese a la luz el mar recado don Clavijo, pidiese ante el vicario por su mujer autonomacia, en fe de una crédula, que de ser su esposa la infanta le había dicho notada. Por mi ingenio con tanta fuerza que las de Sansón no pudieran romperla. Hiciéronse las diligencias, vio el vicario la cédula, tomó el tal vicario la confesión a la señora, confesó de plano, mandóla despotitar en casa de un alguacil de corto muy honrado. A este sazón dijo Sancho, también en Candaya hay alguaciles de corto, poetas y seguidillas, por lo que puedo jurar que imagino que todo el mundo es uno. Pero dese vuese merced priesa, señora Trifaldí, que es tarde y ya me muero por saber el fin de esta tan larga historia. Sí haré, respondió la condesa. De cualquiera palabra que Sancho decía, la duquesa gustaba tanto como se desesperaba Don Quijote, y mandándole que callase, la dolorida prosiguió diciendo, en fin, al cabo de muchas demandas y respuestas, como la infanta se estaba siempre en sus 13, sin salir ni variar de la primera declaración, el vicario sentenció en favor de don Clavijo y se le entregó por su legítima esposa, de lo que recibió tanto enojo la reina doña Maguncia, madre de la infanta Autonomacia, que dentro de 3 días la enterramos. Debió de morir sin duda, dijo Sancho. Claro está, respondió Trifaldín, que en Candaya no se entierran las personas vivas sino las muertas. Ya se ha visto, señor escudero, replicó Sancho, enterrar un desmayado creyendo ser muerto, y parecíame a mí que estaba la reina Maguncia obligada a desmayarse antes que a morirse, que con la vida muchas cosas se remedian, y no fue tan grande el disparate de la infanta, que obligase a sentirle tanto. Cuando se hubiera casado esa señora con algún paje suyo o con otro criado de su casa, como han hecho otras muchas, según he oído decir, fuera el daño sin remedio, pero el haberse casado con un caballero tan gentilhombre y tan entendido como aquí no les han pintado, en verdad que, aunque fue necedad, no fue tan grande como se piensa, porque según las reglas de mi señor, que está presente y no me dejará mentir, así como se hacen de los hombres letrados los obispos, se pueden hacer de los caballeros, y más si son andantes los reyes y los emperadores. Razón tienes, Sancho, dijo Don Quijote, porque un caballero andante, como tenga 2 dedos de ventura, está en potencia propincia de ser el mayor señor del mundo. Pero pase adelante la señora dolorida, que a mí se me trasluce que la falta por contar lo amargo de esta hasta aquí dulce historia. ¿Y cómo si queda lo amargo? Respondió la condesa. Y tan amargo que en su comparación son dulces las tueras y sabrosas las aldelfas. Muerta, pues, la reina y no desmayada, la enterramos. Y apenas la descubrimos con la tierra, y apenas le dimos el título vale, cuando quis talia fando temperet a lacrimis. Puesto sobre un caballo de madera apareció encima de la sepulcra de la reina el gigante Malambruno, primo cormano de Maguncia, que junto con ser cruel era encantador, el cual con sus artes, en venganza de la muerte de su cormana, y por castigo del atrevimiento de Don Quijote, y por despecho de la demasía de Automacia, les dejó encantados sobre la misma sepulcra, a ella convertida en una jimia de bronce, y a él en un espantoso cocodrilo de un metal no conocido. Y entre los dos está un padrón, asimismo de metal, y en él escritas en lengua siríaca, con letras que, habiéndose declarado en la candayesca y ahora en la castellana, encierran esta sentencia. No cobrarán su primera forma estos 2 atrevidos amantes hasta que el valeroso manchego venga conmigo a las manos en singular batalla, que para solo su gran valor guardan los hados esta nunca vista aventura. Hecho esto, sacó de la vaina un ancho y desmedurado alfanje, y haciéndome a mí por los caballeros hizo finta de querer cegarme la gola y cortarme cercen la cabeza. Túrbeme, pegóseme la voz a la garganta. Quedé mohino en todo extremo, pero con todo me esforcé lo más que pude y con voz tembladora y doliente le dije tantas y tales cosas que le hicieron suspender la ejecución de tan rigurosa castigo. Finalmente hizo traer ante sí todas las dueñas de palacio, que fueron estas que están presentes, y después de haber exagerado nuestra culpa y vituperado las condiciones de las dueñas, sus malas mañas y peores trazas, y cargando a todas la culpa que yo sola tenía, dijo que no quería con pena capital castigarnos, sino con otras penas dilatadas, que nos diesen una muerte civil y continua. Y en aquel mismo momento y punto que acabó de decir esto, sentimos todos que se nos abrían los poros de la cara y que por toda ella nos punzaban como con puntas de agujas. Acudimos luego con las manos y los rostros y hallámonos de la manera que ahora veréis. Y luego de la dolorida y las demás dueñas alzaron los antifaces con que cubiertas venían y cubrieron y descubrieron los rostros todos poblados de barbas, cuáles rubias, cuáles negras, cuáles blancas y cuáles albarazadas, de cuya vista mostraron quedar admirados el duque y la duquesa, pasamados con Quijote y Sancho, y atónitos todos los presentes. Y la Trifaldí prosiguió. De esta manera nos castigó aquel follón y malintencionado de Malambruno, cubriendo la blandura y morbidez de nuestros rostros con la aspereza de estas cerdas, que plugiera el cielo, que antes con su desmesurado alfanje nos hubiera derribado las testas que nos asombraban, la luz de nuestras caras con esta borra que nos cubre. Porque si entramos en cuenta, señores míos, y esto que voy a decir ahora lo quisiera decir hechos mis ojos fuentes, pero la consideración de nuestra desgracia y los mares hasta aquí han llovido los tienes sin humor, y secos como aristas, y así lo diré sin lágrimas. Digo, pues, que a dónde podrá ir una dueña con barbas, ¿qué padre a qué madre se dolerá de ella? ¿Quién la dará ayuda? Pues aun cuando tiene la tez lisa y el rostro maristizado con mil suertes de menjures y mudas, apenas haya quien bien la quiera. Que haya cuando descubra hecho un bosque su rostro. Oh dueñas y compañeras mías, en desdichado punto nacimos, en hora menguada. Nuestros padres nos engendraron. Y diciendo esto, dio muestras de desmayarse. Real y verdaderamente, todos los que gustan de semejantes historias como esta, deben demostrarse agradecidos a Cide Hamete, su autor primero, por la curiosidad que tuvo en contarnos las seminas de ella, sin dejar cosa, por menudo que fuese, que no la sacase a luz distantamente.
In Wahrheit und Wirklichkeit muss ein jeglicher, der an solcherlei Geschichten wie diese Gefallen findet, dem Sidi Hamed, ihrem ursprünglichen Verfasser, dankbar sein ob der Sorgsamkeit, mit dem er es selbst die kleinsten Sechzehntelnoten von ihrer Melodie uns hören lässt und auch am geringfügigsten nicht vorbeigeht, ohne es klar an Licht zu ziehen. Er zieht uns die Gedanken, zieht den Vorhang vor den Gebilden der Fantasie, antwortet auf die stillen Einwürfe des Lesers, hält die Zweifel auf, entscheidet im Streit der Meinungen und Behauptungen und lässt selbst den begierigsten Menschen die Atome des Gewünschten deutlich erschauen. O berühmte Schriftsteller, o beglückte Don Quixote, o ruhmreicher Dulciane, o Sancho, du witziger Kopf, ihr alle miteinander und jeder für sich möchtet ihr unzählige Jahrhunderte leben zum Vergnügen und allgemeinen Zeitvertrieb aller Lebenden. Es sagt nun die Geschichte, dass Sancho, wie er die Schmerzenreich im Ohnmacht sinkend sah, ausrief: Bei meiner Ehre als ehrlicher Mann und bei der Ziel und Seligkeit all meiner Vorfahren, der Panzers schwöre ich, ein Abenteuer wie dieses habe ich nie gehört noch gesehen, noch ist dergleichen mit mir von meinem Herrn je erzählt worden, noch ihm jemals in den Sinn gekommen. Das doch, denn ich will dir nicht flüchen, 1000 Teufel dich halten, du Zauberer und Riese Malampuno. Hast du denn für diese armen Süderinnen keine andere Art Bestrafung gefunden, als sie zu bebaten? Ei, wäre es nicht besser und für sie viel passender gewesen, ihnen die Nase von unten bis oben zu schlitzen, wenn sie auch nachher beim Sprechen genäselt hätten, als ihnen Bärte anzusetzen? Ich will wetten, sie haben nicht einmal Geld und eine Bartschere zu bezahlen. So ist es in der Tat, Senor, antwortete einer von den 12, wir haben kein Geld, um uns den Bart putzen zu lassen, und darum sind etliche von uns aus Sparsamkeit auf gepichtes Linnen oder Pechfalster gekommen, wie das wir fest und ans Geschicht drücken, und wenn wir alsdann mit einem Ruck abreißen, so sind wir auf der Stelle sauber und glatt wie der Boden eines steinernen Mörsers. Obschon es in Kandaia Weiber gibt, die von Haus zu Haus gehen, um die Härchen aus der Haut zu zupfen und die Augenbrauen zu glätten und allerhand Salben, wie Frauen sie brauchen, zu besorgen, so haben doch wir, die Kammerfrauen unserer Prinzessin, ihnen nie Zutritt ins Schloss gestatten mögen, denn meist sind es herabgekommene Weiber, die zu uns heraufkommen wollten. Sie bieten allerhand Mittel feil und sind feile Vermittlerinnen. Wenn uns vom Señor Don Quixote nicht Hilfe wird, so wird man's und Bärten zu Grabe tragen. Ich will mir den meinigen, versetzte Don Quixote, im Mauerlanden ausraufen lassen, wenn ich euch nicht von den eurigen helfe. In diesem Augenblick kam die Trifaldi aus ihrer Ohnmacht wieder zu sich und sagte, das lieblich gelaut diese Verheißung, mannhafter Ritter, ist meinen in meiner Ohnmacht mir ins Ohr gedrungen und hat bewirkt, dass ich wieder zu mir kam und all meine Sinne mächtig würde. Und so flehe ich euch abermals an, o unbegrenzte Fahrende, o unbezähmbarer Mann, euer gnadenreiches Versprechen zur Tat zu machen.
An mir soll es nicht fehlen, erwiderte Don Quixote. Sagt mir, Señora, was ich tun soll. Der Geist ist willig und gleich bereit, euch zu dienen. Die Sache ist die, antwortete die Schimmerzeinerin, dass es von hier bis zum Königreich Kanada, wenn man zu Lande reist, 5000 Meilen weit ist, etwa 2 mehr oder weniger, wenn man aber durch die Luft und in die gerade Linie reist, so sind es 3227. Auch ist noch zu bemerken, dass Malbruno mir sagte, wenn das Schicksal mir den Ritter, unseren Befreier, bescheren würde, so solle er ihm diesen besonderen Reigetal schicken, einen weit gereiten und nicht so besorgreiten, als sonst mein Mietgaule sind, denn es soll jedes nämliche holzerne Pferd sein, auf welchem der tapfere Peter die schöne Malgenone entführte, welches Pferd mittels einen Zapfens gelenkt wird, den es auf der Stirn hat und der als Zaum dient, und es fliegt mit solcher Geschwindigkeit durch die Lüfte, Merlin, dass es aussieht, als ob der Teufel selber es holte. Dieses besagte Pferd ist nach der alten Sage von dem Zauberer Merlin angefertigt. Er lieh es dem Peter, der sein Freund war, und der Mann machte auf ihn große Reisen und raubte, wie gesagt, die schöne Malgenone. Er führte sie auf der Kruppe durch die Lüfte, und alle, die ihm von Boden aus nachsahen, sperrten Mund und Nase auf. Aber er lieh das Pferd nur wenn er hold war oder wer ihn am besten bezahlte. Und seit dem großen Peter haben wir bis heute von keinem vernommen, der das Pferd bestiegen hätte. Aus Merlins Besitz hat Malambruno mit seinen Künsten entführt und hat es jetzt seine Gewalt und bedient sich seiner auf den Reisen, die er alle Augenblicke durch verschiedene Teile der Welt unternimmt. Heute ist er hier und morgen in Frankreich und nächsten Tages in Potosi. Und das Gute dabei ist, dass das besägte Pferd weder frisst noch schläft noch beschlagen werden muss. Und es geht ohne Flügel einen solchen Passgang in den Lüften, dass der Reiter, den es trägt, eine Tasse Wasser in der Hand halten kann, ohne einen Tropfen zu verschütten. So sachte und ruhig sieht es seines Weges, weshalb auch die schöne Magelone so viel Vergnügen daran fand, auf ihm zu reiten. Hier fiel Sancho ein. Was den ruhigen Gang anbetrifft, geht nichts über meinen Esel. Und zwar geht er nicht durch die Lüfte, aber auch dem Erdboden. Da will ich ihn mit jedem Passgänger in der Welt um die Wette gehen lassen. Alles brach in Lassen auf, und die Schmerzenreich fuhr fort, und dies besägte wird, sofern Malambruno wirklich unser Unglück zu beenden gewillt ist. Spätestens eine halbe Stunde nach Anbruch der Dunkelheit vor unseren Augen das Stehen, denn er hat mir bedeutet zum Sichern, dass ich den von mir gesuchten Ritter gefunden habe, wolle er mir so rasch als möglich das Pferd dahin sendet, wo dieser Ritter sich befindet. Und wie viele haben auf dem Pferd Platz? Fragte Sancho. Die Schmerzenreich antwortete, 2 Personen, eine auf dem Sattel und eine auf der Kruppe. Und meintenteils sind diese 2 Personen Ritter und Schildknappe, falls es für kein Fräulein zu entführen gilt. Da müsste ich wohl wissen, Signora Schmerzenreich, sagte Sancho, wie das Pferd heißt. Es heißt nicht Pegasus wie das Ross des Bellefonds, antwortete die Schmerzenreich. Ja.
Son nom, répondit la Dolorida, n'est pas celui du cheval de Bellefonds, qui s'appelait Pégase, ni celui d'Alexandre le Grand, appelé Bucéphale, ni celui du furieux Roland, dont le nom fut Bridaloro. Et c'est encore moins Bayard, qui fut celui de Renaud de Montauban, ou Frottin, comme celui de Roger, ou Botte, ou Pirotou, ainsi que se nomment, dit-on, les chevaux du soleil, pas plus qu'Aurélia, comme le cheval sur lequel le malheureux Rodrigue, le dernier roi des Goths, entra dans la bataille, où il perdit sa vie et son royaume. Je suis prêt à parier, dit Sancho, que puisqu'on ne lui a donné aucun des noms célèbres de ses chevaux renommés, on ne lui aura pas non plus donné celui du cheval du Montmartre.
Rocinante, nom qui surpasse en propriété tous ceux que l'on a énumérés. C'est vrai, répondit la comtesse à barbe. Néanmoins, il lui convient fort bien, puisqu'il s'appelle chevillard volant, un nom qui s'accorde avec le bois dont il est fait, avec la cheville qu'il porte au front et avec la légèreté de sa course. Ainsi, pour ce qui est du nom, il peut rivaliser avec le fameux Rocinante. Le nom ne me déplaît pas, rétorqua Sancho, mais avec quel frein ou quelle tétière le guide-t-on? Je l'ai déjà dit, répondit la Trifaldi. C'est avec la cheville. En la tournant d'un côté ou de l'autre, le cavalier qui le monte le dirige où il veut, ou dans les airs, ou bien à ras de sol, presque à le balayer, alors au milieu. Qui est-ce que l'on recherche et que l'on doit tenir en toute action bien ordonnée? Je voudrais bien le voir, reprit Sancho, mais croire que je vais le monter, en selle ou en croupe, c'est demander des poids normaux. Allons donc. C'est à peine si je tiens sur mon grison, et sur un bas plus doux que la soie. Et l'on voudrait maintenant me faire monter sur une croupe en planche, sans nul coussin ni oreiller? Pardi, je n'ai pas envie d'être moulu pour enlever sa barbe à personne. Que chacun se la rase comme il l'entend. Mais moi, je ne pense pas accompagner mon maître pour un si long voyage. D'autant que je ne fais certainement pas l'affaire pour ce rasage de barbe, comme c'est le cas pour le désenchantement de Madame Dulcinée. Mais si, mon ami, répondit la Trifaldi, et si bien que sans votre présence, je pense que nous ne pourrons rien faire. Ah, moi le guet, au secours, s'écria Sancho. Qu'on a voir les écuyers avec des aventures de leur maître, c'est eux qui tireraient gloire de celle qu'ils enchèvent. Et c'est nous qui devrions supporter le travail. Bon sang! Si encore les historiens disaient « le chevalier un tel a achevé telle ou telle aventure, mais avec l'aide d'un tel, son écuyer, sans qu'il eût été impossible d'en venir à bout. » Mais ils écrivent sèchement « dont Paralipomène les 3 étoiles a achevé l'aventure des 6 monstres, sans nommer la personne de son écuyer, qui était présent à tout, comme s'il n'eût jamais été au monde. Je le répète maintenant, mais, Seigneur, mon maître peut partir tout seul, et grand bien lui fasse. Moi, je resterai ici, en compagnie de Madame la Duchesse, et il pourrait se faire qu'à son retour. Il trouve l'affaire de Madame Dulcinée aux 3 quarts réglée, parce que je compte pendant mes loisirs et les heures creuses me flanquer de telles rosées de coups de fouet qu'il ne m'y repoussera pas un poil de longtemps. Ah, malgré tout, il vous faudra l'accompagner si nécessaire, brave Sancho, car des gens de bien vous en prieront. Par la faute de vos vaines craintes, ces dames ne vont pas rester avec des visages aussi touffus. Ce serait pour sûr une méchante affaire. Encore une fois au secours, répliqua Sancho. Si encore cette charité s'exerçait au profit de demoiselles recluses ou des orphelines de l'hospice, on pourrait être homme à courir des risques, mais se mettre en peine pour ébarber des daignes morbleu que nenni, même si je les voyais toutes barbues, de la plus petite à la plus grande, et de la plus enjôleuse à la plus pimbache. Vous en voulez vraiment au daigne, mon ami Sancho, dit la duchesse. Vous ne suivez que trop l'opinion de votre apothicaire Tolédan. Mais, sur ma foi, vous n'avez pas raison, car il y a ici chez moi les daignes vraiment dignes d'exemple, comme, tenez, ma bonne Doña Rodriguez, qui ne me laissera pas dire autre chose. Votre Excellence la dirait-elle, dit la Rodriguez. Dieu sait la vérité surtout, et si nous, les daignes, nous sommes bonnes ou mauvaises, barbues ou imberbes, nos mères ne nous en ont pas moins enfantés comme les autres femmes. Et puisque Dieu nous a mis au monde, lui sait pourquoi. Alors, je me fie à sa miséricorde et non à la barbe de personne. Allons, Doña Rodriguez, dit Don Quixote. Et vous, Madame Trifaldi et compagnie, j'espère que le ciel verra votre affliction d'un bon œil et que Sancho fera ce que je lui demanderai. Ah, si Chevillard pouvait arriver maintenant et que je me vois devant Malambrin, je sais qu'aucun rasoir ne couperait plus aisément vos barbes, mesdames, qui ne le ferait mon épée de la tête de Malambrin. À ras des épaules, car enfin Dieu tolère les méchants, mais pas pour toujours. Las, s'exclama alors la Dolorida, que contemple votre grandeur d'un œil bénin, valeureux chevalier, toutes les étoiles des célestes régions, et qu'elles insufflent dans votre cœur prospérité et vaillance pour vous faire rempart et bouclier de la tente vilipendée et humiliée race d'Uniasque, abhorrée des apothicaires, décriée par les écuyers et abusée par les pages. Elle est certes maudite, la drôlasse, qui à la fleur de l'âge ne se fait pas nonne plutôt que daigne. Malheureux à nous, pauvres daignes, nous aurions beau descendre en ligne droite, mais par les mal. D'Hector le Troyen, nos maîtresses ne se priveraient pas de nous tutoyer si elles pensaient ainsi être des reines. Ô géant Malabrin, puisque tout enchanteur que tu sois, tu tiens toujours tes promesses, envoie-nous maintenant l'incomparable chevillard afin que nos malheurs prennent fin. Car si vient la canicule et que nous ayons encore nos barbes, malheureux à nous. La Trifaldi était si touchante en disant cela qu'elle tira des larmes à tous les présents. Elles emplirent même les yeux de Sancho, qui résolut en son cœur d'accompagner son maître jusqu'aux derniers confins du monde, si de cela seul dépendait que disparût la toison de ces vénérables visages. Je continue. Chapitre 40 de la venue de Chevillard avec la fin de cette longue aventure. Sur ce, la nuit arriva, et avec elle le moment signalé pour la venue du fameux cheval Chevillard, dont l'attente éprouvait déjà Don Quixote, car il lui semblait que Malambrin tardait à l'envoyer. C'était qu'il n'était pas lui le chevalier à qui était réservée cette aventure-là, ou bien que Malambrin n'osait pas se mesurer à lui en combat singulier. Mais voilà que soudain entrèrent dans le jardin 4 sauvages, tous couverts de lierre, qui portaient sur leurs épaules un grand cheval de bois. Ils le posèrent debout sur le sol et l'un des sauvages dit « Que montre cette machine qui en aura le courage ?» Là-dessus, dit Sancho, « Moi je ne me monte pas. Je n'ai pas le courage et d'ailleurs je ne suis pas chevalier. » Le sauvage poursuit en ces termes.
Der wilde Mann fuhrt vor, und auf die Krippe setzt sich der Schildknappe, sofern der Ritter einen hat, und vertraue mannhaften Malambruno, denn wenn nicht von seinem Schwerte, wird von keinem anderen gefährdet werden, ebenso wenig wie von sonst irgendwelcher Bosheit. Braucht nur diesen Sanfen, den das Pferd auf seinem Nacken hat, zu drehen, und das wird sie beide durch Lüfte hintragen, wo Malambruno sie erwartet, aber damit ihnen der Aufstieg und die Höhe des Weges keinen Schwindel versuchen, müssen sie sich die Augen verbinden, bis das Pferd wird. Das wird das Zeichen sein, dass sie ihre Reise vollendet haben. Mit diesen Worten ließen die Wierer holzaufhörig stehen und kehrten mit höflichem Gebaren zurück des Weges, woher sie kamen. Als der Schmerzen sich das Pferd erblickte, sprach die Untertanen zu Don Quixote: Heldenhafter Ritter, Malambruno hat Wort gehalten, das Pferd ist zur Stelle. Unsere Bärte wachsen noch immer und eine jegliche von uns mit jedem Haar und unseren Bärten flehen wir zu dir, sie uns zu scheren und zu schneiden, da du nun ja nichts weiter zu tun hast, als mit deinen Knappen das Pferd zu besteigen und diese Reise von so neuer Art glücklich zu beginnen. Das werde ich tun, Frau Gräfin Trifaldi, sprach Don Quixote, und zwar mit großer Bereitwilligkeit und nach großer Freundlichkeit, ohne dass mich erst damit aufhalte, ein Kissen zu nehmen oder Sporen auszuschnallen, weil ich mich aufhaltig mag. So großen Drang fühl ich euch, Signora, und diese Sämtlichkeiten kammerfreuen glatt geschoren und mit sauberen Kinn zu sehen. Ich werde das nicht tun, versetzte Sancho, weder mit großer noch mit kleiner Bereitwilligkeit, in keinerlei Weise. Und wenn wirklich dieses Secherei nicht vor sich gehen kann, ohne dass mich auf die Krippe setze, so mag mein Herr sich nur nach einem anderen Schildknappen als Begleiter umtun und dieses Damen nach einer anderen Manier sich die Geschichte Gott zu putzen. Ich bin kein Hexenmeister, der sein Vergnügen daran hat, in die Lüften herumzufahren. Und was werden meine Insulaner sagen, wenn sie erfahren, dass ihr Statthalter droben in den Lüften spazieren fährt? Und dann noch mehr, nämlich da es 3000 und so viel mehr Meilen von hier bis Kanada sind, so wird es, wenn es pferdmüde oder der Reise ärgerlich wird, länger als 1,5 Dutzend Jahre dauern, bis wir Himmlichkeiten kehren, und da werden es keine Inseln und keine Insulten mehr in der Welt geben, die etwas von mir wissen wollen. Und sintemalen man gemeinlich sagt, wer dauert, der scheitert, und schenkt dir einer die Kur, lauf mit dem Strich herzu, und bitt ich die Worte dieser Damen, mich zu entschuldigen. In Rom ist dem heiligen Petrus am Wohlstein. Ich meine, mir ist am Wohlstein in diesem Haus, wo man mir so viel Gnaden erweist und von dessen Herrn ich das hohe Glück erhoffte, Statthalter zu werden. Darauf sagte der Herzog, Freund Sancho, die Insel, die ich euch versprochen habe, läuft oder schwimmt euch nicht davon. Sie hat so tiefe Wurzeln in die Abgründe der Erde getrieben, dass man sie alle erdenklichen Anstrengungen herausreißen oder an andere Stelle bringen kann. Und da ihr wohl wisst, dass ich weiß, wie es unter die höheren Ämtern keines gibt, dass man nicht gewissermaßen mittels einer Art Vorbeschränkung erlangt, bei dem einen mit mehr, bei dem anderen mit weniger, so besteht der Jenge, die ich mir vor eurer Statthalterschaft geben lassen will, darin, dass ich mit eurem Herrn Don Quixote hinsieht, das denkwürdige Abenteuer zum Ende zu führen. Und ob ich nur auf dem Hose fähig in den kurzen Frist zurückkehrt, die seine Schnelligkeit verheißt, oder ob euch euer findliches Geschick zu Fuße zurückfährt, als Pilger von Herberge zu Herberge und von Schenker zu Schenker ziehend, stattfindet ihr, wann auch eure Rückkehr stattfindet, eure Insel da, wo ihr sie gelassen habt, und eure Insel von nämlichen Wünsche bestiehlt, den sie immer gehegt, euch als ihren Statthalter zu begrüßen, und meine Wille wird der nämliche bleiben, und setzt keinen Zweifel in diese Versicherung, und ihr werdet sonst meinem Wunsch, euch gefällig zu sein, damit zu näher treten.
Nicht weiter, Señor, sprach Sancho. Ich bin ein armer Schildknappe, und meine Schultern können so viel Freundlichkeit nicht tragen. So mag denn mein Herr aufsitzen, so mag mein mir meine Augen verbinden und mich Gott dem Herrn befehlen. Auch möge man mich wissen lassen, ob ich, wann wir in jenen Vogelflug holen, dahin sehen, mich Gott, unserem Herrn, abbeflehen oder die Engel anrufen darf, mir beizustehen. Hierauf antwortet die Trifelda, Sancho, freilich dürft ihr euch Gott befehlen, oder wem ihr möchte. Denn Malabruno, obschon eine Zubauer, ist ein Christ und betreibt seine Sabersachen mit vielem Verständnis und größter Einsicht, ohne sich mit jemandem zu überwerfen. Wohl auf dem, sagte Sancho, Gott steht mir bei und die heilige Dreilichkeit von Goethe. Seid ihr denkwürdigen Aventuren mit den Walkmühlen, sprach Don Quixote, habe ich Sancho nie in solcher Angst gesehen wie jetzt, wenn ich so an Bedeutungen glaubte wie andere Worte, mir sein Kleinmut allerhand Bedenklichkeit in den Kopf setzen. Aber komm einmal hierher, Sancho. Mit Erlaubnis dieser Herrschaften habe ich ihm ein paar Worte unter uns zu sagen. Damit führte Sache Besite in ein Gebüge des Gartens, ergriff seine beiden Hände und sagte zu ihm: Du siehst nun, Freund Sancho, welche ferne Reise unsere Werte, und Gott weiß, wann wir wollen ihr zurückkehren oder welche Gelegenheit und Zeit uns dieses Unternehmen lassen wird. Darum möchte ich, du suchst dich jetzt in dein Gemach zurück, als ob du etwas für die Reise Nötiges holen wolltest, und gabst mir da im Handumdrehen auf Rechnor die 3300 Halber, zu denen du dich verpflichtet hast. Mindestens 500, die hast du dann schon einmal hinter dir, und frisch geweckt ist halb gewonnen. Bei Gott, entgegnet Sancho, euer Gnaden ist wohl nicht direkt bei Trost. Das klingt gerade, wie man gemeinhin sagt. Du siehst, ich bin ein Eiler und verlangst von mir die Jungfernschaft. Jetzt, wo ich auf einem bloßen Brett reiten soll, will euer Gnaden, ich soll meine Sitzteil erst verdornen? Wahrlich, wahrlich, euer Gnaden ist nicht bei Verstand. Zielen wir jetzt hin, dieses Kammerfrauen zu scheren, und bei der Rückkehr, das versprecht ich euer Gnaden als Ehrenmann, weil ich meine Beschriftung so schnell abdienen, dass euer Gnaden zufrieden sein wird, und mehr brauche ich nicht zu sagen. Dann Quinto erwidert: Nun denn, mit diesem Versprechen, meine gute Santo, will ich mit Zufriedes geben, ich glaube, du wirst erfüllen. Denn wenn auch dein Witz auf Gardor ist, so bleibt doch deine Selbstliebe immer grün. Ich bin nicht grün, entgegnet Sancho, sondern blau. Wär ich aber das Geschenk, so würde ich doch mein Wort halten. Und hiermit gingen sie zurück zur Gesellschaft, um den Hauptsaal feierlich zu bestiegen. Und beim Ausstiegen sprach Don Quixote: Verbinde sich die Augen, Sancho, und stieg auf, Sancho, denn wer aus so fernen Landen nach uns sendet, der tut das nicht, um uns zu hintergehen, schon um des geringen Ruhmes willen, der ihm daraus erwachsen kann, jemanden zu hintergehen, der ihm vertraut. Wenn aber auch alles ganz gegen meine Erwartung ausfallen sollte, so kann der Ruhm, die halbes Stück unternommen zu haben, durch keine Bosheit je verdunkelt werden. Auf den Senior, sprach Sancho, die Bärte und Tränen dieser Damen sitzen mir tief im Herzen, und kein Wissen wird mir schwenken, bis ich sie wieder in ihrer unsprüchlichen glattern Haut sehe. Sitzt auf, gnädiger Herr, und verbindet euch zuerst die Augen, denn wenn ich auf der Gruppe sitzen soll, so ist klar, dass der zuerst aufstiegen muss, der in den Staat kommt. So ist es in der Tat, erwidert Don Quixote. Darauf nahm ein Schnupftuch aus der Tasche und bat die Schmerzennerin, ihm die Augen gut zu verbinden. Nachdem sie jedoch dieses getan, band es sich wieder auf und sagte: Wenn ich mich recht entsinnt, habe ich im Regal die Geschichte von tronischen Paladin gelesen, einem Hollersen Ross, das die Griechen der Göttin Pallas zur Opfergabe darbrachte und dessen Bauch mit gewaffneten Rittern angeführt war, die nachher Troja den Untergang brachten, und so wird es geraten sein, erst einmal nachzusetzen, was Hosefreig in seinem Manken hat. Das ist nicht nötig, versetzte die Schmiersenrecht. Ich bürge für ihn, und ich weiß, dass Mella Bruno nichts von Halbtucker oder von Verrater an sich hat. Stiegt nur ohne die gereinigte Frucht auf, und wenn euch etwas geschenkt, so kommt alles Böse aus mein Haupt. Don Quixote hatte das Gefühl, wenn noch irgendetwas in Betreff seiner persönlichen Sicherheit sagen würde, so konnte dieses seine Heldenmut in übles Licht stellen, und daher stieg ohne weitere Worte auf den Halsefreig und befühlte das Zapfen, der sich gleich herumdrehen ließ, da keine Stiegelbügel hatte und ihm die Beine herunterhingen. Sah genau so aus wie eine Figur aus einem romanischen Triumphzug auf einer flämischen Teppich. So widerwillig sah es genauso aus wie eine Figur aus einem romanischen Triumphzug auf einem flämischen Teppich. Sehr willig und zögernd kam Sancho zum Aufstiegen herbei, und als sich so gut wie möglich auf der Krüppel zurechtgesetzt, fand sie ziemlich hart, wenigstens, und wenn es auch von Stossels der Frau Herzogin oder aus dem Bett einen Hausdieners wäre, denn die Krüppel dieses Pferdes scheide eher von Mäusen als von Holz. Hierauf entgegen die Teufel da. Halsefrei Kleider, keine Sattelzeug und kein Lehrer, sie rat auf sich. Was aber tun konnte, sei, nach Weihrauch auszusetzen, da werde die Herze des Holz nicht so zerstören. Sancho hat also, sagte Lebewohl und ließ sie die Augen verbinden, band sie sich aber gleich wieder auf, schaute alle im Garten an, was zu sehen geruht, und mit Tränen an und bat sie, ihm in diesem gefährvollen Augenblick mit eitlen Vertrauen und abermals beizuspringen, auf dass Gott auch ihnen jemanden senden, der diese Gebete für diese Haussage, wenn sie dereinst in ähnliche Gefahr kamen.
So that was the end of chapter 41 of the second book of Don Quixote. I want to thank all the readers who made this event possible, and Rafael Osuba for his leadership in coordinating this event. I also want to thank Elon University for its support of world languages and cultures. And now we look forward to the reading by our colleagues in NC State and Meredith College tomorrow. Thank you.